Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the one that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundation love, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decades, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hyman spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spot with disgusting is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundation of Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our faith to the power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, We're fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged. Every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. From the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. We might be joined with our other host, Lady Che. We'll see, and we might be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also, I'm the co-executive producer and co-host, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We just did that. We did a whole tribute to Malcolm X. We're going to continue that tonight. And on this season 6, episode 26, part 3, part Trey, continuation of part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3, and that is honoring Malcolm X Day 2026. Malcolm X tribute videos, 3 killed in devastating San Diego mosque shooting. We got Linda Sawyer on rising anti-Muslim hate and more. Then we got Tariq's take on it. Then we got California New Leadership Assembly with Carolyn, Essex, Andre Sandford, and our brother Billion's godson. Then we got Tish Hyman is running for mayor of Los Angeles. Cascio is running for state assembly in California's 55th Assembly District. Should FBAs give reverence to Africa? In our Unhoused neighbor news, our legal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from our Frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News was one of the first, which was started back at the end of 2020, early 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had a whole Malcolm X tribute. Make sure y'all check that out. They were shadow banning us super heavy during that time. But it looks like we're back in the algorithm. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Seriously, sub up to that, because that's our only backup. If they take Frontline Black News down, our backup is Frontline Black News 2, and the link is in the description. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora and all the community events, especially the Black events. And then we got Lady Che's Seduction Doll channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, so she can start going live on that channel on YouTube. Seduction Doll 5991. And the link is in the description. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that. She's at 80 subscribers. Let's get her to 100 tonight. And then we got Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, or Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that, so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Then we got our cousin who checked in with us earlier, cousin J. Militant out the Bay Area, Fairfield, San Francisco area. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. He drops heavy content over there as well. Black First content. Then we got our brother Kool Keezy out the Mile High, who is from Bello, the Bell side, and he does the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all sub to him. He also does music. He's a big time artist out here. So he wrote several songs about our reparations. So check him out. Kool Keezy 5100. And he did a commercial for me. I should show y'all the commercial. Then we got Breeze Omega's YouTube channel. The Breeze Omega on YouTube. Make sure y'all sub to our cousin out of VA, Virginia, by way of New York's Hempstead, Strong Island, to be exact. And he just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so check him out. He's heavy. Then we got our brother out of Watts, California, Jordan Downs, now in Houston, Texas, the Church of Black Power. We should also to his channel as well. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. Let's get him to 5,000. Then we got our brother who's been around for a minute, Torian Ram Reloaded. He actually put Lisa Cabrera on, so shout out to him. And he's out the DMV area, and he is at 77,000 subscribers. Let's get him to 80. And then last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus but did drop a video recently, and came up with the B1 Rolodex, which I showed y'all the commercial earlier for the B1 Rolodex, which yours truly is in it. I'm in the Rolodex, representing for the Mile High region for my political work. And then we got the link to the Rolodex and the link to submit your business is also in the description. So, we got Leonard Ajuda in the building. Salute, Leonard. Leonard's in the building. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke in New York, my niece. She calls me uncle, so I call her niece. Her call to action. Submit those letters and submit them emails so they can get that Freedmansboro off the ground in New York State for the freedmen out there, the New York freedmen, which I am a descendant of. Then we got support Lady Che's GoFundMe. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Standing with Josh and Family after shooting from Dalton, aka Chut the Bussy. Support our brother Josh's GoFundMe. The link is in the description. He's a hero. Then we got support me As you can see from the background, I am a candidate on the ballot for office. Support me for House of Representatives for the state of Colorado for House District 8. That's a historically Black district up until recently. It's been a historically Black seats in district up until recently. But they're doing rampant gentrification out here. But yeah, the link to the website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human, yeah, that's hilarious. When child to Jesus, but Jabus, okay. In all those 9 areas are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago, well, a little over a year ago now, at the age of 95, produced Justice.com. And when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, when you are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced Justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. The only racism that exists, Black family, don't let them gaslight you. The only racism that exists is racism, white supremacy. And it is a global system, and it is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by our late great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so happy belated now Malcolm X Day. We did a whole piece on him on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Make sure y'all go back and check the playback. But I'm going to start this show off with honoring our brother Malcolm. So our good brother Professor Black Truth going to give us an update on that once I get to share my screen.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Well, anytime you live in a society supposedly based upon law, and it doesn't enforce its own law because the color of a man's skin happens to be wrong, then I say those people are justified to resort to any means necessary to bring about justice where the government can't give them justice.
Today is May 19th. Or as we in the Blacc Media call it, the Day of Malcolm. Yes, his words from 1964 are every bit as relevant today as they were then, and it just goes to show you the reality of the world that we live in. Now, what Malcolm talked about, the excerpts that were chosen address 3 things. First, that if Black people stand up and fight back, then we would be surprised how many people, even in the dominant society, would actually feel that they should support us. Now, by support, that doesn't mean that they would like the fact that Black people are using force in our own defense. But what it does mean is that they would have to reckon with it. When Black people stand up and fight back, we make a statement that there's something wrong and that it's of such severity that we have to resort to physical means to stop it. Everybody knows that we're being mistreated. They've known it for the longest time. They depend on it. But as long as we confine our opposition merely to singing, marching, and holding hands, then they can always just brush it off and rationalize it and say, well, the situation can't be that bad. Look at what they're doing. That's why the 2020 uprisings produced results. Marching and chanting was what people had done in the years leading up to the murder of George Floyd. But it wasn't marching and chanting that changed things. What finally made the thugs in blue get regularly arrested, charged, and convicted was when the people began to rise up. See, it's your white liberals and your Negro bootlicks under them who tell you, oh, you're going to be losing white support if you decide to actually fight back. And yet, whenever we do, that's what gains support. That's because of the fact that nobody respects somebody who just lays down and takes abuse. It was people rising up, laying siege to the police's torture dungeons that they call precincts. That's what brought about changes because they had no choice but to reckon with it. By putting the police and these crooked prosecutors on the run, that was what broke the deadlock in the courts and damaged the racial nullification that these white prosecutors were relying on. Malcolm understood this fact 62 years ago.
I firmly believe in my heart that the day that the black man takes an uncompromising step and realizes that he's within his rights, when his own freedom is being jeopardized, to use any means necessary to bring about his freedom or put a halt to that injustice, I don't think he'll be by himself. I live in America where there are only 22 million blacks against probably 160 million whites. One of the reasons that I'm in no way reluctant or hesitant to do whatever is necessary to see that black people do something to protect themselves, I honestly believe that the day that they do, many whites will have more respect for them, and that there will be more whites on their side than are now on their side with these little wishy-washy love thy enemy approach that they've been using up to now.
When you start acting like there's a real problem, you'd be surprised who starts looking at your situation and saying, hey, there might be a problem here. But you don't get that from good twubba. You get that from getting into the enemy's face. Something else that Malcolm talked about, how the U.S. Congress is based on a seniority system and how this is a fundamental problem that reinforces the oppression we face. The seniority system is also at the core of why it is that the government is not even responsive to a number of the white people who depend on it for their daily bread.
Out of the 36 committees that govern the foreign and domestic direction of that government, 23 are in the hands of Southern racialists, men who in no way believe in the equality of man, and men who do anything within their power to see that the black man never gets to the same seat or to the same level that they are on. The reason that these men from that area have that type of power is because America has a seniority system. And these who have that seniority have been there longer than anyone else because the black people in the areas where they live can't vote. And it is only because the black man is deprived of his vote that puts these men in positions of power that gives them such influence in the government beyond their actual intellectual or political ability, or even beyond the number of people from the areas that they represent.
They don't understand it, but we do. The seniority system entrenches people, not based on competence, but based on how long they've been there. The United States is not a democracy. It's a lot of things, but a democracy is not one of them. But among the fascism and the ethnocracy that it is also a gerontocracy. Gerontocracy means the rule of the eldest, and not just a little bit older than the general population, people who are at least a generation older than the general population. This is done by design. The people with the most antiquated mentality, the people who are only good for collecting their bribes and doing as their paymasters say, old people are not about change. They're just about maintaining the status quo until they make it to the grave. Just look at Joe Biden, mentored by Southern segregationists. That's who mentored him when he was a young racist on Capitol Hill back in the late 60s. And how did Biden turn out? He never changed. He remained the same reprobate racist until he was just this wrinkled up bigot in the White House. They say there's no fool like an old fool. Well, Malcolm proved that he was never one to suffer any fool gladly, no matter what their age.
At any time you have a country, supposedly a democracy, and it can't enforce laws, even in the northernmost cosmopolitan and progressive part of it, that will benefit a black man, if those laws can't be enforced or that law can't be enforced, how much heart do you think we will get when they pass some civil rights legislation which only involves more laws? If they can't enforce this law, they'll never enforce those laws.
Malcolm also said that the problem isn't that the right laws haven't been written or that the right laws aren't on the books. That's the same lie that they told about qualified immunity. They run that game to see if black people are going to be silly enough to fall for it. Malcolm knew better. Even after the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, you still had the mess going on in New Bern, Alabama, where the state enshrined white misrule since the 1960s, and successive administrations of Democrats and Republicans alike totally ignored that and did absolutely nothing about it. They wouldn't even acknowledge that it existed. Black people had to solve that problem on our own. And when you look at the signature legislation of the 1960s, you see the same pattern. None of that was the result of these Democrats. It was the result of Black activists. Don't ever let anyone take your credit from you. Because when you allow somebody else to take credit for what you do, what that also means is they got you looking to them for what happens next. And if there's one thing that we should have learned from the post-civil rights period, it's that when you look to your oppressors for what comes next, the answer will be nothing. We allow the white media to lie and give credit to white politicians who were the main ones these Black activists were fighting against. Malcolm warned you not to do that. The issues that we're dealing with even now, Malcolm was calling it out decades ago. And before anyone says, but we did get the rights to vote, as a wise man once said, it means very little when Black people in the South cannot vote and Black people in the North have no one to vote for. Unless there's a candidate dedicated to your interest, then a ballot isn't power at all. The only thing it's good for is to let you choose which political prostitute is going to ignore you. Malcolm spelled out the rigged political charade of controlled opposition that comes from the so-called left. At no point did Brother Malcolm say anything about voting Republican or voting Democrat. He recognized that they're both on the same side against us. What he talked about was Black representation. Unless that's on the ballot, it's a waste of time. Malcolm also talked about the need for self-defense. Now, to the best of my knowledge, Brother Malcolm wasn't a handyman, but he always carried his power tools. And he didn't ask anyone's permission for that one either. And he didn't care who that made uncomfortable. That's a lesson that Black people failed to learn from Malcolm. He explained time and again that what makes people comfortable and what makes you powerful are usually opposites. And only a fool sacrifices their power for somebody else's comfort, especially people who are oppressing them. This is why the white media hated him. They ran a nonstop smear campaign against him even after he died. The white media tried to assassinate his character long before the white authorities assassinated him physically. And no, we're not silly enough to believe the official cover story that the white government fabricated. We think and act for ourselves, as he taught us to. We don't let the white media liars tell us who we are or who our heroes are or who we as foundational Black Americans are supposed to respect. They use their media to try to manipulate you.
A society which in 1964 has more subtle, deceptive, deceitful methods to make the rest of the world think that it's cleaning up its house, while at the same time the same things are happening to us in 1964 that happened in 1954, 1924, and in 1984. They came up with what they call a civil rights bill in 1964, supposedly to solve our problem, and after the bill was signed, 3 civil rights workers were murdered in cold blood. And the FBI head, Hoover, admits that they know who did it. They've known ever since it happened, and they've done nothing about it.
Part of that is to attack certain individuals so as to make it socially unacceptable for you to revere them. That's a form of mind control. Well, we're not trying to win some popularity contest with the dominant society any more than Malcolm was. Oh, we know all about mind control, all right. We control our minds. Corrupt systems don't give those they oppress the means to stop their oppression. That's the entire point of an oppressive system. It's a cage, one that's supposed to leave you no way out. Well, here's a clue. You don't ask permission to leave it, and you don't let them tell you what your options are. You make your own. We celebrate and venerate our heroes, who we choose on the days we choose. We don't ask, nor do we care what anyone else thinks. Juneteenth is our holiday, but white power is trying to co-opt it, the same as they did with Dr. King. They were fine with the holiday for him, more or less, so long as they got to lie about him and invent a phony baloney, non-threatening caricature of Dr. King that didn't truly exist. One that they could use and point and say, see, Dr. King wasn't trying to rock the boat. He wants you to love your enemies, not fight them. And for a while, at least until the Blacc Media came along, that distortion of Dr. King is what his image was perverted into. But now we're making it a point to remind you why they killed him, who the real Dr. King was. We don't show you a few select friends' dream. We show you the reality. We show you what his agenda was, to end white supremacy and to empower his people. And Malcolm was no different. Don't let the white media give you some lie that these men were somehow enemies. They were not. These men understood exactly what they were about. They differed as far as their tactics went, but the goal was exactly the same. And white supremacy's response to it was exactly the same. Malcolm's message was more direct, but no less frightening than Dr. King's. Recognizing our icons on our own terms is just like any other form of power. You don't ask your enemy for their approval. You ignore their objections and you just do what you gotta do. The essential selfishness of survival, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke called it. And now it's the essential selfishness of empowerment. So, family, today, make sure you devote some time to remembering our shining prince. Listen to some of his wisdom and make sure you turn up the volume so that the white supremacists within earshot hear it. And when the enemy asks you, "Why do you hate us?" you tell them, "Because a good man once taught us to know the difference between an angel and a devil."
I have more respect for a man who lets me know where he stands, even if he's wrong, than the one who comes up like an angel and is nothing but a devil.
All right. Shout out to the professor. That was beautiful. Yeah, RIP to Malcolm X, Malik El Shabazz, our fallen prince. He was definitely ahead of his time, and everything he was saying back in the 60s is still relevant today, Black family. It's crazy. So one of my favorite cartoons and speeches he did was the House Negro or Field Negro. So we'll play that, and I got some more video clips in regards to Malcolm X lined up, and then I'll get to the other business, which is political in California.
There was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, but he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, "We got a good house here," the house Negro said, "Yeah, we got a good house here." Whenever the master said "we," he said "we." That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, "What's the matter, boss?" "We sick. We sick." He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, "Let's run away, let's escape, let's separate," that house Negro would look at you and say, "Man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this?" That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today, because we still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, "I'm the only Negro out here." "I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You're nothing but a house Negro." And if someone come to you right now and say, "Let's separate," you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? Where you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say. Why, you left your mind in Africa. On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negro, those were the masses. There was always more Negroes in the field than there was Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. In the house, they ate high up on the hog. The Negro in the field didn't get nothing but what was left of the insides of the hog. They call them chitlins nowadays. In those days, they call them what they were, guts. That's what you were, a gut eater. And some of you all still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning till night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore cast-off clothes. He hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master. But that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority. And they hated his master. When the house caught on fire, he didn't try and put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he died. If someone come to the field Negro and said, let's separate, let's run, he didn't say, where are we going? He said, any place is better than here. You got field Negroes in America today. I'm a field Negro.
Yep, I am too. They consider us field Negroes or field hands. And we was out in the field. Oh, master. That spirit still lives on. Yeah, so that's like one of my favorite speeches by him. Now I got this next one for y'all. He warned us back in 1965 what was going to happen now in 2026.
Tonight, during the few moments that we have, we're going to have a little chat like brothers and sisters and friends and probably enemies too, about the prospect for peace or prospect for freedom in 1965. If you notice, I almost slipped there and said peace. Actually, you can't separate peace from freedom. No one can be at peace unless he has his freedom. You can't separate the two. And this is the thing that makes 1965 so explosive and so dangerous. The people in this country who in the past have been at peace and been peaceful were that way only because they didn't know what freedom was. They let somebody else define it for them. But today, 1965, you find those who have not had freedom and not in a position to define freedom. They're beginning to define it for themselves now. And as they get in a position intellectually to define freedom for themselves, they see that they don't have it. And it makes them less peaceful or less inclined toward peace.
Malcolm X opens this speech by confronting the false sense of peace in America. He questions who really benefits from the promises of freedom. His tone is sharp because the stakes are high. What he describes in 1965 still hits today: inequality, frustration, and the urgency to act. As the speech continues, he turns up the pressure. The next clips show him naming names, breaking down systems, and warning what's coming if things don't change.
So in discussing this topic tonight, prospects for freedom in 1965, I think we have to go back at least 12 years or 10 years to the time when the struggle of the black man in America began to be projected into the limelight, not only in this country, but throughout the world. It started primarily with the Supreme Court decision, so-called desegregation decision, and I should say so-called desegregation, so-called decision, because there has been some doubt as to what they really handed down. One of the main ingredients in the struggle of the black man in America for the past 12 years has been the Black Muslim movement. No one can deny the role that the Black Muslim movement has played in America during the past 12 years, has been one of the main ingredients in the stepped up militancy on the part of black people throughout this country. No matter what direction the Black Muslim movement itself was headed in, no matter what its own organizational philosophy was, and no matter what other people thought about it, no matter what their personal opinions were of the Black Muslim movement, still it cannot be denied that that movement, because of its uncompromising stand and uncompromisingly militant approach to things, forced other civil rights organizations to be more militant than they normally would have been, and forced many of the civil rights leaders definitely to be more militant than they ever would have thought of being. So the militancy of the black man in America during the past 10 years, in my opinion, can be traced largely to the existence and presence of the movement, which I'm referring to now for purpose of identification as the Black Muslim movement. Its contribution to the black struggle for freedom in this country was militancy. It made many of our people dare to get loud for the first time in 400 years. Many of the black leaders of the civil rights movement dare to get loud for the first time. I mean really loud, for the first time in nearly 400 years of our being in this country. They got more militant than they intended to be, and they made many of the people become more militant than they intended for the people to be. It had a chain reaction effect that actually got out of control somewhat, because the leaders themselves never intended and never do intend for our people to go too far. Their primary purpose in our midst has always been to contain our struggle, not lead our struggle. Proof of which, seldom are they seen until the irresponsible elements in the black community begin to explode. And then they go all the way around the country to grab one of them from wherever he's traveling and bring him in to cool things down, to tell us to be cool, or tell us to take it easy, don't rock the boat. This is their function. At least it has been up until recent times. They never have been put in the role that they're in with the intention by the one who puts them there of them leading us into any uncompromising and militant struggle. But the existence of some of the Muslim groups and the black nationalist groups that couldn't be controlled by the power structure downtown, and I only use the expression power structure downtown to keep from calling it what it actually is. These nationalist elements actually serve their purpose in that sense. They gave respectability to the civil rights groups and gave acceptability to the civil rights groups. 10 years ago or more, the NAACP was looked upon as a radical, leftist, almost subversive movement. And then when the Black Muslim movement came along, the power structure said, thank the Lord for Roy Wilkins and the NAACP. In the Congo also, the People's Republic of the Congo, headquartered at Stanleyville, fought the war for freedom against Chomby, who was an agent of Western imperialism. And by Western imperialism, I mean that which is headquartered in the United States, in the State Department. In 1964, this government, subsidizing Shambi, the murderer of Lumumba, and Shambi's mercenaries, hired killers from South Africa, along with the former colonial power Belgium, dropped paratroopers on the people of the Congo, used Cubans that they had trained to drop bombs on the people of the Congo with American-made planes, to no avail. The struggle is still going on, and America's man Shambi is still losing. All of this in 1964. Now, I'm speaking like this, it doesn't mean that I'm anti-American. I'm not. I'm not anti-American or un-American. And I'm not saying that to defend myself, because if I was that, I'd have a right to be that after what America has done to us. This government should be lucky that our people aren't anti-American. They should get down on your hands and knees every morning and thank God that 22 million black people have not become anti-American. Because if anybody has a right to be anti-American, we have. You've given us every right to. And the whole world would side with us if we became anti-American. You know, that's something to think about. But we're not anti-American. But we see we are anti or against what America is doing wrong in other parts of the world as well as his. And what she did in the Congo in 1964 is wrong. It's criminal. Criminal. And what she did to the American public, to get the American public to go along with it, is criminal. What she's doing in South Vietnam is criminal. She's causing American soldiers to be murdered every day, killed every day, die every day, for no reason at all. That's wrong. Now, you're not supposed to be so blind with patriotism that you can't face reality. Wrong is wrong no matter who does it or who says it. Now, if I'm anti-American for saying that, then Wayne Morris is anti-American. Church, senator from somewhere out there, is anti-American. A whole lot of them in Washington, D.C. is anti-American. So I'm just telling you what I read the good senators said. Also in 1964, China exploded her bomb, which was a scientific breakthrough for the oppressed people in China who suffered for a long time. I, for one, was very happy to hear that the great people of China were able to display their scientific advanced knowledge of science to the point where a country that is so backward, as this country keeps saying, and so, behind everybody, and so poor, could come up with an atomic bomb. Why, I had to marvel at that. It made me realize that poor people can do it as well as rich people. So all of these little advances were made by oppressed people in other parts of the world during 1964. These were tangible gains. And the reason that they were able to make these gains, they realized that power was the magic word. Power against power. Power in defense of freedom is greater than power in behalf of tyranny and oppression. Because power, real power, comes from conviction, and it produces action, uncompromising action. It also produces insurrection against oppression. This is the only way you end oppression, with power. Power never takes a back step, only in the face of more power. It doesn't do it power doesn't back up in the face of a smile or in the face of a prayer or in the face of some kind of non-violent, loving action. Power, it's not the nature of power to back up in the face of anything but some more power. And this is what the people have realized in Southeast Asia, in the Congo, in Cuba, in other parts of the world, that power recognizes only power. And all of them who realize this have made gains. Now here in America, it's different. When you compare our strides in 1964 with strides that have been made forward by people elsewhere all over the world, only then can you appreciate the great double cross experienced by black people here in America in 1964. The power structure started the new year out the same way they started that out in Washington the other day. Only now they call it, what's that, the Great Society? The Great Society. Last year, 1964 was supposed to be the year of promise. They opened up the new year in Washington, D.C., and in the City Hall and in Albany, talking about the year of promise. Promise that black people would make advances in education, we'd get better schools, better school facilities, better teachers, that jobs would open up, there would be less black people in the unemployment line, that in areas of the South where we formerly had not been able to vote, we would be able to register and vote, that we would become socially acceptable to those who in the past did not consider us socially acceptable. But by the end of 1964, we had to agree that instead of the year of promise, instead of these promises materializing, they substituted devices to create the illusion of progress. And 1964 was the year of illusion and delusion. We received nothing but a promise. We received nothing that would actually solve the problems that we were confronted by in January of 1964. In 1963, they had used a trick. One of their devices to let off the steam of frustration was the March on Washington. They used that to make us think we were making progress. Imagine marching to Washington and getting nothing for it whatsoever. But it shows you how shrewd the power structure is. It manipulates the people through the leaders, as long as the people believe in the leaders. In 63, it was the March on Washington. In 64, what was it? The Civil Rights Bill. Right after they passed the Civil Rights Bill, they murdered a Negro in Georgia and did nothing about it. Murdered 2 whites and a Negro in Mississippi and did nothing about it. So that the Civil Rights Bill has produced nothing where we're concerned. It was only a valve, a vent, that would enable us, that was designed to enable us to let off our frustration. But the bill itself was not designed to solve our problems. Since we see what they did in 1963 and we saw what they did in 1964, what will they do now in 1965? If the March on Washington was supposed to lessen the explosion, and the Civil Rights Bill was designed to lessen the explosion, that's all it was designed to do. It wasn't designed to solve the problem. It was designed to lessen the explosion. Because everyone in his right mind knows there should have been an explosion. You can't have all those ingredients, those explosive ingredients that exist in Holland and elsewhere where our people suffer, and not have an explosion. So these are devices to lessen the danger of the explosion, but not designed to remove the material that's going to explode. What will they give us in 1965? I just read where they plan to make a black cabinet member. Yes, they have a new gimmick every year. They're going to take one of their boys, black boys, and put him in the cabinet. so he can walk around Washington with a cigar, fire on one end and fool on the other end.
At this point in the speech, Malcolm X becomes even more direct. He doesn't soften his words. He doesn't try to sound diplomatic. He explains that power only responds to one thing: more power. It doesn't step aside when someone smiles. It doesn't change because someone prays. It doesn't move when someone chooses nonviolence. He says clearly that the nature of power is to keep control unless something stronger forces it to change. He uses examples from Southeast Asia, the Congo, and Cuba to show that people in other countries understand this. They have taken control of their own freedom by pushing back against power in ways that can't be ignored. He makes it clear that the people there are not confused about how real change happens. Then Malcolm shifts his focus back to the United States. He looks at 1964 not as a year of victory, but as a year of false promises. He says that Black people in America were promised better education, better jobs, and more political rights. He lists each promise: better schools, better teachers, more job opportunities, the right to vote, the hope of being accepted socially. But by the end of the year, none of it had come true. The government didn't deliver results. It delivered distractions. Malcolm calls 1964 a year of illusion and delusion. The people were told they were making progress, but nothing actually changed. Nothing was that in 1963, the March on Washington was used to cool things down. It was meant to let people feel like something big was happening, even though it didn't bring any real solutions. Then in 1964, the Civil Rights Act became the new symbol. But it didn't stop the murders in Georgia and Mississippi. It didn't stop injustice. It didn't fix anything. He says these actions weren't meant to help. They were meant to stop people from getting too angry. The government wasn't trying to remove the reasons for rebellion. It was trying to manage emotions. Malcolm calls them what they are: tools, tricks, not answers. Finally, he asks the most important question. If they used the March on Washington to quiet people in 1963 and used the Civil Rights Bill to do the same thing in 1964, what will they try next? He says there should have already been an explosion because the pain, the rage, and the injustice are still there. The government hasn't dealt with the root problems. It has only tried to stop people from reacting. Malcolm wants the audience to understand that these so-called solutions were never meant to solve anything. They were designed to delay the response. They were created to buy time. He warns that time is running out.
Have the causes that made it slow in 63 been removed? The causes are still there. How can you sit around and naively, in such a naive way, and make yourself think that things are getting better when the causes that created the bad conditions still remain? The only one whose problem is solved is the leader. They get the peace prize, while the people have no peace. Or as he himself said, while he's up on the mountain, the people are in the valley. I'm going to tell you why it's going to flow. And then bring my little talk to a close. In 1964, 97% of the Black American voters supported Lyndon B. Johnson, Hubert Humphrey, and the Democratic Party. 97%. No one minority group in the history of the world has ever given so much of its uncompromising support to one candidate and one party in the history of the world. No one people, no one group has ever gone all the way to support a party and its candidate as did the people, the Black people in America, in 1964. Look how many people voted for Goldwater. Over 26 million. Why, when you deduct the non-white people from the total white population, you'll find out that white people were almost evenly divided between Goldwater and Johnson. Yes. Go get the total number of voters in this country and find out how many of them are white. Deduct the non-whites, the Puerto Ricans, and the Negroes and the others, and you'll find out that white people didn't support Johnson like they want to brag that they did. The non-whites went for him 97%. And the first act of the Democratic Party, Lyndon B. included, in 1965, when the representatives from the state of Mississippi, who refused to support Johnson, came to Washington, D.C., and the black people of Mississippi sent representatives there to challenge the legality of these people being treated. What did Johnson say? Nothing. What did Humphrey say? Nothing. What did Robert Pretty Boy Kennedy say? Nothing. Nothing. Not one thing. These are the people that black people have supported. This is the party that they have supported. Where were they when the black man needed them last couple of days ago in Washington, D.C.? They were where they always are, twiddling their thumbs someplace in the pool room or in the gallery. So black people in 1964 will not be controlled by these Uncle Tom leaders. You believe it? They won't be held in check. They won't be held on the plantation by the overseers. They won't be held in the corral. They won't be held back at all. The frustration of these black representatives from Mississippi when they arrived in Washington, D.C. the other day, thinking, that the great society was going to include them, only to see the door closed in their face like that. That's what makes them think. That's what makes them realize what they're up against. It is this type of frustration that produced the Mau Mau. They reached the point where they saw it takes power to talk the talk. It takes power to make power respected. It takes madness almost to deal with a power structure that's so corrupt. So corrupt. So in 1965, we should see a lot of action. Since the old methods haven't worked, they'll be forced to try new methods. If you read the article in this week's U.S. News and World Report, which is not the best magazine in the world, where it does tell, though, that the Big Six, they call themselves the Big Six, the leaders of the black community who have been endorsed by the white community, the Big Six, they themselves are turning to Africa. Dr. King, Farmer, all of them are admitting that the problem of the black man in America is inseparable from the problem of the African. Dr. King and Mr. Farmer and the others, Roy included, Uncle Roy, are admitting that the problem of that the black man cannot get dignity in America until the black man has dignity on the mother country. They're admitting this. They're admitting that the roots of the black man in America are still in Africa. They're admitting this. I was shocked to see them admit so much so soon, so publicly. I was shocked to see that they will say in public what they've always agreed to in private. I was shocked. But it shows that they themselves are undertaking a revolutionary approach to the problem. They're beginning to see that the problem of the black man in America no longer is a Negro problem or an American problem. It's a world problem. When they begin to identify our struggle with the struggle of the brothers on the mother continent, then these big six, Uncle Roy, are seeing the necessity of internationalizing the problem. Now, either they have to deny it or confirm it. But I don't think this magazine would say all what it has said and quote them too. Here it has Dr. King saying, there is a growing willingness among U.S. Negroes to identify with the Africans. There is a sense of pride as American Negroes see positions of importance in the United Nations, accorded courtesies which American Negroes are not accustomed to receiving in their own country. Dr. King taught. He was up on the mountain. And he's there beginning to see that's the only way the black man in this country will ever get any solution to his problem. It will have to be a solution which the government in Washington has no hand in, because the government can't solve the problem. The government consists of crackers from Mississippi and Georgia and Alabama and Arkansas and Texas. So they are beginning to see that it is not we who should be taking our problem to Washington, but it is we who should be taking Washington to the United Nations. It is not we who have committed the crime. It is not we who have committed the crime. It is our government that has committed the crime. Our government has failed to protect our lives, to protect our property, to give us proper education. It has failed to even give us the proper facilities for education. It has failed to house us. It has failed, as the men there in the book up in Boston, when they dumped all the tea in the sea, taxation without representation has got to go. So I say in my conclusion, to read from another newspaper, many of you say, well, would we have the right to take the problem of the black man in this country before the UN? I say yes, because here it says, this was in the Post a couple days ago. The Post is a New York paper, represents itself as liberal, which is a misrepresentation. It says, House asked to condemn Soviet treatment of Jews. Representative Halpern of Queens urged the House today to condemn what he termed the odious and discriminatory treatment of the Jewish community in the Soviet Union. He drafted resolutions for introduction that would condemn Russia for the persecution of Jews and place the House on record as favoring continued American efforts to obtain through the UN world condemnation and prohibition of anti-Semitism in treaty form. Soviet policy, Halpern said in a prepared speech, involves a premeditated effort to stamp out Jewish culture and religion. It is a deliberate policy, but also a secretive one. If this representative voted into office, probably by many people sitting right here, can go to Washington, D.C. and get that house, that governmental body, to stick its nose in what's happening to 3 million people all the way on the other side of the world, and have that government brought into the United Nations and condemned for its abuse of the rights of those 3 million people, I say that the 22 million black people in this country are justified and within our rights to ask our brothers on the African continent to take this government into the United Nations and protect us.
Malcolm X pulls no punches. He doesn't end with hope. He ends with clarity. He starts by exposing the massive political loyalty Black Americans showed in 1964. 97% voted for the Democratic Party, believing it would defend their rights. He points out how no other group in history has ever given such full support to a party or candidate. He highlights this number not to celebrate it, but to question it. He wants the audience to understand how one-sided the support was and how little was given in return. He moves from the election to the betrayal. When representatives from Mississippi came to Washington to challenge the seating of racist officials, Black leaders who were supposed to stand up stayed silent. Not a word from Lyndon Johnson, Hubert Humphrey, or Robert Kennedy. These are the same people who Black voters supported without hesitation. But when it was time to return that support, when it mattered, they were absent. The message is not subtle. He wants people to stop waiting for these figures to deliver anything. He wants them to stop trusting in people who have repeatedly shown they cannot be counted on when it matters most. He also calls out the so-called Black leaders. He says they will no longer control the people, not with fear, not with respectability, not with the same old plantation mentality. The leaders who were once respected are now being questioned because their loyalty often lies with the people in power, not the people they claim to represent. Malcolm shows that even these leaders are starting to realize that the problems faced by Black Americans are connected to global struggles. He notes that even Dr. King and others are beginning to admit that the fate of Black people in America is tied to what happens in Africa and across the world. This moment in the speech is important. Malcolm is no longer just criticizing the American government. He's now shifting the focus to international ground. He argues that the fight is no longer just an American issue, it's a global issue. He says the United States government has committed crimes against its own citizens and has failed its own people. The government has failed to protect Black lives, failed to provide proper education, failed to guarantee safety, and failed to deliver basic rights. These aren't mistakes. He calls them crimes, and crimes should be brought before the world. He builds his case by pointing to a real example, a U.S. representative demanding the United Nations condemn the Soviet Union for its treatment of Jewish people. Malcolm uses this to make his point. If the United States can go to the United Nations to defend 3 million Jews in Russia, then why can't 22 million Black people in America demand the same level of international attention? He says clearly that the case of the Black American belongs at the United Nations because the problem is not just domestic, it is global. It involves human rights, not just civil rights. Malcolm closes by calling for international action. He says it is no longer about taking our problems to Washington. It is about taking Washington to the world stage. The American government has already proven it will not fix the problem. So now it's time to expose the government itself. That's where he leaves the audience. Not with comfort, but with direction. He doesn't offer false hope. He offers a path forward that is rooted in truth, not illusion. If you found this valuable, please take the time to like the video, subscribe for more, and hit the bell so you don't miss the next one. Drop your thoughts below. We would love to hear from you. Thank you for watching.
And do the same for Frontline Black News. All right, I think I got like 1 or 2 more for y'all.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We want it now, or we don't think anybody should have it.
So whatever kind of action program can be devised to get us the things that are ours by right, then I'm for that kind of action no matter what the action is. I don't think when a man is being criminally treated that some criminal has the right to tell that man what tactics to use to get the criminal off his back. When a criminal starts misusing me, I am going to use whatever necessary to get that criminal off my back. And the injustice that has been inflicted upon Negroes in this country by Uncle Sam is criminal. Don't blame a cracker in Georgia for your injustices. The government is responsible for the injustices. The government can bring these injustices to halt. And what you and I have to let the man know is we are peaceful people. We are loving people. We love everybody who loves us. But we don't love anybody who doesn't love us. We're nonviolent with people who are nonviolent with us. But we are not nonviolent with anyone who is violent with us.
But when someone attacks you, when someone comes at you with a club, when someone comes at you with a rope, when someone comes at you with a gun, despite the fact that you've done nothing, he tells you, suffer peacefully. Pray for those who use you despitefully. Be long-suffering. And how long can you suffer after suffering for 400 years? The most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women. That whenever a people come to the conclusion that the government which they have supported proves itself unwilling or proves itself unable to protect our lives and protect our property because we have the wrong color skin, we are not human beings unless we ourselves band together and do whatever, however, whenever is necessary to see that our lives and our property is protected. And I doubt that any person in here would refuse to do the same thing were he in the same position. I'm speaking as a black man from America, which is a racist society. No matter how much you hear it talk about democracy, it's as racist as South Africa or as racist as Portugal or as racist as any other racialist society on this earth. The only difference between it and South Africa preaches separation and practices separation. America preaches integration and practices segregation. This is the only difference. They don't practice what they preach. Whereas South Africa preaches and practices the same thing. I have more respect for a man who lets me know where he stands, even if he's wrong, than the one who comes up like an angel and is nothing but a devil. And the only way we can bring about a change is to talk the kind of language, speak the language that they understand. The racialist never understands a peaceful language. The racialist never understands the nonviolent language. The racialist, he's spoken his language to us for 400 years. We have been the victim of his brutality. We are the ones who face his dogs that tear the flesh from our limbs, only because we want to enforce the Supreme Court decision. We are the ones who have our skulls crushed, not by the Ku Klux Klan, but by policemen, only because we want to enforce what they call the Supreme Court decision. We are the ones upon whom water hoses are turned with pressure so hard that it rips the clothes from our back. Not men, but the clothes from the backs of women and children. You've seen it yourself. Only because we want to enforce what they call the law. Well, anytime you live in a society supposedly based upon law, and it doesn't enforce its own law because the color of a man's skin happens to be wrong, then I say those people are justified to resort to any means necessary to bring about justice where the government can't give them justice. Let us remember that we are not brutalized because we're Baptists. We're not brutalized because we're Methodists. We're not brutalized because we're Muslims. We're not brutalized because we're Catholics. We're brutalized because we are black people in America. They put Moses in jail. They put Daniel in jail. Why, you haven't got a man of God in the Bible that wasn't put to jail when they started speaking out against exploitation and oppression. And once the white public is convinced that most of the Negro community is a criminal element, then this automatically paves the way for the police to move into the Negro community, exercising Gestapo tactics, stopping any black man who is on the sidewalk, whether he is guilty or whether he is innocent, whether he is well-dressed or whether he is poorly dressed, whether he is educated or whether he is dumb, whether he's a Christian or whether he's a Muslim. As long as he is black and a member of the Negro community, the white public thinks that the white policeman is justified in going in there and trampling on that man's civil rights and on that man's human rights. Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate, you should ask yourself who taught you to hate being what God gave you. And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down. We declare our right on this earth to be a man, to be a human being, to be respected as a human being, to be given the rights of a human being in this society, on this earth, in this day, which we intend to bring into existence by any means necessary.
That's right, by any means necessary. We're going to get our reparations, we're going to get our freedom, we're going to get our liberation. So yeah, shout out to Malcolm. So I got one more for y'all. One or two more actually on Malcolm.
America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. So-called Negroes, second-class citizens, ex-slaves. We have a common enemy. We have this in common. We have a common oppressor, a common exploiter, and a common discriminator. So once we all realize that we have this common enemy, then we unite on the basis of what we have in common. And what we have foremost in common is that enemy, the white man. He's an enemy to all of us. I know some of you all think that some of them are enemies. Time will tell.
What you're about to hear is one of the most powerful speeches ever given about race, power, and betrayal in America. In 1963, Malcolm X stood in front of a black audience in Detroit and spoke truths America was never ready to hear. He called out the white man for what he really was, an oppressor, a liar, and a thief. The speech was called Message to the Grassroots, and it was the very speech that tore straight through the lies America was built on. Give this video a like to show your support, and subscribe so you never miss any blazing truth they wanted kept hidden from us. Now let's continue this explosive reckoning, straight from the mouth of Malcolm X.
I would like to make a few comments concerning the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution. There's a difference. Are they both the same? And if they're not, what is the difference? What is the difference between a black revolution and a Negro revolution? First, what is a revolution? Sometimes I'm inclined to believe that many of our people are using this word revolution loosely, without taking careful consideration what this word actually means and what its historic characteristics are. When you study the historic nature of revolutions, the motive of a revolution, the objective of a revolution, and the result of a revolution, and the methods used in a revolution, you may change words. You may devise another program. You may change your goal and you may change your mind. Look at the American Revolution in 1776. That revolution was for what? For land. How was it? Why did they want land? Independence. How was it carried out? Bloodshed. And the only way they could get it was bloodshed. The French Revolution, what was it based on? The landless against the landlord. What was it for? Land. How did they get it? Bloodshed. Was no love lost. Was no compromise. Was no negotiation. I'm telling you, you don't know what a revolution is. Because when you find out what it is, you'll get back in the alley. You'll get out of the way. The Russian Revolution, what was it based on? Land. The landless against the landlord. How did they bring it about? Bloodshed. You haven't got a revolution that doesn't involve bloodshed. And you're afraid to bleed. I said you're afraid. As long as the white man sent you to Korea, you bled. He sent you to Germany, you bled. He sent you to the South Pacific to fight the Japanese, you bled. You bleed for white people. But when it comes time to see your own church is being bound and you're brought together, you bleed when the white man says bleed. You bite when the white man says bite. And you bark when the white man says bark. I hate to say this about us, but it's true. How you gonna be nonviolent in Mississippi as violent as you were in Korea? How can you justify being nonviolent in Mississippi and Alabama when your churches are being bombed and your little girls are being murdered, and at the same time you're gonna get violent with Hitler and Tojo and somebody else that you don't even know? If violence is wrong in America, violence is wrong abroad. If it's wrong to be violent, defending black women and black children and black babies and black men, then it's wrong for America to draft us and make us violent abroad in defense of her. So I cite these various revolutions, brothers and sisters, to show you, you don't have a peaceful revolution. You don't have a turn the other cheek revolution. There's no such thing as a nonviolent revolution. Only kind of revolution that's nonviolent is the Negro Revolution.
The truth is, white America taught us to celebrate revolutions soaked in blood, so long as the blood wasn't theirs. They cheered for uprisings in France, China, Algeria, even their own. But when black people demand justice, they call it extremism. Malcolm exposed the double standard that kept us pacified while they built empires on stolen land and broken backs. Every real revolution in history has been violent, except one, the Negro Revolution. And now you're about to know why in the next part of his speech.
The only revolution based on loving your enemy is the Negro Revolution. The only revolution in which the goal is a desegregated lunch counter, a desegregated theater, a desegregated park, and a desegregated public toilet. You can sit down next to white folks on the toilet.
That's no revolution. Revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence. Land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. The white man knows what a revolution is. He knows that the black revolution is worldwide in scope and in nature. The black revolution is sweeping Asia, sweeping Africa. It's rearing its head in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution, that's a revolution. They overturned the system. Revolution is in Asia. Revolution is in Africa. And the white man is screaming because he sees revolution in Latin America. How do you think he'll react to you when you learn what a real revolution is? You don't know what a revolution is. If you did, you wouldn't use that word. A revolution is bloody. Revolution is hostile. Revolution knows no compromise. Revolution overturns and destroys everything that gets in its way. It's based on land. A revolutionary wants land so he can set up his own nation, an independent nation. These Negroes aren't asking for no nation. They're trying to crawl back on the plantation. When you want a nation, that's called nationalism. When the white man became involved in a revolution in this country against England, what was it for? He wanted this land so he could set up another white nation. That's white nationalism. The American Revolution was white nationalism. The French Revolution was white nationalism. All the revolutions in Asia, in Africa today are based on what? Black nationalism. A revolutionary is a black nationalist. He wants a nation. If you're afraid of black nationalism, you're afraid of revolution. And if you love revolution, you love black nationalism.
What many haven't realized is that the white man only gave us scraps and called it freedom. They kept the land, the wealth, the power, and told us we'd won because we could ride the same bus or pee in the same stall. But as Malcolm X said, these are not progress. A real revolution doesn't beg for space inside the empire. It burns the empire down and builds something of its own. What you're about to hear next is what they've always feared: black nationalism, unfiltered. This is the part they scrubbed from history books: the house Negro, the field Negro, and the war still being waged between them.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro. Back during slavery, there was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, "We got a good house here," the house Negro would say, "Yeah, we got a good house here." Whenever the master said "we," he said "we." That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, "What's the matter, boss?" "We sick. We sick." He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, "Let's run away, let's escape, let's separate," that house Negro would look at you and say, "Man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this?" That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today, because we still got some house niggas running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, "I'm the only Negro out here." And if someone come to you right now and say, "Let's separate,"
You say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? Where you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say.
He made it clear. There are still house Negroes walking among us, not chained by force, but chained in the mind, the kind that defends the system because they get to sit a little closer to it, the kind that sees the master's comfort as their own. Malcolm X reminds us that this is not freedom. You'll understand more as he goes into the contrast with the field Negro.
On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negro, those were the masses. There was always more Negroes in the field than there was Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. In the house, they ate high up on the hog. The Negro in the field didn't get nothing but what was left of the insides of the hog. They call them chitlins nowadays. In those days, they call them what they were, guts. That's what you were, a gut eater. And some of you all still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning till night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore cast-off clothes. And he hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master. But that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority. And they hated the master. When the house caught on fire, he didn't try and put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he died. If someone come to the field Negro and said, let's separate, let's run, he didn't say, where are we going? He said, any place is better than here. You got field Negroes in America today. I'm a field Negro. The masses are the field Negroes. When they see this man's house on fire, you don't hear these little Negroes talking about our government is in trouble. They say the government is in trouble. Imagine a Negro, our government. I even heard one say our astronauts. They won't even let him near the plant. And our astronauts, our Navy, that's a Negro that's out of his mind. That's a Negro that's out of his mind. Just as the slave master in that day used Tom, the house Negro, to keep the field Negroes in check, the same old slave master today has Negroes who are nothing but modern Uncle Toms, 20th century Uncle Toms, to keep you and me in check, keep us under control, keep us passive and peaceful and nonviolent. That's Tom making you nonviolent. It's like when you go to the dentist and the man is going to take your tooth. You're going to fight him when he starts pulling. So they squirt some stuff in your jaw called Novocaine to make you think they're not doing anything to you. So you sit there and because you got all that Novocaine in your jaw, you suffer peacefully. Blood running all down your jaw. And you don't know what's happening because someone has taught you to suffer peacefully. The white man do the same thing to you in the street. When he want to put knots on your head and take advantage of you and don't have to be afraid of you fighting back, he get these old religious Uncle Toms to teach you and me. They're just like Novocaine, suffer peacefully. Don't stop suffering, just suffer peacefully. As Reverend Cleek pointed out, let your blood flow in the streets. This is a shame. And you know he's a Christian preacher. If it's a shame to him, you know what it is to me. Because nothing in our book, you call it Koran, teaches us to suffer peace. It teaches us to be obey, respect everyone. But if someone says hand on you, send them to the cemetery.
an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and a head for a head, and a life for a life. That's a good religion. And then anybody, no one resents that kind of religion being taught but a wolf who intends to make you his meal. The white man in America, he's a wolf and you a sheep. Anytime a shepherd, a pastor, teach you no man, and at the same time teachers don't fight the white man, he's a traitor to you and me. Don't lay down our life all by itself. No, preserve your life. It's the best thing you got. And if you got to give it up, let it be even Stephen.
The field Negro knew exactly who the enemy was. He didn't confuse abuse for discipline or oppression for order. He didn't waste time asking for a seat. He wanted to burn the whole structure down. Some would argue that Malcolm was promoting violence and discord, yet he was just promoting fairness and was exposing just how much the system had kept us docile.
The slave master took Tom and dressed him well and fed him well and even gave him a little education. Gave him a long coat and a top hat and made all the other slaves look up to him. Then he used Tom to control them. The same strategy that was used in those days is used today by the same white man. He take a Negro, so-called Negro, and make him prominent, build him up, publicize him, make him a celebrity, and then he becomes a spokesman for Negro and a Negro leader. I would like to just mention one thing else quickly, and that is the Black Revolution. They're used against the Black Revolution. When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost as a leader, plus even financially. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble, plus it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson. In Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders began to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes whom you recognize of national stature. They controlled you, but they never incited you or excited you. They controlled you, they contained you. They kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money. And then he accused King and Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened. I got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and Farmer started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature begin to attack each other, they begin to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, and right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops down in Birmingham. So, and right after that, Kennedy got on the television and said, this is a moral issue. That's when he said he's going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about they were going to boycott it or filibuster it, then the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the black revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. Scared the white man to death. Scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C. to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, y'all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. A matter of hours went by. They had a meeting at the Carlisle Hotel in New York City. The Carlisle Hotel is owned by the Kennedy family. That's the hotel Kennedy spent the night at 2 nights ago. Belongs to his family. A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Currier called all the top civil rights leaders together at the Carlisle Hotel and told them that by you all fighting each other, you're destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what's known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it. And we'll use it for fundraising purposes. Let me show you how tricky the white man is. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Powell was talking about it down at the Cobo today. This is what he was talking about. Powell knows it happened. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it, with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six, and told them that after the march was over, they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for. And they've nothing but Frank James and Jesse James and brothers. As soon as they got the setup organized, the white men made available to them top public relations experts. Opened the news media across the country at their disposal. And then they began to project these Big Six as the leaders of the march. Originally, they weren't even in the march. You was talking this march talk on Hastings Street. Is Hastings Street still here? On Hastings Street. You was talking the march talk on Lenox Avenue, and down on Fillmore Street, and Central Avenue, and 42nd Street, and 63rd Street. That's where the march talk was being talked. But the white man put the Big Six ahead of it, made them the march. They became the march. They took it over. And the first move they made after they took it over, they invited Walter Reuther, a white man. They invited a priest, a rabbi, and an old white preacher. Yes, an old white preacher. The same white element that put Kennedy in power. Labor, the Catholics, the Jews, and liberal Protestants. Same clique that put Kennedy in power joined the March on Washington. It's just like when you got some coffee that's too black, which means it's too strong. What you do, you integrate it with cream. You make it weak. If you pour too much cream in, you won't even know you ever had coffee. It used to be hot, it becomes cool. It used to be strong, it becomes weak. It used to wake you up, now it'll put you to sleep.
They took the fire out of the revolution and sold it back to us cold. That's what Malcolm was exposing. White America took the movement, bought it, dressed it up in a suit, handed it a microphone, and made it their own. They took the rage in the streets and funneled it through their approved voices, voices they picked, paid, and placed. They gave us leaders who could calm us, not free us.
This is what they did with the March on Washington. They joined it. They didn't integrate it, they infiltrated it. They joined it, became a part of it, took it over. And as they took it over, it lost its militancy. They ceased to be angry. They ceased to be hot. They ceased to be uncompromising. Why, it even ceased to be a march. It became a picnic, a circus. Nothing but a circus with clowns and all. You had one right here in Detroit. I saw it on television with clowns leading it, white clowns and black clowns. I know you don't like what I'm saying, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I can prove what I'm saying. If you think I'm telling you wrong, you bring me Martin Luther King and A. Philip Randolph and James Farmer and those other three and see if they'll deny it over a microphone. No, it was a sellout. It was a takeover. When James Baldwin came in from Paris, they wouldn't let him talk because they couldn't make him go by the script. Burt Lancaster read the speech that Baldwin was supposed to make. They wouldn't let Baldwin get up there because they know Baldwin liable to say anything. They controlled it so tight, they told those Negroes what time to hit town, how to come, where to stop, what sign to carry, what song to sing, what speech they could make and what speech they couldn't make, and then told them to get out of town by sundown. And every one of those Toms were out of town by sundown. Now, I know you don't like my saying this, but I can back it up. It was a circus, a performance. It beat anything Hollywood could ever do. The performance of the year. Ruther and those other three devils should get an Academy Award for the best actors because they acted like they really loved Negroes and fooled a whole lot of Negroes. And the 6 Negro leaders should get an award, too, for the best supporting cast.
And that's the reality that not many of us knew. Yes, they can say they freed us. They can say that they now treat us like equals. But in reality, the same system that locked us out only opened the gates on their terms, in their language, and for their comfort. They chose the rules, they chose the pace, and they chose the leaders we were allowed to follow. What looked like progress was often a carefully staged performance. They gave us access, but not autonomy. They handed us seats, but not power. And though we are now free by their law's definition, Malcolm X knew what we lost: the chance to make them uncomfortable, the chance to wake up the masses. The fire of rebellion was doused with empty slogans, paychecks, and ceremonies, anything to keep us from shaking the foundation. And for refusing to be their puppet, Malcolm X was labeled the threat. But the only threat he posed was to the lie that America was ever built on justice, the lie that freedom was ever freely given, the lie that obedience would one day earn us equality. After delivering that explosive speech, Malcolm X's life took a dramatic and dangerous turn. He broke from the Nation of Islam, exposed its corruption, and built new movements rooted in Black self-determination and global unity. But without the nation's protection, he became an open target. His home was firebombed. A week later, in 1965, he was killed while speaking to his people. He died not because he lied, but because he told too much truth. And yet they silenced the man, but not his message. His words still echo in every street that's still segregated by poverty, in every school that fails Black children, and in every system designed to protect power, not people. Malcolm warned us that revolution is not about comfort. It's about courage. It's about knowing the enemy and refusing to play their game. And now that you've heard the truth they feared, the real question is, will you keep it to yourself, or will you let it wake others up too? If you found this video enlightening, give this video a like and share it with someone who needs to hear it. And don't forget to subscribe so you never miss any hard truth that our people deserve to know. Thank you for staying with us till the end of this powerful speech and breakdown. See you in the next one.
This goes back to a Malcolm X talk that I was listening to, where I was just like, man, it's so interesting that you don't hear enough about this man. You don't really hear about him in school. There's not, I don't think, a day on the calendar for him, even though some people have, of course, made the day themselves. But is it something that the federal government acknowledges? Of course not. But it's like, yo, man, to hear this brother talk about things that were going on in the 60s, late 50s, and this is at the time that this whole MK Ultra thing is going on too. So you know they watching this man. You know they watching. And it's like, yo, the things that he's saying are still somewhat relevant, or shall I say relevant today. And what he's saying is just so clear and so concise that it's like, how could this message not be out there more? And when I listen to hip hop, and then you go back and you listen to Malcolm X talks, it's like, yo, man, hip hop is lost right now, yo. It's completely lost. Let me just play one of these clips.
Well, take equality first. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't teach us to associate equality with whites. Equality has nothing to do with whites. We don't want to be equal with the white man. He's not the criteria or yardstick by which equality is measured. He's not in a position to tell us we are equal. It's not his right. It's not his to do. Equality, we want equality. We had equality before the white man was created. We had equality before the white man came into existence. And we want equality whether the white man is on this earth or not. Equality means the opportunity to develop all of our dormant potential, all of our dormant capability. And in developing this dormant capability, the right and the ability to stand on this earth on some land of our own and bring about a civilization and a society in which we will be completely independent, complete freedom to take care of the needs, to take care of the wants and the likes and the dislikes of our people, to establish our own nation, our own society, our own heaven, our own future. This is what we mean by freedom, by equality. And justice means as you sow, so shall you reap. If you do wrong, you'll get wrong in return. And if you do right, you'll get right in return. When you're in your own nation, in your own land, you're in a position to get justice. But when you're in another man's country, in another man's land, under another man's flag, and under another man's government, and under another man's court system, you have to look to that other man for justice, and you'll never get it. And Negroes in this country probably are authorities on that.
Yeah. That right there. One part that Malcolm X said that was really just wow, that I never heard really anybody talk about. I think this was goes back to a Malcolm X talk that I was listening to, where I was just like, man, it's so interesting that you don't hear enough about this man. You don't really hear about him in school. There's not, I don't think, a day on the calendar for him, even though some people have, of course, made the day themselves. But is it something that the federal government acknowledges? Of course not. But it's like, yo, man, to hear this brother talk about things that were going on in the 60s, late 50s, and this is at the time that this whole MK Ultra thing is going on too. So you know they watching this man. You know they watching. And it's like, yo, the things that he's saying are still somewhat relevant, or shall I say relevant today. And what he's saying is just so clear and so concise that it's like, how could this message not be out there more? And when I listen to hip hop, and then you go back and you listen to Malcolm X talks, it's like, yo, man, Hip hop is lost right now, yo. It's completely lost. Let me just play one of these clips.
Well, take equality first. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't teach us to associate equality with whites. Equality has nothing to do with whites. We don't want to be equal with the white man. He's not the criteria or yardstick by which equality is measured. He's not in a position to tell us we are equal. It's not his right. It's not his to do. Equality, we want equality. We had equality before the white man was created. We had equality before the white man came into existence. And we want equality whether the white man is on this earth or not. Equality means the opportunity to develop all of our dormant potential, all of our dormant capability. And in developing this dormant capability, the right and the ability to stand on this earth on some land of our own and bring about a civilization and a society in which we will be completely independent, complete freedom to take care of the needs, to take care of the wants and the likes and the dislikes of our people, to establish our own nation, our own society, our own heaven, our own future. This is what we mean by freedom, by equality. And justice means as you sow, so shall you reap. If you do wrong, you'll get wrong in return. And if you do right, you'll get right in return. When you're in your own nation, in your own land, you're in a position to get justice. But when you're in another man's country, in another man's land, under another man's flag, and under another man's government, and under another man's court system, you have to look to that other man for justice, and you'll never get it. And Negroes in this country probably are authorities on that.
Yeah. That right there. One part that Malcolm X said that was really just wow, that I never heard really anybody talk about. I think this was filmed, it says, at Berkeley in 1963. And the part where he speaks about how our people, black people, people of color, need to get off of this land and go back and live in our own natural civilization where, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I got to go back and re-listen to this part at least a few times because it's so deep. And like I said, I've never really heard people quote this part of Malcolm X. I even saw the movie. And then the fact that you hear the way hip hop music sounds today, and like I said, you go back and you listen to this speech that Malcolm made, it really makes you think like, whoa, we ain't talking about this in the hip hop. Not at all. Not at all. You guys are going to have to go back and watch that video and do some of your research because I'm not going to get too deep into that. But the information is out there. The information is out there, and it's kind of obvious. It's kind of obvious, but what a crazy time in hip hop. What a crazy time. It's like the Black Panther movement, right? That started in, when did the Black Panther party start? Looks like it was founded in 1966, okay? So that's like around the time when you had the MK Ultras, the FBI, the CIA doing all their craziness. So from what I've read in documents before, the Black Panther Party was broken up, destroyed and killed all the leaders and stuff, did some scandalous stuff. And then all of a sudden now you have the Bloods and the Crips that form out of this. But like I heard in that other Vlad interview, the Bloods and the Crips form out of this, and then there's street rules, and there's certain things you can't do. But then once the internet got a hold of hip hop, it's like shit just started going crazy then. And now it seems as if there's no rules. Everybody's just out there acting, doing things, reacting. There's no types of rules right now. Yeah, man, it's real interesting to me how hip hop, and I believe I heard KRS-One say this, that hip hop has the power to not only bring people together, but it brings all cultures nationalities, religions, political beliefs. You see all that in the same room, you know, especially when you at a concert or a festival or whatnot. You see everybody coming together. And I'm pretty sure the government went and said, or the FBI or whoever you want to call it, probably was like, yo, this thing is powerful and we need to infiltrate it. Cueing the Mos Def and Talib Kweli, Black Star.
I said 1, 2, 3. It's kind of dangerous to be an MC. This shot Tupac and Biggie. Hold your head when the beat drop. Why?
Yeah, I mean, yo, man, that's some truth right there and some music. Dead Prez too. What happened to them? Yeah, you see, it's obvious, man, that the system is designed to keep these rappers that were actually saying some intelligent things in their music and talking about, you know, hey, this is what's going on, and storytelling is so hard to find these days, or really so hard to listen to these days. I mean, I don't really think that anybody is really saying this in music except for maybe Jay-Z, because he was there. He was there. He's like one of the only few from that generation, other than Nas and a few others, that are still here but relevant today, like still dropping good music, like putting out music that people are, I would believe, for the most part, are checking for. But even then, and then that also goes to the crazy Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion case, where the father's calling out Jay-Z and the whole Rock Nation, and it's just like, yo, I agree on. I mean, I got to look at both sides of that table. Interesting, where he maybe wanted more assistance from the team to help his son. Or some people, I think, of the conspiracy theories are saying he didn't want to sign with Rock Nation, and that's why this happened, which I don't know if that's true. But, hey, they out there, the conspiracy theories. But the other thing is that, yo, what does Jay-Z got to do with a grown man shooting a young woman? I mean, if that's what happened, allegedly, as everybody's saying nowadays. So, or I don't know, or, you know, maybe he got found guilty, so maybe that's that. The whole thing is just crazy, man. But this is the point here, is that this is what hip hop is centering around. And the words to express this, I feel like you got to tread carefully with, because a lot of stuff seems to also be that they do not want the information to get out. And right now, as Alex Jones put it, we are in an info wars, and they are suppressing the information. Who is they, is what we always ask. Who is they? It's obviously some people that are in control here, that are running the scenes and want to dictate where the mentalities go. Maybe we should save this for another video where we get even deeper in, because I want to just start dropping content out on this, because I feel like hip hop needs this right now. And rap music, and even KRS said this back in 95 or somewhere around there in the 90s, where he was like, yo, rappers are in danger. Man, this was in the 90s, yo. So a lot of rappers predicted where we are going, or where we are at right now and where we are headed. And they predicted this like 20 years ago. OC said that too, right? In Time's Up.
What's in the future for the fusion and the change? Rappers are in danger. Who will use wits to be a remainder?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In California, 2 teenage gunmen fatally shot 3 people on Monday at the Islamic Center of San Diego, the largest mosque in San Diego County. Among the dead was a security guard, now identified as Amin Abdullah, a father of 8.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's just going to keep rolling on. All right, so yeah, RIP to Malcolm X. May he rest in big power. He would have been 101 as of yesterday. So moving along, we have the situation in San Diego, California. So Democracy Now! And Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
Who police say played a pivotal role in saving lives, particularly children's lives. The suspects, aged 17 and 19, were found dead from apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds in a car near the scene. Police are investigating the attack as a hate crime. Law enforcement officials told CNN hate speech was scrawled on one of the weapons. A suicide note that contained writings about racial pride was also found, according to officials. CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, noted the attack comes as anti-Muslim bias complaints reach their highest level on record, with 8,683 complaints filed nationwide. This is Taha Hussein, the Imam and Director of the Islamic Center of San Diego.
My community is mourning. This is something that we have never expected to take place. But at the same time, the religious intolerance and the hate, unfortunately, that exists in our nation is unprecedented. All of us, we are responsible for spreading the culture of tolerance, the culture of love. All of us, we are responsible from whatever position we have as parents, as media people, as elected officials, as law enforcement, as religious leaders. All of us, we can do something to protect our nation, to protect our society. And please, I have one request to the media. Stop sharing the picture of the victims. Let the families mourn. Let them pray, as we do always at the Islamic Center of San Diego. It's a house of worship. It's not a battlefield. Come on. People come to the mosque to pray, to socialize, to celebrate, to enjoy their time together. Muslims and non-Muslims alike, everyone have been always welcomed. Our doors are always welcomed. We never ask people when they show up at the door of the Islamic Center, we never ask them whether you are a Muslim or not, who are you? Because everyone is welcome. So let's do our best to spread this culture of love and tolerance and sympathy for the sake of this nation, for the sake of the future generation.
That was Taha Hussein, the Imam and Director of the Islamic Center of San Diego, attacked on Monday. Police said they'd begun a search for the two teenage gunmen 2 hours before the attack, after the mother of one of the shooters called police. This is San Diego Police Chief Scott Wall.
She believed her son was suicidal, and she began to share information that several of her weapons were missing. Her vehicle was missing, in addition to her son. She also said that her son was with a companion, and that they were dressed in camo, and that is not consistent with what we would typically see from somebody that is suicidal.
That's the San Diego Police Chief. We're joined now by Linda Sarsour, Palestinian-American Muslim organizer, friend of the Imam at the Islamic Center of San Diego, author of We Are Not Here to Be Bystanders, and co-founder of Empower Action Fund. Linda, thanks so much for joining us again, but under these incredibly sad circumstances. The guard has just been named who was killed by the gunmen themselves apparently dead of self-inflicted wounds. Can you talk about what you heard yesterday and your reaction as it was unfolding? You're a friend of the Imam.
I immediately saw a tweet on X that said that there was a shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego, and I immediately texted Imam Taha Hussein, who's an old friend of mine, and I said, "Are you okay?" And he immediately called me back and said that we are in a lockdown right now. There's been an active shooting. At that moment, he had not known about all the fatalities, but they did know about Brother Amin Abdullah, who was the armed security guard of the mosque and a father of 8 and a wonderful, incredible human being that I also had the honor and privilege of meeting myself. There are also 2 other adult males that were also killed in the shooting. One of them is Brother Mansour, also known as Abu al-Izz. He is an elder, a caretaker of the mosque, also was running the Islamic bookstore at the mosque, and just a beloved kind of uncle in the community. Another one is Brother Nadid. Brother Nadid is a neighbor of the mosque, a congregant, someone who is heavily involved in the mosque itself. It's just a very devastating experience. There was also about 200 kids in a pre-K to 3rd grade Islamic school that is a part of the Islamic Center of San Diego, who are also on lockdown, hiding under, hiding under desks and closets. And if it wasn't for Brother Amin Abdullah and these brothers that came out to put their bodies on the line, we could have had many more fatalities, and many of them could have been small children in this country. So even though the children are safe, thank God, they are forever going to live with this trauma of knowing that their mosque was attacked because they were Muslims.
I was watching as parents wept also, talking about how Amin had saved their children, that the kids, the first thing they look forward to going to school in the morning is seeing him there.
That's right. That's who he was, and this was his job. As a matter of fact, a few days before this horrific shooting, he had made a post on social media, on Facebook, and said something like, a lot of people look for fame, they look for financial stability, they look kind of for the worldly things. But for him, he just wanted to be a good Muslim, and he wanted to meet his Lord as pure as he was when he was a baby. And that is his last message that people saw on social media. Imam Taha, also the director of the Islamic Center, who was in the building when this happened, he was on the 2nd floor, is an incredible ally. He's someone who is very well known in the immigrant rights movement, in the San Diego economic justice movement. He's often at many rallies. This is a mosque that has opened its doors to the community. They literally have open mosque day, where anyone in the community can show up to the mosque, and they are opened. They are welcomed with open arms. They have film screenings. They do like community events. They do festivals. Like, this is the epitome of a mosque that shows our true values as Muslims in community and in solidarity. So it's just devastating, and no house of worship should have to ever experience this.
You were with Imam Taha Hussein just a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Imam Taha is a national leader. He is part of many of the movement work that I do. He's someone that we go to as an Islamic scholar to help guide us through the social justice and work that we do. And we were in Dearborn just a few weeks ago. He was there as a mentor to many Muslim organizers in this country. And he's someone that I've spoken on many panels with. We do the Muslim Student Association conference in California. Just someone who's always at the right place at the right time, and very encouraging, and of women leadership in our community, of youth leadership in our community. And so it's just devastating to see that his mosque was targeted as someone who has poured so much into our community and movements.
Can you talk about what you understand the mom of one of the alleged shooters? Kane Clark was, I believe, 17.
Mm-hmm.
He was with Caleb Vasquez. These 2 now dead teenagers have been identified. How the mom got in touch with the police hours before. I think she had a cache of weapons, but she saw her guns gone and her car gone, and her kid was dressed in camo with the ammo. And as the mayor, as the police chief said, even though he had left a suicide note, that is highly suspect when they're putting on camo, obviously.
I mean, we can't deny, Amy, that there's been increased political rhetoric against Muslims in this country, and the ways in which Muslims are treated. Even after this horrific shooting, right-wing MAGA accounts, some of them verified, some of them high profile, have begun conspiracy theories or have actually blamed the mosque itself for their own shooting that happened there. It is absolutely horrific to see the ways in which elected officials, anywhere from Randy Fine to the members of Congress who have started this, what they call the Sharia Free Caucus, people are not held accountable for their anti-Muslim hate. Anti-Muslim hate is one of the few types of bigotry in this country that is acceptable. You don't lose your job. There's no consequences for it. And here comes a 17-year-old who is probably brought into all this propaganda. He's wrote a suicide note. The officials are saying that there was hate rhetoric scrolled on the weapons, which also tells me how long were your guns missing? How long did it take him to scroll, hateful, rhetoric on guns? Also, how is the mother storing her guns? Did you just leave them around? Was there no key? Was there no way for this to be protected so that your child does not go out and kill innocent people at a mosque? So there's something very, strange that's happening here. But I will say this about the 17-year-old and also a 19-year-old. I'm sad, Amy, for them. I really am sad. They're too young for this type of hate. And the fact that it drove them to the point where they went to a mosque and they shot innocent people and could have shot children. I mean, the fact that there's an Islamic school, if it wasn't for Brother Amin and the brothers that interfered, we literally could have had dozens of children who would have been literally shot and killed. And the thing is, we've seen this before. We saw it in Sandy Hook. We saw it in Uvalde. And so for me, I'm just like, it's a issue around, let's end this anti-Muslim hate. Let's make sure that there are consequences for people who propagate this hate, for media outlets who propagate this hate. And also, let's get some sensible gun reform. How did this mother get were they registered guns? How was she storing them at home? How did your son wear where did your son get Cameo from? Like wearing, the whole thing it just seems like it just doesn't make sense.
During a televised news conference on Monday, a woman disrupted the news conference just as San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria was beginning to speak of emboldening what she called Zionist propaganda.
Thank you.
Direct result of your leadership! Your leadership! Our Muslim brothers and sisters have been talking to you for how long? You have to listen to them, Todd. Just like you did with ICE.
It's
was
Trump.
golden
Trump
ICE.
hates
Was
me.
golden Zionist propaganda. And you'll keep doing it as long as it lines up.
So after that, the mayor began speaking, but she referred to him as Todd, which was his first name. Linda Sarsour, I don't know if you could make out what she was saying, but if you could respond.
She was saying basically to him that this is that you're part of the problem, that this is because you've emboldened this hateful rhetoric. Like, she was basically holding him accountable. Mayor Todd, in the course of genocide, has condemned Palestinian organizers. He condemned Palestinian students. He would never show up to any events led by Palestinian American or Muslims that were related to the genocide in Gaza. And he continued to vilify folks that organized around the genocide. And he is someone who has aligned himself with right-wing Zionists and others. So I think, again, who you ally with as a leader of a city, right, like San Diego, tells me where you stand. If you're going to be willing to stand with people who are condemning, vilifying, dehumanizing people who are standing up for justice for the Palestinian people, then you're part of the larger problem that we have here, which is reaffirming anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian, and anti-Arab hate. You know this, Amy, in this country. People don't know the difference between a Muslim, Arab, or a Palestinian. And that's the problem here. And so all these things are conflated. In the past, this mosque has been targeted during genocide by right-wing media. There was a New York Post article that just literally got published yesterday after a horrific shooting that basically said the shooting that happened at an Islamic center with a history of controversy. Like, they're instead of reporting the news, they're telling us that there's a controversial mosque here. What does that have to do with what is happening to these people?
The far-right political activist, Trump ally Laura Loomer, posted a message on X on Monday reading, "The mosque that was, quote unquote, supposedly shot up today. Just remember, the people who attend this mosque want us all to be killed. We will be told they are such amazing people. I'm not advocating for violence. I condemn violence. I'm showing you how evil this mosque is and always has been. It should be raided by ICE and the FBI," she tweeted. In a follow-up tweet, Laura Loomer called for the DHS to, quote, deport every Muslim in America back to the Middle East, unquote. Your response, Linda.
And this is exactly what across the entire internet. That's it. This is the conspiracy theories blaming us for the tragic and horrific shooting that has happened at this mosque. And this is the kind of rhetoric that's acceptable. No one else, Amy, would be able to say something like Laura Loomer about any other religious community. Again, for us, it's acceptable. Her posts won't get taken down. There will be no consequences for Laura Loomer. But here we have 3 adult men, beloved in their community, in an incredible mosque where their neighbors love them. There are people that have come out and spoken about them, pastors, rabbis, those that have visited this mosque and know that this mosque is a community center. It's a beloved place. I've been there so many times, Amy. It's so incredible. It's one of the most diverse mosques in all of America, from the African continent, from South Asia, from the Arab world, from converts in the United States of America to Latino Muslims. They have Spanish-speaking programs. I mean, it's just an incredibly beautiful place. They welcome the formerly incarcerated. This is the kind of people that they are. Imam Taha is one of the most incredible leaders we have in this country, and it's just despicable that we allow this kind of rhetoric, especially after a horrific shooting.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yes, I'm going to dive deeper into this. So Brother Tariq going to give us an update on why the teenagers targeted a mosque in San Diego.
We have an event at the Hidden History Museum. We have the Memorial Weekend mic drop. It's going to be jam-packed and it's going to be action-packed and fun-filled, and I want to see your face in the place. Get your tickets right now. The tickets are very reasonable. It's going to be a very reasonable, nice event. Nice, good vibes, good energy. Get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. And I love TikTok Shop, by the way. First thing we got to talk about, family, where are my California people? California, raise your hand. California, if you're in California, raise your hand, especially SoCal. Yeah, there was a tragedy that happened down in San Diego. It was a tragedy down there in San Diego. Shout out to San Diego. I'm glad most of the people are safe down there. There was a pew-pewing in San Diego at a mosque. What's up, Panamera? I see you. There was a pew-pewing, a mass pew-pewing at the Islamic Center of San Diego. That's the city's largest mosque. Yeah, some white tee supremacist suspects, some young ones, some teens, some white tee teens. They went in there with the blickies and start busting off. The names of the suspects are 17-year-old Kane Clark and 18-year-old Caleb Vasquez. All right. Remember that last name, Vasquez. Now, according to reports, both of these suspects were found unalived in a video a few blocks away. It might have been self-inflicted wounds. So what they did, they just came up there, opened fire on the Islamic Center. One of the brothers, there was a security guard there who looked like he was a black brother, was a black man. They unalived him. They're investigating it as a hate crime. I got to watch my words here. I love TikTok Shop. One suspect's mother called and said that her son was missing along with her car and her firearms. All right. So this is very interesting. So these two white tee males did this heinous shooting, pew-pewing. I got to watch my words. TikTok, I hate that. I got to be very tempered with my words here. But the media, you know what the media is not doing? The media is not pathologizing the violence. These young white tee males, when they commit these heinous acts of domestic terror, Oops, I got to watch my words because I love TikTok Shop. I got to watch my words because they'll hit you with a ding if you say stuff like that. So I got to tiptoe around the language here, so y'all bear with me. But when they commit acts like this, the media starts scrambling for a psychological excuse. They'll try to frame it as mental health. They'll claim the shooters were suicidal, or they'll look for some individual flaw to explain away the violence. So the crimes are always immediately individualized. It's never a cultural thing. If a black person jaywalks, well, oh, goddamn, the fatherlessness in the home, it gets into, we're all complicit. Anything some random Negro does, we're all complicit. Now, when these people sit up here on 4chan and all of these white supremacist websites getting radicalized all damn day, and then go out here and carry out these acts, everybody acts surprised and dumb. Like the next chud, the builder ain't running around here who's been online nonstop telling people exactly what they're going to do. Now, these guys, by the way, there was a quote unquote suicide note, and they're being very close to the chest about what's in this note, but they said that the note was about, it had something about racial purity in it. So that's that white supremacist talk. I want to see what the rest of this damn note says. You know, I want to see what the rest of the damn note says. But they've already admitted that these guys were talking about racial pride and all that. That's that white supremacist talk. And they're going to try to frame them as troubled individuals instead of people part of a larger cell of these online white supremacists who sit online and get radicalized and then take this stuff out in the streets. See, this is why we got to get this crime bill. We're going to have to get very serious about a crime bill, a foundational Black American justice bill. We're going to have to get very serious about that, because a lot of these people get to fester online with this nonsense and then go run out here and act it out. It could have been nipped in the bud early on. They know who these people are. They know their little networks online where they sit up here denigrating us all day. And again, they're trying to frame this as a religious difference. But from, again, the brother who got on alive was a black brother, from what I understand, from what he looks like. Yeah, some of the chud soldiers out here. And another thing, I was just talking about the other day, the whole white tea Hispanic narrative, how they try to act like they're not white tea. And again, the last name Vasquez are one of the suspects. Don't be confused by that. Hispanic is an ethnicity. It's not a race. There are white tea Hispanics. I keep telling people this. A lot of these white tea supremacist groups and white tea supremacist terror cells have Hispanics in them. And again, the number one white tea supremacy in the country right now, the most vocal one, is damn Nick Fuentes. Black folks, don't be fooled thinking that you have a minority coalition with somebody because they have a Hispanic name. Man, do not get fooled by that at all. You see? The fact that they left this suicide note behind, talking about some racial pride, that shows you what race they identify with. You see, that's that white tea supremacist stuff. See, the media tries to use a Hispanic surname to try to give the illusion that it couldn't be white tea supremacy. Oh, no. They're minorities. Don't you get it twisted. Modern white tea supremacy came out of Spain over here to the New World. All right. The Spanish, they were the first with those racial blood laws and all that old stuff. I talk about that in my book, FBA Race Beta. Go get my book, FBA Race Beta. You can get it at officialfba.com, or you get it on Amazon. But I break all that stuff down. I broke that down years ago. How modern white supremacy came out of Spain. And I really, really broke it down. But understand, man, a lot of these people, they want a proximity to whiteness. See, white tea supremacy, that's a structural system. And many people with these Hispanic backgrounds, they racially identify as white tea and align themselves with white tea supremacy. And this is not new. Go look at some of these Latin organizations like LULAC. That's one of the biggest Latin American organizations, man. Back in the 50s and 60s, they told us exactly how they felt about the Black community. They were like, all this stuff, the Negro problem is not our problem. They were infamous on the distancing themselves from us and trying to get in good with white society. And then after the civil rights gains that we had to fight for on our damn own, because everybody wants to come take credit for the civil rights gains now. Don't let them do that. Everybody wants to come with. There was a couple of Mexicans and Puerto Ricans were there, and you had the Brown Panther. Man, shut the hell up. We had to get it out the mud on our own. We didn't really have no damn backup. The only people who were being martyred was us. Who else? What other groups were being martyred? They weren't blowing up Puerto Ricans in churches. We were getting blown up. We had to fight these folks on our damn own. They weren't spraying Mexican kids with water hoses. They were doing it to our kids. And we had to fight them back. You understand? Their leaders weren't getting assassinated. Ours were Dr. King, Malcolm, Medgar Evers, Black Panthers. So yeah, I don't like people coming around here trying to act like they have equal stock in the game. We got blood in the game. You understand? Don't let nobody come in and swoop up. All of our bloody bodies and corpses are laying on the ground, and then all of a sudden somebody with some booty shorts come along talking about, yeah, civil rights for LGBT. Clock that T. We all in this together. No, nigga. No. You see? People who didn't really put in no work, you come and scoop up all the benefits from our suffering and sacrifices. No, that's disrespectful, and we have to call that stuff out. The Democrats are very good at doing that too, by the way. But another thing that's very interesting, you know, a few days ago in DC, they made an announcement. Where my DC people? Where my DC people? Federal government. Hold on. Let me listen to my dogs, make sure they ain't out here doing some bullshit. Where my DC people? And y'all hit tap the screen, man. Let's get these hearts up. We only got 22,000 hearts, family. Let's get 200,000 hearts immediately, please. Can we do that, ladies and gentlemen? Let's get 200,000 hearts. All you got to do is tap the screen. Everybody tap that screen. Let's get those 200,000 hearts up in this piece. All right? Let's get it. Christine, you said you got something to say? Okay, Christine, I get you on. What you got to say, Christine? Christine Miller. All right, Christine, hop on. You got something to say? Hop on in, Christine.
Okay, I want to cam up. How do I cam up?
Let's cam on up. Let me invite you.
I hope you don't roast me. Don't roast me, Uncle. Can
There
you see
you go.
me?
There you go. Oh, go ahead, baby hairs. I like it. There you go. Was that a nigga up in there with you? Hold on. Was that a nigga in there?
No, there's nobody here with me. Hopefully
Okay,
it's you. Shit.
Okay.
But
Hold on,
okay,
look
so
like-
you remember the other day when I told you I had reported the Africans to the IRS and other sources for whistleblower fees. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been getting whistleblower fees. But what I don't like about some of my FBA spaces is they try to tell you what to do. I love my FBA people. They say, don't dox anyone or anything like that. But like, if someone is coming to our country and in our hospitals, in like areas that they're not supposed to be in, secure areas, why wouldn't we? Why should we be scared? That's what I don't like, Turk.
It gets, just doxing people, that kind of jeopardizes.
Well, I'm a dox them. And I got my 45 will enter the chat if there's any problem. That's all I got to say.
Oh, well, that's not my MO. I wouldn't do that.
That is mine. I'm from Texas.
Oh, there you go. Well, thank you, dear. But yeah, it kind of, you dox people. That's kind of a violation on certain social media spots. So yeah, sometimes doxing people can kind of get into legalities that can get you hemmed up. So I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'll just say that. I wouldn't do that. Okay. But thank you, beloved. But again, I was talking about D.C., Washington, D.C. They did a press conference talking about there's some kind of new law where they're going to start going after the parents. They're doing the same shit that Kamala was doing, but now the right wingers are doing it. They're going to start going after the parents of quote unquote delinquents who go around the city committing crimes. Have y'all heard about this, my DC people? Have y'all heard about this? Y'all heard about that? Yeah, they just did a press conference about that. And basically they're gonna, that's a way to target black families because, you know, DC is full of black people. So that seems like a way to target the black families out there. And my thing is they want to try to weaponize parental responsibility against the black households, basically. That's why they're trying to do these little dog whistles. Talking all that broken home, and they're trying to pathologize black parenting. The root of the problem is the broken homes, and they want to use the law to compound the destruction of the households out there and turn a social issue into a pretext of mass incarceration. Because these jails are struggling, right? They need more people in these jails. So they want to try to penalize black mothers and black fathers for systemic failures that they didn't create. Now, here's the thing. They ain't talking about doing that to the parents of these white shooters or pew-pewers. I love TikTok Shop. Let me watch my language. I love TikTok Shop. Now, the white tee pew-pewers, they ain't talking about hemming up their families. And there's a damn pew-pewing every other week by one of these folks. And they're getting their parents pew-pews. You know, they give them this little de facto immunity. Yeah, they get this heavy, yeah, black kids, you hang out too late. They're talking about hemming up parents of black kids who miss school. They're talking about doing that in DC. That's what Kamala was doing out here, by the way. So the Democrat shills, don't come out here with your, oh, yeah, see, I told y'all what MAGA and them gonna do. No, Kamala was doing the same damn thing out here in California. So sit your ass down. I don't even, before y'all even think about standing up. I love TikTok Shop. So yeah, they're talking about even if kids start missing school, they want to come criminalize the parents. Now, when these kids from the dominant society, they go out here and pew-pew up a mosque, pew-pew up a mass, a store or a school, you never hear about them doing anything to the parents. Never. It's always, well, something went wrong. It's always some sympathy. Well, the mother didn't give him a hug. Well, they were on behavior drugs. It's really it's big pharma. It's big pharma. It's the Ritalin that did it. Oh, shut up. They got a million excuses. You know? So we got to watch these people, man. Watch the game that they're playing out here, ladies and gentlemen. Watch the con. Let me get some more family in here. Let me get some more folks in here. That's what they were trying to do with Jeffrey Dahmer. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that Netflix movie with Jeffrey Dahmer? In the movie, they kept trying to put little stuff in there to explain why he was crazy as cat shit, eating niggas. They kept trying to explain. Well, Jeffrey's mother, while he was pregnant, there was a drug that his mother was on that wasn't hell out of here. See, they don't never talk about some drug that a black person was on except crack. You know, oh, he must have been crack. He was on crack. They only do that with the white people. I love TikTok Shop. Yeah, they tried to explain for Jeffrey Dahmer. They've been trying to explain for him for years, for him doing all that wild stuff. And they always try to make it seem like he was some kind of criminal murdering mastermind who evaded the police with his intelligence. No, he wasn't. He was just a run-of-the-mill white tea supremacist who moved into a black area, and they just turned a blind eye to Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't no mastermind. He wasn't a mastermind of nothing. They just didn't go in his house. They just never, all they had to do was open his damn refrigerator. He wasn't no mastermind. I hate when they try to do that. All they had to do was open up his damn refrigerator. And the black community kept telling them what was going on with Jeffrey Dahmer. Remember? They just turned a blind eye, which is what they always do when it comes to us. They just turn a blind eye. You're not a mastermind. It's called white tea supremacy. The sister who was like a neighbor living in the same apartment complex as Jeffrey Dahmer, they said that woman called the cops about 200 times. We've been telling folks on, they've been telling the police on Jeffrey Dahmer. They just wouldn't do nothing. That sister was like, hey, look, something is going on with this white boy. Y'all need to come do something. He always cooking. I don't ever see his ass buy no groceries. Go in there and see something. Something is happening with his ass. This sister was begging for them to go do something. They wouldn't do nothing. Yeah. Man. So that's the game they played.
Tonight, root work tonight, root work tonight, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight. Feeling fresh from the morning light. Root work hit me, I'm set for the night. Look good, smell right. Yeah, I'm that type. I gotta let the world know I got that root work tonight. Root work tonight. Yeah, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight.
More breaking news to get to. One of the key figures of the O.J. Simpson trial has died. Mark Furman, who found the glove, has passed away. Our Mark Corderolas is live at the newsroom with the details. Mark?
Yeah, David, good afternoon. You mentioned, and many may remember, it was Furman who found the infamous bloody glove, and he was certainly controversial himself. Today, we learned that he died at the age of 74. He actually passed away last Tuesday. He served as an LAPD detective for 20 years before a felony conviction for perjury related to the OJ trial. Furman was accused of planting one of the gloves as a racist effort to frame Simpson for the killings. He testified that he had not used a specific racial slur in 10 years. Multiple witnesses and an audio recording refuted his testimony, which resulted in a perjury conviction. Furman went on to have a career as a New York Times bestselling author and a TV analyst. A county coroner in Idaho is investigating his death. We don't know the cause or specific location. Live here in the newsroom, Mark Corderolas, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Giovanna, David, back to you.
Mark Furman, the former LAPD detective who testified to finding the bloody glove at O.J. Simpson's Brentwood estate, has died. Furman became a polarizing figure in the O.J. Simpson murder trial, and his credibility came into question as the defense raised the possibility of racial bias.
Furman died of an aggressive form of cancer. He was 74. KTLA's Sandra Mitchell here now with a look back at his role in the trial of the century. Sandra?
Cher, even 31 years after the jury returned its verdict, many still react to the mention of Mark Furman. Now, we have learned the former LAPD detective passed away 6 days ago in Idaho. Tonight, I talked with another former detective who was on the OJ case and Nicole Brown Simpson's sister.
A polarizing figure in the O.J. Simpson murder trial.
Mark Furman, M-A-R-K, F-U-H-R-M-A-N.
Mark Furman, the LAPD detective who found the bloody glove and was later accused of planting it, has died.
Well, I was kind of shocked. I didn't, of course, I didn't realize that he'd been sick.
Former fellow LAPD Detective Tom Lang told KTLA tonight that he was sorry to hear about Furman's death, and even his use of racial slurs played a role in that 1995 not guilty verdict.
I've seen a lot of the evidence ignored and a lot of personal issues come to the forefront. I think that's too bad.
He never admitted to it or apologized to it, never tried to explain it. But I do understand that there's worth in every human being. So I'm not going to badmouth him one way or the other.
Simpson was acquitted of the murders of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend Ron Goldman. And Furman was later convicted of perjury and banned from law enforcement.
Another chapter of Nicole is gone. It's sad because it's a part of my history and it's a part of my trauma.
Tonight, Nicole Brown Simpson's sister Tanya told us her thoughts are with the Furman family.
He went through a lot. I think LA kind of turned their back on him. A lot of people did. I'm not defending what he did at all, but I just don't think one person should be judged by one bad mistake that they've done in their life.
Tanya Brown told me before she heard the news today, she was already struggling because tomorrow would have been Nicole's 67th birthday. By the way, Mark Furman later became a best-selling author and a TV analyst. Micah, back to you.
And here too, live now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. Another breaking news story out of Southern California as a former Los Angeles police detective who played a central role in the 1995 O.J. Simpson murder trial, Mark Furman, has passed away at the age of 74. Furman battled an aggressive form of throat cancer. This a post from TMZ here on Live Now from Fox, as the central role in that case actually won the key figure discovering a bloody glove at the Simpson Rockingham estate, of course, during the trial of the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. Furman was a central person in this case. Prosecutors say the item matched the glove found at the scene where the two victims were murdered. And obviously so much tying back to that is Furman's involvement in the case, and the trial later led to significant controversy and damaged his credibility after audio recording surfaced in which he used racial slurs. As we followed, despite previous denying such conduct under oath, the defense argued that the tapes raised questions about his credibility and whether evidence in the case had been properly handled. The defense also used the recordings to suggest that Furman may have planted the bloody glove to frame Simpson. Furman was accused of lying on the witness stand and was convicted of perjury in 1996, making him the only person associated with the case to be convicted of a crime related to the trial. Despite the controversy surrounding the case, Furman was described as a very smart detective, while adding he wasn't always entirely accurate. After retiring from the LAPD in 1995, he remained in the public eye as a true crime author and talk show radio host. So Mark Furman, a central figure, a face, a name, a voice, so familiar to people. If you watched that O.J. Simpson trial back in the mid-90s, he was actually the one to discover the bloody glove at the Simpson estate, passing away at the age of 74 after battling an aggressive form of throat cancer. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this.
The world of true crime and American legal history was shaken by the reported death of former LAPD detective Mark Furman at the age of 74. Known globally for his controversial role in the historic O.J. Simpson murder trial, Furman remained one of the most talked about and debated figures in modern criminal justice history. Reports state that he passed away after battling an aggressive form of cancer. For many people, his name instantly brings back memories of courtroom drama, shocking testimony, racial controversy, and one of the most televised murder trials ever seen in America. But beyond the headlines and controversy was a man whose life journey moved through military service, police work, media attention, public disgrace, reinvention, and ultimately a quiet final chapter far from Hollywood. Early life and childhood. Mark Fuhrman was born on the 5th of February 1952 in Eatonville, Washington, USA. He grew up during a turbulent era in American history, one shaped by political unrest, social division, and changing attitudes toward law enforcement. His parents divorced when he was young, and much of his childhood was spent adapting to instability and change. As a teenager, Fuhrman developed a strong interest in discipline and military culture. At just 18 years old, he enlisted in the United States Marine Corps during the Vietnam War era. Though he did not become a combat legend, his military service helped shape the strict, aggressive personality that later defined much of his police career and rise in LAPD. After leaving the military honorably in 1975, Fuhrman joined the Los Angeles Police Academy and officially became part of the LAPD. He entered policing during one of the most difficult periods in Los Angeles history, when crime rates, racial tensions, and public distrust of police were all rising. Over the years, he developed a reputation as a determined and experienced detective. However, he also became associated with aggressive policing methods and controversial conduct. Internal psychological evaluations from the early 1980s revealed troubling statements and personal frustrations that later resurfaced publicly during the Simpson trial. Despite criticism, Fuhrman continued serving in the LAPD for years and eventually became involved in the case that would forever define his legacy: the O.J. Simpson trial and worldwide fame. In June 1994, the murders of Nicole Brown, Simpson, and Ron Goldman shocked America. Football superstar O.J. Simpson became the central suspect in what would become one of the most famous criminal trials in history. Fuhrman played a major role in the investigation and famously discovered the bloody glove that prosecutors claimed connected Simpson to the murders. Initially, he appeared to be a strong witness for the prosecution, but the case dramatically changed when audio recordings surfaced revealing Fuhrman repeatedly using racist language, directly contradicting his testimony under oath. The revelation destroyed much of his credibility in court. Defense attorney Johnny Cochran used the controversy to argue that Fuhrman may have planted evidence against Simpson, an accusation Fuhrman consistently denied. Eventually, Simpson was acquitted in criminal court, and Fuhrman later pleaded no contest to a felony perjury charge for lying during his testimony. He became the only person criminally convicted in relation to the trial. Life after the trial. After retiring from the LAPD in 1995, Fuhrman moved away from California and attempted to rebuild his life. He settled in Idaho and reinvented himself as a writer, radio host, and television commentator. He authored several true crime books, including Murder in Brentwood, where he discussed the Simpson case and defended his actions. Over time, he also appeared frequently on television networks discussing criminal investigations and forensic analysis. Even decades later, however, the shadow of the O.J. Simpson trial never fully disappeared. In 2024, California officially barred him from ever serving again in law enforcement due to his prior misconduct conviction. Family and personal life. Throughout his life, Mark Fuhrman kept much of his private world away from cameras. Reports indicate he was married multiple times and preferred a quieter life after leaving Los Angeles. Friends and associates often described him as intelligent, disciplined, and deeply affected by the media storm surrounding the Simpson case. Critics saw him as a symbol of deeper problems inside American policing, while supporters believed he became a scapegoat in one of the most politically charged trials of the century. No matter the perspective, few could deny that his life became permanently intertwined with one of America's most unforgettable legal battles. Mark Fuhrman net worth. At the time of his reported death, estimates placed Mark Fuhrman's net worth between $2 million and $4 million. Much of his income reportedly came from book sales, television appearances, radio hosting, consulting work, and media commentary following his retirement from police service. Although controversy followed him for decades, his name remained recognizable worldwide, ensuring ongoing public interest in his books and interviews. Death news and cause of death. According to multiple reports, Mark Fuhrman died on the 12th of May 2026, at the age of 74. Sources close to him revealed that he had been suffering from an aggressive form of cancer, with some reports specifically identifying throat cancer as the cause of death. His death quickly spread across news outlets and social media, reviving conversations about the unforgettable O.J. Simpson case and the enormous cultural impact it had on America during the 1990s. While many remembered him as a controversial figure, others reflected on how deeply the case changed the lives of everyone connected to it. Emotional tribute. The death of Mark Fuhrman closes another chapter connected to the O.J. Simpson era, a period that changed American television, law enforcement, race relations, and courtroom culture forever. For some, he will always remain a controversial detective whose actions damaged public trust. For others, he was a flawed man caught in an explosive national storm that transformed his life forever. History will likely continue debating his role for generations to come. But with his passing, the world is reminded once again how one criminal case altered countless lives: victims, families, lawyers, detectives, jurors, and the nation itself. May he rest in peace.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to get a little update on Chud the Builder. He is trying to get Aiden Ross to bail him out, to cover his bail. And at the very end of the videos I'm going to show you, he's going to actually respond. So anyway, I think it takes a lot of balls to ask somebody to cover your $1.25 million bail. But when does it stop these folks, for real? And he absolutely hates being behind bars. Well, all I got to say is, Chud, you know, you shouldn't be out in the streets breaking the law if you don't want to be in jail. And even in Tennessee law, because I was reading some of the articles, you can't antagonize a situation and then claim self-defense. You can't do that. You can't provoke something, and then when people respond to you, you want to jump up and scream self-defense. No. If you antagonize that entire situation, you can't claim self-defense. You can't. And that's what he's been doing for years out on these streets, using the N-word, trying to antagonize a situation. Well, you know, you can't turn around and scream self-defense. That's not self-defense. Nothing about that was self-defense. And, you know, and of course you got all the people trying to help him and send him all the give, send, go, and say freedom of speech. I said, yeah, when white people say something derogatory about us, it's always freedom of speech. But when we defend ourselves and we stand up for ourselves and drag you in the process, oh, that's hate speech. See, you know, y'all been playing that game for a long, long time. You've been playing that game. But no, Chud should not get an easy way out. And I'm glad the court said they're not accepting that money. So y'all can raise all the funds you want. The prosecution, you know, they're trying to shut that down, where he has access to that money to try to get out of jail. Right now, he can't. And you'll hear him talk about that in the message that he left Aiden Ross. Aiden went public and put his message on social media. And you're going to hear him say he does not have access to the money. That's why he needs someone to bail him out so that he can gain access to the funds that were raised. And he can't do that from jail. So, oh no, we shall see. But right now, I don't think he has too many options on how he can get out of jail right now. Me, I want him to stay in there and rot. That's what I want. I want him to stay in there and rot. Okay. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And if you haven't seen it, I just posted in the community tab the upcoming sale, the entire store on Etsy, Shopify, and TikTok will be 40% off for the entire weekend, starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, which is Memorial Day, but I don't celebrate any of those holidays. And the sale will end on the 26th at 11:59 p.m. So it starts on the 22nd and end on the 26th. All right, y'all. Let me share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
If you can get me out and help with the bond, I cannot access my funds until I get out of here because no one has access to any of my gifts and go or my crypto wallets, etc. I have to get out of here so that I can get verification processes to get into all of these funds. I will fight for free. If you can help me out post bail, I will fight for free. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, bro. I need somebody with big money who can throw down and support me.
If he's waiting on Aaron Ross to bail him out, he's gonna be in jail for a very long time. I don't know Aaron Ross like that, but he can look at it like a business opportunity. He might do it, bro, if he feel like he could get more exposure and get more money. You never know. You never know, bro. I don't put
Aiden Ross, if you fuck with the black community, you'll bail him out and you'll make him fight for free. And you'll make him fight the biggest, the baddest, the blackest, and the one that's gonna chimp out the most? I don't know. Send him a motherfucking gorilla. Send him Harambe, the great equalizer. Aiden Ross, you should definitely do that.
Goofy Grifter the Builder begs Aiden Ross to pay his $1.2 million bail after a reported jail voice message surfaced where he's talking about he gonna fight for free on brand risk. Partner, you can fight for free in jail. Square up. And then the judge said you couldn't even use no donated money. Ain't Aiden Ross gonna be donating that money to you? Like, stop it. Goofy.
A phone call from Chud the Builder has supposedly been leaked. He called Aiden Ross. I don't know how genuine this phone call is. It sounds pretty real, to be honest with you, but you know how the world is now. So if we find out later that this isn't a real phone call, then we'll own up to that. But for right now, here it is.
Miss Dalton, Chud, if you can get me out, help with the bond. I cannot access my funds until I get out of here because no one has access to any of my gifts and go or my crypto wallets, etc. I have to get out of here so that I can get verification processes to get into all of these funds. I will fight for free. If you can help me out to post bail, I will fight for free. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, bro. I need somebody with big money who can throw down, who can support me.
So yeah, he's broke as shit.
Y'all, bad news. They're saying Chud the Builder's having a tough time in jail. Saying he's having a hard time getting the funds to pay his bail. And they're saying that Chud the Builder reached out to Aiden Ross and begged Aiden Ross to pay his bail. And he said in return, Chud the Builder said he will fight on Aiden Ross's boxing promotion for free. Man, that's sad. And also, I see a lot of Chud the Builder fans out here treating Chud the Builder like he's some martyr for freedom of speech. I don't remember him going to jail because of, what he said, but they are treating him like he's a martyr and saying that people should have the right for freedom of speech. I don't understand what this speech of this freedom looks like, because it's not like Chud the Builder was using his freedom of speech to talk about what's going on in society, talk about $5 a gallon gas. He wasn't talking about a lot of Americans can't afford to buy homes. A lot of Americans can't afford to buy groceries. He ain't talking about none of that. It sounds like the only thing that freedom of speech really involves is the right to call black people the N-word to their face. Is that the freedom of speech that so many people are seeking? Is to go up to black people and call them the N-word?
Listen, Aiden, it's Dalton, Chud. If you can get me out, help with the bond. I cannot access my funds until I get out of here because no one has access to any of my gifts and go or my crypto wallets, etc. I have to get out of here so that I can get verification processes to get into all of these funds. I will fight for free. If you can help me out to post bail, I will fight for free. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, bro. I need somebody with big money who can throw down, who can support me.
There's a rumor that Aiden Ross might be bailing out Chud the Builder, and there's a leak audio. Don't know where it originated from because people troll and, create AI audio. So there's no telling what's real. Like, people post stuff on their social media too and delete it immediately because they're trolling. But I don't see it happening, honestly, at all, because it's not going to make sense. Chud the Builder is heard on the audio saying he needs someone with big money to put up the money so he can come out and verify his gifts and go funds, his crypto, and that he even offered to fight on brand risk for free. But the thing is, I don't think Aiden Ross will recoup any of that money at all. Like, it's a lot of money. He don't even pay a portion of that to any person that fought on brand risk. And if he does, is that Chud is going to pay him back a portion of the money back and also fight for free on brand risk. I know there's a lot of people that would love to see Chud the Builder get knocked out, and I agree, I would like to see it, but it does not make sense. And Aiden Ross, if he's a smart man, he has to understand it's a liability. People are even going to come at him, be like, oh, why you bailed him out? And for the ignorant motherfuckers and shit saying, oh, that's an attack on freedom of speech, what Chud was doing. Listen, look up his charges. Have nothing to do with his freedom of speech. And his freedom of speech, our freedom of speech, is to combat the government. It has nothing to do with person to person. You have no freedom of consequences in this world. You don't got to go out and call somebody, a racial slur. You can just call a guy an asshole. And depending on what kind of day he's having, you're going to get a reaction that you wanted. That's just how the world works. So all the ignorant people saying, oh, freedom of speech, we could say that. You can say whatever you want. But like I said, you don't have freedom of consequence. If someone's having a bad day, if somebody's not standing for it, guess what? There's going to be repercussions. But you put yourself in that situation in the first place. But I think it's too much of a liability for Aiden Ross to put up the money for this guy, especially considering his reputation. With that being said, guys, let me know what you think in the comments. Should Aiden Ross put up the money? Should Chud fight on brand risk? Is that something you guys will look forward to watching? Let me know in the comments. Make sure you like this video, comment, repost, share, and as always, follow me.
Thanks for tuning into the Puffy Line Dog. Here we believe that transparency and honesty aren't just values, they're a promise to you. As we wrap up, remember our goal is to keep the conversation real, authentic, and open. If you got thoughts, feedback, or just want to share your truth, reach out. Until next time, stay genuine, stay curious, and keep the dialogue honest.
Chud must be having a tough time in jail because he is begging Aiden Ross to pay his bail and get him out. Said he would even fight for free.
Listen, Aiden, it's Dalton, Chud. If you can get me out, help with the bond. I cannot access my funds until I get out of here because no one has access to any of my gifts and go or my crypto wallets, etc. I have to get out of here so that I can get verification processes to get into all of these funds. I will fight for free. If you can help me out to post bail, I will fight for free. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, bro. I need somebody with big money who can throw down, who can support me.
My thing is, you can fight for free in jail.
Shut. I see it, Ligo. Watch what? Can you pay his bail? Imagine the clips, dude. Fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. What the hell?
This is Aiden right here. And you heard what he said. He said, F no, he ain't paying that bail. You know, I think it takes a lot of balls to ask someone from social media to pay your bail. You know, he has nothing to gain by paying Chud the Builder's bail. I wouldn't pay it. I wouldn't pay it either. You know, he has a boxing channel. He's all into boxing. And that's what Aiden does. That's why Chud said, "Oh, I'll fight for free," you know, because he does a bunch of boxing matches that he sets up and everything, so that he promotes. I wouldn't even care if he fought for free. Why would you put your money up for some loser like Chud the Builder? I don't know anybody that would do it, but Iron Will, thank you so much for the super chat. Peace, sister. I even seen a Chud advocate start a campaign claiming that Black people should support because he's fighting for freedom of speech, similar to what Black people did during the civil rights. You can't make this up. First of all, civil rights don't have nothing to do with Chud running around and saying the N-word. Number two, why would we fight for Chud's freedom of speech and he's running around using derogatory slurs on us? That would be ridiculous for us to speak up on his behalf. You know what it is? They are so used to us forgiving and having their back no matter how nasty and evil they are. And no, nothing is owed to Chud from any of us. Nothing. If he really want to do something significant, Chud, when you get that money out, donate every dime of your sin, go to the Black community. Donate every dime. I don't care if you just have to stand on the streets and give money to every Black person that walked past you. That's what you can do. Anything short of that, you can shove it. Nothing is owed to you. Nothing. And to Chud supporters, we owe Chud the Builder absolutely nothing. He's not entitled to our support. He's not entitled to any forgiveness. He is entitled to absolutely nothing. So I don't care about no freedom of speech and you're trying to equate what he did to civil rights. Y'all can go shove it. Nobody's fallen for that. Not one living soul. But Iron Will, thank you so much for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. Well, I wish I would forgive some dude that intentionally went on the streets and used racial slurs and called our people chimps and stuff. I ain't got to forgive that mess. Are you for real? I ain't got to forgive nothing. You know, why are we always the ones expected to forgive? No, no. The only one that should be looking for or trying to apologize is Chud. And as you can see, he's just interested in getting out. He ain't even saying, you know what, I'm going to make this right. I want to get out. I want to make this right. I got to right my wrong for what I did. Nope. Oh, I need to get out to get my money. I need to get, because I got to do verification. He's not doing nothing but thinking about himself. All right. Even if he wanted to make amends right now, I would never accept it, because he's only doing it because of his arrest and being incarcerated. Trust me, that's more for him than us. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here, and be on the lookout for my lives for tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Shalom, family.
You know, they have always told us that they can't do reparations, that it's too costly. Why I got to pay for it? Y'all don't deserve anything. Well, it's interesting that Trump figured out a way to pay reparations through a fund, because he was suing the IRS for going into his old tax returns and it got leaked out and all of that. So he was suing them for $10 billion. Then they do a settlement for $1.76 billion. Well, they say, I want to take that money and create this fund through the Department of Justice, pulling from the United States Treasury to create this fund for the January 6 people, because some of them went to jail. Some of them had their lives ruined. The government was weaponized against them. So they should get paid for it, right? We talking about insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol that we all watched on TV in real time. And none of them got unalived, by the way. Unlike if it was black people storming the Capitol, they wouldn't have been here. But I want you to hear the justification for it. But let's have this conversation, because if this happens, this may be a good framework of how we can even get reparations with no Congress. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Do you believe that people who committed violence against Capitol Hill police officers on January 6th should be eligible for compensation from this DOJ fund? And are you or your family members going to be seeking compensation from that fund?
It'll all be dependent on a committee. A committee's being set up of very talented people, very highly respected people. I think it's a committee of 5. And again, I didn't do this deal. It was told to me yesterday. They said they're doing something. I do believe there has to be compensation for people that were destroyed. You have families absolutely destroyed, and it's all going to be determined by a committee of 4 or 5 people that are respected and very brilliant at what they do.
So taxpayer dollars that come out of my back pocket and your back pocket can go to insurrectionists. But for slavery, no. So here's the thing. He did this, or they did this, without any votes from Congress. Of course, this man is involved with a conflict with no authorization of Congress. He does whatever he wants to do. So Black Americans, I think we should sue. That's what they do. When they're going to set up anything that's going to come to us, that's what happens. They go sue against it. Well, if the money start going out, Black folks, if you had any kind of respect, all you Black people out here to be on the internet talking about you're a lawyer and all this other thing, well, this is your time to shine. Go file a federal lawsuit against this fund and say, hey, first of all, this fund should not go to no insurrectionist. This is not approval through any kind of approval through Congress. What are you talking about? And on top of that, if Black people should sue, also Black people should sign up for it. Why? Because the government has been weaponized against Black Americans forever. So Black Americans should go sign up for that too. The government has ruined a lot of our lives. Just even being Black in America, sometimes your life is ruined. So Black folks should go sign up for that money. I mean, what's the worst that happen? They tell you no. That's it. Not like you lost anything by signing up for the money. I mean, these people here can do I'm white and I say so at any given time. They don't care. Whatever the case may be. I'm white and I say so and I do what I want to do. And you wonder why these people aren't respected. And the interesting part is the greater white America not raising hell about it. They'll complain about Trump. They'll say, oh, look what he's doing. Oh, this and that and the third. And they don't say nothing after that. Meaning they're cool with that. Because the money would be going to mostly white people. It would not be going to no black folk. But if there's anybody that talks about setting aside $1.7 billion for black folks reparations, all them white folks be raising hell, including the liberals. Where's some white liberals right now that even tell us, why should I have to pay for it? I didn't have any slaves. Well, why should you pay for the January 6 people? You had nothing to do with it. You didn't tell them to go over there and storm the Capitol. All this guy is doing is emboldening them. They get paid to go break the law. They get paid for it. And Congress, like, you should be out there raising all kind of hell about that. I thought Congress had the power of the purse. This wasn't approved through Congress. Not at all. Every day you get to see how these people get down in real time with Trump being in office. But black folk, where's your Congressional Black Caucus? Where are they at right now? They should be screaming hell about this. They should be screaming, yelling, saying, hey, wait a minute. This money is going to racists. This money is going to insurrectionists. And if anybody need money, it's Black America, descendants of slaves. And y'all won't give black people not even 2 cents. But you want to create a whole fund? See, the Congressional Black Caucus, they're quiet about this too. That's why we don't respect the Congressional Black Caucus. Because they don't come out in unison and speak against anything. If the Democrat Party is quiet, they stay quiet. Only time they speak, unless the Democrat Party say, okay, you can go say something now. They don't even really say much about Trump themselves at all if you pay attention to it. They don't say much at all. Now, Maxine Waters may take her jabs at Trump and things like that. But the Congressional Black Caucus don't say much about Trump and what he's doing. And for sure, they don't say nothing in relation to benefiting us as black people. That's why we in the hell that we in politically. Because of the Congressional Black Caucus. They stand up for nothing at all relating to us as black people. What's the point of so-called representation and you don't get nothing done? But when we know about them, all they care about is protecting them seats. They're not worried about Black America or saying, hey, wait a minute. Well, shoot, we don't need a study. They didn't do a study to put this fund together, did they? No HR 40, no study. They can just get money. I told y'all that we need to do a study deal with these white liberals is nothing but kicking the can down the road and playing with you. Because when they had the CARES Act and they put trillions of dollars into the U.S. economy during the pandemic, it was no study, no nothing. They just did it. With this situation, with the January 6 people, they want to give them money. No study, no nothing. Just put the money there. It lets you know every time they mention a study, that is nothing but stall tactics and racism. Why didn't they do a study to figure out what people supposedly supposed to get the money as January 6th? Why didn't do no study on that? Who's eligible? What harm did it do? No, just like, hey, we got a fund and we're gonna set up a process to apply for the money. And yeah, you guys made to get it, even though you broke the law, even though you stormed the Capitol, man, I'm gonna reward you for it. People have to be a fool and a half not to go out during the midterms and get them folks out of there. Because they're just wreaking havoc at this point. Nobody's tax dollars should be going to no criminals. Nobody's tax dollars should be going to no anti-black racists. Surely not my tax dollars. All the taxes I got to pay. I don't want my tax dollars going to that crap. I read my tax dollars benefit the community I'm from. But don't let these people tell you they can't do reparations. Oh, they can do it. Trump is showing you they can do reparations at any time they will get ready to. And they don't need congressional approval, obviously, to do it. All that, did you talk to your senator? Did you talk to your congressman? Did you talk to this one? Did you have a meeting with the Democrat Party? All that mess the boule be talking about, it don't even mean crap. Because they can create funds at any time they get good and ready and start cutting those checks. They don't have to call it reparations. I told y'all they didn't call it whatever they want to call it. We know what it is. Your first so-called first black president didn't do this, for sure. But Trump makes sure to give tangibles to his people. And I know why he wants to do this, because he don't look too good right now with a lot of them with these gas prices. So he says, shoot, let me try to put some money in their back pocket so they can be cool. But I definitely want to know what y'all think about this, especially as Black Americans. Now you see they've been lying to you the whole time. They don't need studies. They don't need meetings. They don't need anything. They can put the money aside whenever they get good and ready if they want to do reparations. And Black people should be signing up for that money too, or Black people need to be suing about that money. It should not be going in nobody's hands when we got so many issues in this country. Food high, gas high, people don't have insurance, people homeless, but you're going to create that kind of fund to reward people who break the law? And you wonder why these people are the way they are. You wonder why. Because people in this government would encourage it by rewarding them for criminality. But let a Black man make some money off of being a criminal. Let him get high up in the dope game and all other stuff, whatever. They take him down. But these ones can go attack the Capitol and could potentially sign up to get a bag. Only in white America.
Man. Wow. So that is what made me loathe Clarence Thomas ever since. I mean, I had knew about him because of the whole Anita Hill thing, but when I saw that, I said, oh my, I remember being so mad because it was like everybody was watching that because it was on TV and everything. And everybody was watching it. And I remember when they came back and they said, oh, that they're going to put him in the chair. I remember storming out of the room, and I had went into my room, slammed the door, closed it, and literally did the angry cry. I was so mad. I was so mad because it was like, I think that was when I really knew at that age, at the age of 22, mind you, I'm like fresh out of college when this happened back in 2011. That's when I was able to start to see how white supremacy was starting to play out and the people who contribute to it if they weren't even white, such as Clarence Thomas. And what ended up happening a few months later, Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman. And that's when the snowball effect happened, because then you had Jordan Davis at the end of the year, you know, the black kid at the gas station. Then you had the George Zimmerman trial the next year and he gets off. Then you have Mike Brown. It was like a snowball effect. It's like ever since Troy Davis, everything kept happening when the one domino fell, and then it was a trickle down effect. And it was like we was getting hit over and over and over again. And it was a lot.
Well, you know, the crazy thing that happened with me back in 2019, you know, I used to support BLM, right? I mean, anytime they would do something, I was there. And then one case happened down in Texas where the lady came in and was not Ahmaud Arbery. What's the guy's name? The cop, Amber Geyer, was the woman that was on trial for it. But everybody, all the women that was in that BLM chapter was calling me all kind of sellouts when I was like, no, we can't let this ride. We had Amber Geyer on the ropes, and it was a black judge who let her go.
Yeah. Now talk about a clown circus of a case. I mean, like more so the antics from the judge and Botham Jean's brother. I mean, the nerve of this man to get up there and ask this woman to get off that stand and ask that woman for a hug. The woman that killed your brother. Are you kidding me?
They sounded like they were breaking up. That looked like a breakup.
He was like, can I give her a hug? I'm like, what is going on? Like, I'm like, we are literally all watching this play out in real time. And I'm like, what is happening right now?
You know, and then on top of that, it was several leaders within the BLM movement that was telling me that I need to pipe down, and I can't speak on that because I'm married to a white woman and that I support that I'm a Republican. But was I all these horrible things when I was helping you with the car washes? Was I all these horrible things when I was donating money? Was I all these horrible things when you were asking me to speak at your events? You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, what in the world? So yeah, that really pushed me. You know what I'm saying? I was actually thinking about making a video called Confessions. That was the thing right there that pushed me. Like, I was like, what in the world? And then, you know, it took me down a red pill rabbit hole because a lot of these women were saying we got to be forgiven, this, that, and the third. I'm like, forgiven? Why the heck are we trying to extend our forgiveness to a person that, one, didn't ask for our forgiveness, two, is not deserving of our forgiveness, and a judge that, you know, pretty much could have set the president that you're not going to do this to our people anymore.
Yeah. Hey, Ricky, I don't mean to cut you off, but I have one more person I want to bring up.
All right.
Before I end the live. But I do appreciate you coming up, though.
All right, Taryn, I appreciate you coming in to check me out too, man.
No problem. Shout out to Ricky for coming up. Now I'm going to bring Jesse up. What's going on?
Thank you, Tori. I appreciate you. Happy Mother's Day. Salute to you.
Same to you.
This is some bullshit. He giving pictures reparations.
But see, the thing is, they don't call it that. But when you look at a price, I would say a price tag that big, $1.7 billion with a B, not even $1.7 million with an M, but $1.7 billion with a B. I always tell people, if you want to put into perspective how much, how big a billion is, just think of how many millions it takes to get to a billion. $999,999,999.99. All you got to do is add in another penny.
Yep.
Another dollar, rather. But I mean, like, it's like, wow.
Yeah, that's a direct slap in the face because, you know, I've been saying for the longest that he was going to cut the check for reparations just to spike the Democrats. But he going ahead and
That's
do
why
this.
I keep telling y'all, they are the exact same. People may not like to hear that, but it's the truth though. They are the exact same. They just go about getting to their their end goal. The way that they get there may be different, but as long as they get there and meet somewhere in the middle, you know, that's all that matters. But like when I saw this, I said I have to talk about this because it goes right in alignment with what I've been saying about both of these parties for so long. I said they are literally like they're like siblings one day and then they're mortal enemies the next, but they're together when it comes to dealing with us, but then they want to be or put on a facade or put on a performance for the rest of the world to see. I see it for what it is.
Right. I do too. That's why I'm independent. I heard you talking earlier that you said you've been independent for 4 years. I've been independent since 2013 when Dr. Claude Anderson told us that all Native Black Americans at that time need to change our voter registration to independent. And I never looked back. I voted for Sambo his second term, and that was the last time I voted Democrat. I haven't voted Democrat in elections since 2012.
Mm-hmm. I think the last time I voted, it was a write-in. I think I probably just put something. You know what? I know what it was. I had went to that voting booth and it said write-in, and I wrote cut the check on there and submitted it. That's exactly what I wrote. I said cut the check and wrote it in. And then when I did it again, when I think it was when it was Trump trying to get reelected his second term and then going against Biden, I wrote in this on the couch. That's what I put. That's exactly what I put.
Yeah, I wrote in reparations and tangibles in 2023 from our local election when they went out their way to keep me from getting on the ballot. So I didn't vote for either one of the two runoff candidates. I wrote in reparations, FBA reparations now. intangibles, because I'm known as Mr. Denver Tangibles. But yeah, that's all I had, Torian. Appreciate you having me up. Make sure y'all check out Shabaka's Black Spencer Hanson on Frontline Black News. In about an hour, we got a Malcolm X edition. It's gonna be pretty dope.
I appreciate you coming up.
All right, peace.
All right, y'all. So Jesse was the last person. Shout out to everybody that came up and spoke, and also shout out to Brother Man for contributing to the super chat. Tomorrow, as y'all know, is Deep Dive Wednesday, so be on the lookout for that. And there will be another live tomorrow. That one will be at 7. That one's going to be a little bit more. I guess you could say that's more. It's going to be more light compared to this. This one was more of a serious topic, and I'm glad I did this live today, because that's one less thing I got to talk about on Saturday. And the live tomorrow is the same thing, because I had that one was going to be for Saturday as well in a weekly recap. Now that's one less thing I got to talk about. But y'all enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Be safe, stay warm. Well, not stay warm, stay cool, because it's hot today. I don't know where y'all at. It's scorching today, but stay cool, stay hydrated, but most importantly, be one.
We appreciate everybody for coming through. So please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Kim, we'll probably do housekeeping at the end, if that's okay, because I want to definitely get our guests going here and making sure that all our questions are answered here. Let's see here. So I guess let's kind of get into it. I want to put up, let me see, I'm going to put up this slide here. And then, let's see here. I'm going to start with, let me see if I can get this up here. All right. Oops. Share my screen here. All right. All right. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my screen. All right. Oh, here we go. Thanks everybody's patience, and we're gonna move that oral. Let's see, thank you, Cam, appreciate it. All right, family. So in 2026, we have District 18, which our good brother Andre Sandford is running, and then District 55, we have Billion running in that district, and we also have District 69. I guess let's start with District 18, you, Andre. You're running against Mia Bonta, and we know that Mia Bonta's husband is the AG here in California, Rob Bonta. So in terms of, I don't know, your strategy or what you're looking forward to, and Kim, obviously, if you have any questions as well, please jump in. How do you stand out between you and Mia Bonta? And I have some other district stuff that I'm gonna go through as well, but let's just start off with that question, and I'm go through the other districts as well. What if somebody came up to you and said, okay, Mia Bonta, she's an incumbent coming in District 18 with all this experience, and somebody was in your district and said, okay, I don't know Andre, why would I vote for Andre when I could vote for Mia? So sir, if you don't mind answering that question, greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. I was just starting by saying for half a decade, we've been seeing teachers being getting laid off. We haven't had the robust funding that we need statewide. My opponent sits on the education committee, and in her own district in Oakland, we are laying off 400 teachers this year. And that's in Oakland. And Alameda, they were just on a strike fighting for additional funding. And once elected, I want to fight for no tax for teachers, so we can keep teachers here and we can recruit teachers here, because our students, Black and brown students, 2 out of 10 can read on grade level. Black students, 1 out of 5 can read on grade level. That's unacceptable. Once elected, I will make sure that I fight in committees to make sure that we have the funding for our students. Second, I'm going to be true to my word, unlike my opponent who said that she's for single payer. When we talked in a lot of our forum meetings, when as the chair of the healthcare committee, she wrote on political, when she communicated with the political articles, that we were not ready for a single payer right now for universal health care. I believe we are ready for universal health care. We have the funding. We can tax the billionaires right now. I am not bought. The funding that I'm using for my campaign comes from me, and I don't owe anyone anything. I don't know if she is applying, but I know she gets campaign funding from insurance companies. And so I know that with me, would be for the people, and I would make sure we got universal health care. Also, I would make sure that we knock down the monopolies from utility companies. Right now, my bills is around $500 in the wintertime, $300 to $500. And some people out here getting $700 utility bills. And in our district, 10,000 people have shut off notice this year. And when I was 14 years old, and I'm originally from Detroit, I've been out here 7 years. My power was cut off for a year, and I could have died. So I understand deeply, about utilities, about keeping utilities on. I know how, when your friends want to come over, you have to make up things so they won't know that your power is off. And I don't want any kid or any family to ever have to do that. So I want to get rid of the monopoly. I want to bring in small utility companies and minority utility companies so they can compete to drop the cost down for utilities. And I also want to make sure our corridors our business corridors are efficient. Right now, we have 34% of our commercial properties is empty. That's unacceptable. And for half a decade, she watched as our businesses has been dramatically decreasing. I would not the first week in office, I will make sure that I meet with all business owners. I will make sure they know that I have them in one of my top priorities is to making sure that we get the foot traffic back on course. In my last race, I was advocating to reduce reduce taxes for small businesses and new businesses, and I'm glad that the city of Oakland stepped up this to take some of my proposition for housing. I want to get rid of the cost of Hawkins and make sure that we have more. The cost of Hawkins Act, I want to make sure that we have more protection for renters. And the San Jose assembly person, I'm glad that they took off my last campaign. They took my policy that capped rent at 2.5% versus where we at right now at 5%. So I would just land with saying that for the last half a decade, the cost of living went up, and she has done nothing to stop it from going up. We have been displaced. Seniors is being displaced. Gentrification is through the roof, is running rapid. And once elected, I will protect you to stay here. I will make sure kids can go to school and go to college here. I will make sure kids can read on grade level.
I have a quick question for Andre before we move on. Now, this is not your first rodeo running for this seat. You ran previously. Do you have any idea how close the race was? We know you made it to the general election. Do you know what the stats are on, the difference between votes between you and Mia Bonta?
Yeah, so the last race, I ran as an independent. And what I mean by independent, I didn't know it was an actual independent party. I just put independent down. And then when I noticed it, I was like, I'm not part of that party. But I continue to push forward and run and I was able to display to the community that, through my policies, who I am. And I was able to get Democrats and independents to vote for me in a heavily Democratic community. And I was able to get 20% of the vote with little, like no funding, no donation, pretty much. Well, I got donation, but little donations. And I got 20% of the vote against me. And right now, in the polls, I did an independent poll where I paid for, and I was able to. It showed we sent it out to over 15,000 people, and 1,100 responded. And with that, I'm leading in the polls at 45%. 55 is undecided, and Mia Mata is at 15%. So I'm pretty confident that going into the primary that I'm going to win.
Thank you. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Kim. All right, Andre, we're going to go to Brother Billion here. So I'm going to pull up this slide again. So once again, we have Isaac Bryan, part of the California Legislative Black Caucus, District 55, down there where you're at, Brother Billion. So same question. Why would people vote for you, Isaac Bryan? He's been in office this time. Some people say, man, this brother's doing a great job. Why would people vote for you in District 55?
Well, those who know me in District 55 for the past 30 or so years know I have been fortunate enough to be able to produce results for our communities, from our tutoring programs in the early 90s on into the early 2000s for about 11 years. Almost all of our students went off to college, A students. In a lot of our youth programs, I was fortunate to be able to work on programs where we had Paul Pierce come out of Inglewood. But then transitioning over into community safety, we've taken it upon ourselves to organize our community to not just protect ourselves from police terrorism, but we found one of the biggest ways to combat police terrorism is to give people an option to call instead of 911. And with that, we've seen a lot of results where community members now call us, they call each other, as opposed to calling in the police, where we found a lot of times police are killing people, and sometimes the same people who call for police help because they didn't have anybody else to call. We've also been very instrumental in helping the Black businesses in Los Angeles thrive and survive. We have lost several businesses over the past 10 plus years, but where we have stepped in and we've seen different needs and have managed to meet those needs. Right now we're sitting in what we refer to as Africatown. A lot of people know as Leimert Park, which is one of the last real thriving Black hubs in Los Angeles. But it's not just thriving just because, it's thriving because we've gone out and we found ways to tap into the tourism that comes through LA. A lot of folks tend to go to Hollywood, Venice Beach, but we've been able to redirect them and persuade them into our areas, organizing a lot of huge events from Juneteenth to a lot of lesser known events throughout the years, and social media campaigns. Right now, we're actually having a community appreciation fundraiser for one of our legacy businesses, Chef Maryland's. She, like too many of our legacy and elder business owners, went into a contract under some younger people who we believe didn't have the best intentions, but instead of her having to throw in the towel like a lot of businesses may have had to do, she reached out to us and we were able to help run a social media campaign, raise community awareness to where those who were preying on taking her business just walked away because they saw community support came out today. She's had people in this line for over an hour now, buying her items for $1 each, helping her generate those funds. But even more so, people have identified Isaac as someone we cannot trust. Isaac betrayed us in 2024 with two of probably the most historic reparation bills ever for our people. And what a lot of us knows, once somebody shows you who they are once, you better believe it. And unfortunately, for too many decades now, people have fell into the insane tendency to keep voting in the same people who they know have been failing them. So now what we have done is have provided an option of true community champions who have produced results from a grassroots level to where we know once we get in that seat and we're more aware, we have more access to the different policies that are coming, and we can bring it to the community's attention and be very transparent, not selling a bad apple to the community like SB 79. Some people hear, oh, developers about to build housing, but too often they don't know whether it's affordable or so-called market rate housing means it's not going to be for us. And that's what has happened, as a lot of these corrupt misleaders have sold a lot of these gentrified developments to the community. Communities welcome them in, and then they see we can't afford it, and we see other people are coming. And part of the problem, as we see more other people coming, that means less support for our businesses. And gradually, what happens is what we're seeing in the City Council District 9 here, one of the more historically Black districts. For the first time in 60 years, the names that are on the ballot are not Black. We have a write-in candidate in our brother Chris Martin, but those names that actually made it on the ballot are primarily Latinos. And that is what is potentially going to happen all throughout LA if more candidates who are not going in there for the best interests of the people do not get in there, because the ones we have in office right now, they don't care. They're looking to make a dollar for themselves. We're also in the district, the Senate district of Lola Smallwood Cuevas. People on her heels right now too, because she is, like a lot of them are doing, just looking to make policies to fund their nonprofits and make, the employees who work for them, the few who are linked into them, get some temporary chump change, but neglecting the greater needs of the community. So we believe most folks who we're talking to, one, are aware of the corrupting that's going on, but like a lot of people, they're either not voting because they haven't previously seen an option, or they just, go in there and they vote out of fear. One of our other opponents is Keith Cascio, but he's a Republican. So some folks felt instead of voting a Republican in, they would go ahead and bet on Isaac another time. But we've seen since he and the COBC blocked two of the more historic reparation bills last year, they came back with a bill to further delay our bills. So that's what we know. Once we get two people and talk to them, they are seeing us as a better option. And also, just one last point, 1/3 of our district is primarily Black. 2/3 of our district is primarily not us. However, even in those areas, we have found a lot of people didn't vote in 2024 because they're upset with the Democratic Party. And these are folks who are registered as Democrats also. So what we believe is, again, once people look and research and see what we've done, because I tell people, don't just listen to what I'm saying, please research and see the work that we have been doing. And then, you could be sure for a better bet. And in those other areas, we believe folks are feeling confident that we are also a better bet. So that's what we believe, we present a better option other than Isaac.
All right, thanks, Billion. Appreciate that.
I was trying to get my mic off. I have a quick question for Billion as well. So you're in a pretty crowded race. There are 4 candidates, is my understanding. Have you seen any early polling for District 55 specifically?
No, I have not. We've searched for anything that might suggest that, but no actual entity that we know of is providing polling for this assembly race.
Okay, so it's anybody's ball game right now.
Correct.
Got it. Well, best luck.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Billion. We're gonna go to Miss Carolyn. I'm gonna go ahead and pop up that screen here real quick. And okay, so District 69, unlike District 18 and 55, looks like there's some competition in here. District 69 looks like you got, if I'm correct, please correct us if that slide is incorrect, Josh Lowenthal, incumbent, who's part of the assembly right now. So yes, Carolyn, if people said, look, we know of Josh Lowenthal in your district, we're going to roll with him. What makes us want to vote for you?
Real simple in my district, it's that I'm not an incumbent. So more and more I hear from the community that they want all the incumbents out across the board, the mayor, the city council, everyone who's in office right now, they want them out. And the reason why they want them out is because they have not corrected any of the basic infrastructure. They have not corrected any of the street homelessness that is prevalent in Long Beach. And so what you're seeing is a result of neglect. And so what I present to my community is I am someone and something to vote for, because I am just as disgusted by what is going on with our leadership, our lack of leadership. And as an assembly person, it is my duty to make sure that the laws that I author are going to benefit the constituents that have been complaining for decades to please clean up the streets, please fix the roads, fix the highways. And so our community is very diverse, but it seems like everyone, even the elected officials, understand what the issues are. But for some reason, they are not able to fix those issues. They say they are, and they say they're doing it, but it's quite obvious to the naked eye that these things are not being corrected. And so I assure people that I am a policy analyst. And so therefore, I analyze policy for scope and for benefit. And I bring that to the table. So when I author a policy, it's going to have maximum benefit for the constituent. It's going to have maximum funding because I'm going to research and find out where the money is going to come from. And I'm going to push for reprioritizing spending, which in Long Beach, it just seems like a lot of money is spent on festivals and tourism. And there's just not a balance here for people that live here and for the tourism. So I just believe that the leadership should show that they have a balance for both.
All right, and a really quick question for Ms. Carolyn. During this campaign season, have you had an opportunity to debate your opponent at all on his views?
I have not, and as of late, I have figured out why in my district they really don't care about the state assembly race. They care more about the mayor and the city council races. And so the feedback is Josh Lowenthal has a family legacy name, but he has not done anything for Long Beach. And so he's an incumbent. We want him out as well. So a debate is not even needed in our community unless they want to do that debate in somewhere like Belmont Shore, which is a more white American neighborhood and areas out, I want to say East Long Beach. They may, but all of the groups and organizations that have been putting forth the candidate forums have only included, they've only included city council and the mayor races. And I will say also what I've come up against from my own party that I'm registered to, they do not, they're with the status quo. And so they are not allowing my candidacy to be seen by their clubs. And I am a registered Democrat. I attend all of the clubs. I am engaged. But I've seen that they all are lockstep with the status quo. And so they're fine with Josh Lowenthal. And there is I can't find a reason why. I don't think you're very serious political people if you are supporting a person that has done nothing, literally nothing, for your city.
And so your opponent is also a Democrat.
He's also a Democrat.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that seems to be the party preference, is towing the status quo line. So I have a better understanding. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, one more question. Are they uplifting him at these clubs since he's also a Democrat, these Democratic clubs that you're in?
I think that they are gatekeeping. So what happens is during the endorsement process, they were very confusing to me because they didn't communicate to me that they were not going to be looking into our race. So it looked like to me that, okay, you're covering for him, but they are not endorsing our race. They say because of the bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, family. So I want to, I'm gonna try to get us out of here at 5, if at all possible. So we might have to do like one of these quick rounds, but I want to start here. Let's see if I can share this screen here. All right. Hopefully everybody can see it. All right. So I'm gonna try to blow it up a little bit. This is District 18, Mia Bonta. Now, some of these bills she authored. Am I off? Okay, yeah, I'm off. My mic's on. Okay. So some of these bills she authored, and this is, obviously going to go to you, Andre. So I'm just going to briefly go down some of these bills from pharmacy, alternative birth centers, health coverage, Medi-Cal, pharmacy benefit, immigration, communications, wards, probation, Medi-Cal. So there's a number of bills that she did author. So my question to you, Andre, is one, would you follow some of the same bills that Mia Bonta has authored? And two, would you support any particular reparations bills, specifically dealing with lineage-based reparations? And then that same question that goes to you, Billion, and also to you as well, Carolyn.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the stance that I'm on right now, I think in the Assembly, it went from, I believe, 50 bills per session in the Assembly session to, I think, 35 bills you can have within a year of the Assembly session. And so the stance that I want to focus on is straight to the point, meat and potatoes policies. I really want to be mindful of the bills that I place, because I think it's like 15 less bills we can offer in a year in the Assembly session. And so my first year, I really want to focus on lowering the cost of living. And so a lot of my bills will be focused on fighting against major corporations, fighting against making sure we hold individuals accountable, have transparency for funding. That's super important to me. My opponent is not advocating for or having any bills as far as transparency with funding. And yes, definitely, I want to make sure that we, on day one, actually place reparations on the floor. I have on my website, I have a reparation bill. I'm the only candidate in this race to have a reparation bill. And I will just be frank, like my reparation bill is up for, rewriting. My plan for reparations is, of course, education, land, HBCU in the state of California, and for the funding is a 50-year sunset of no taxes for descendants of slaves. And so that's what will be my frame for going into when he wants elected. And just to be clear, I mainly would be focusing on single payer, universal health care. I know she chairs the Assembly Health Committee, but I really want to focus on making sure we have single payer. I see that she's been working. I see some of the bills she's been working with when it comes down to Medicare, but I really want to. I want us to keep health insurance. You want to have private health insurance, have private health insurance, but we need to have universal health care so everyone in the state of California can have health care. No taxes for teachers. We got to be able to keep teachers here in California and expanding our recreations. I want to make sure that our recreations stay open late. My mom, she used to get out of work at 1 o'clock at night. And I want to make sure that we expand this so kids can have somewhere to go. They can have activities. They don't need to be on AI. They need to be with friends. They need to be engaging, and they need support so that they won't eventually go out and either do two things: easily go out and do something wrong, or they have mental health issues because all they do is sit on a computer and be on AI, and they don't develop friendships.
All right, cool. Thanks, Andre. So I'm gonna move on to Ben. Let me share my screen. All right, thanks, Andre. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen here. Again, show a couple of, let's see here. So we're gonna go to District 55. All right. Okay. So this is the District 55, Isaac Bryan. So I'm just going to briefly go through some of the bills through the 2025-2026 legislative session. Some of the bills, obviously, he championed and introduced, got vetoed. AB 7 was one of them, post-secondary education. I know he was really trying to get that one through, but the governor vetoed that one. I'm just going to briefly go down some: incarcerated individual hand crew members, county jails, fire protection resources, public water, foster care payments, consumer protection, parking violations, et cetera, et cetera. Oil and gas, low production wells, Baldwin Hills Conservancy. Slavery corporate disclosures, by the way, that's AB 2599. When people have a chance, we actually did a show on that. And according to Isaac Bryan, that's actually one of the priority bills for the CLBC. So same with you, Brother Billion. You know, one of the responsibilities, obviously, for a legislature is to author bills. Would you author some of the same bills that Isaac Bryan has authored? Would you do something different? And question to you as well: would you support lineage-based reparations bills?
So what we found in response to a lot of the bills Isaac has been presenting, that it's not really meeting a lot of the needs of the people. Like even with AB 7 last year, it didn't, provide for financial assistance, for funding. So that is really the greater challenge for a lot of, our lineage-based youth going off to college, but even going outside of the 1/3 area that's predominantly us into the other 2/3 areas, affordability is still the main issue. And he did, champion for prison wages. He championed for foster care payments, but just in general, household to household, that's a major concern. We know a lot of small businesses right now are struggling. I found a news report a couple of days ago where some of our more upper scale areas, such as like Westwood and whatnot, that's actually just out, it borderlines the district, but they were also complaining about the lack of people being able to come in and spend money to patronize their business. So we know across the board, that is an issue. But as we've gone and we talked to other people, we let them know that our party is lineage-based cash payment reparations. And at least to our faces, we haven't seen too many people opposed to that, as long as we've also shown an interest in addressing their needs too. So I don't think a lot of folks would be opposed to us pushing past lineage-based cash payment reparations. What we believe is this Israel lobby agenda, for whatever reason, seeking to continue to hold us down, that Isaac is on a leash to. So that is where we believe we will get a lot of support, showing folks that we understand financially Californians, period, are hurting, but paying our descendants, our lineage-based cash reparations will not harm them. It will actually benefit the economy, because we know, unlike money they send over to Israel and other areas overseas, unlike a lot of the funding that goes into immigration, where we know a lot of those people tend to send money back home, most of the money that come into our communities will be kept in our communities. In addition, it will provide us with opportunities to build up more businesses. And we also know many of members from our communities are the same ones that go into surrounding areas and patronize those businesses also. So we know those things will most definitely, support the overall economy, not just for our district, but for California as a whole. I forget the name of the bill, but basically where they're asking insurance companies and other companies to reveal their role in slavery. That is something, I would most definitely look to more flush out if he doesn't get it through this year. Because we believe that is something, we have pushed for a long time. A few years ago, we actually had a campaign against the banks. Initially, we started the campaign in 2011, then again in 2015, then again in 2018. But in 2022, Wells Fargo was looking, they actually invested in a development in our community. So that led us on a 2-year campaign against the banks. But we found all types of information that a lot of those major banks were involved in the enslavement of our ancestors. Wells Fargo, U.S. Bank, Bank of America, Citibank, and others. So where the bill he's presenting to have folks reveal their role in slavery, we do believe is good. It does need to be a little more flushed out. And then also, once that information is discovered, there needs to be policy as to what needs to be done to correct that wrong. Not just reveal, but also provide redress, provide restoration, provide reparation for the harm that was caused. So that and other food insecurity policies we're looking at to actually address the homeless issue. We know, one, there has to be a serious audit of where the funding that is going out for housing is not housing those in most need, and also more accountability for the corruption that's going on right now. So these are all things that we know we would have to introduce. But also, I think the more controversial thing we're looking at is, as long as folks are denying what's needed for our community, we also have to start challenging these special interest sources of funding that's happening right now, because we are constantly told we're in a deficit, it's not in the budget to provide for us. But it's interesting, just last year we were hearing this, but just recently, all of a sudden, we're being told California is now out of that deficit. So being in this seat again allows us to be in a better position to understand exactly what's happening and to make better decisions with that information.
All right, appreciate that, Billion. So I'm just going to share my screen real quick. Let's see here. Oh, Let me see here. All right. Let's go to here. All right. So we have Josh Lowenthal. He is District 69. I'm just going to go through a couple of bills that looks like were passed. The land use, dwelling units, California Consumer Privacy Act of 2018, criminal records, a couple of others, arts and entertainment, short-term rentals, emergency and special events. I'm just going to briefly go through this: crimes, record sealing, essential services building, etc. So same question to you, Carolyn. In terms of some of the bills that Josh Lowenthal has supported, would you also support some of his bills? Would you change some of the opportunity that you might have? And once again, in terms of lineage-based reparations bills, can you let us know your position on that?
Well, good for Josh, but those are not my priorities. Assembly Member Carolyn Essex will be straight out the gate asking for direct cash payment to the descendants of people subjected to chattel slavery. Provide immediate financial relief from willful economic exclusion. I don't pay a lot of attention to Josh, okay? So thank you, and I'll probably ask you for that, a link to that. But I already know that he hasn't done what he needs to do. And I think his policies are pretty personal. So with his group of friends, maybe. But the direct cash payment is going to be straight out the gate for Assembly Member Carolyn Essex. It's going to provide recipients with funds to cover essential needs: housing, food, healthcare, education, and childcare. Reduce stress and financial insecurity, which improves mental and physical health outcomes. The reason why you're hearing that verbiage is because I got those words exactly from Gavin Newsom regarding the deportation impacted communities. He said that they needed to immediate financial relief to reduce stress and financial insecurity. The bill will reduce crime from having to secure basic needs without cash, bank accounts, credit. Wealth building and economic mobility. We're asking for enables investments in foundational assets and wealth building like home ownership. Very important, and we have a huge disparity in our community for that. So we need more homeowners. We need more small businesses created out of our community and for our community. Educational pathways. Helps break the cycle of poverty by increasing net worth and future income potential. So straight out the gate, I've already written the direct cash payment bill. It needs help from the community to make sure that it is on point and it is directly benefiting our community. But there is a nice meal there that we can build upon. So we're ready straight out the gate for that. The other bills that I have are the healing for the homeless gated community in Long Beach. We have a lot of street dwelling, a lot of street homelessness where it is very visible. People are sleeping on the street. And so straight out the gate, I will have a healing for the homeless gated community village. Which we will find funding for and we will reprioritize. And the funding's already there. We don't have to find it. All the ways that has happened with homelessness in Long Beach and throughout LA County, it's not like the money isn't there. It's just not prioritized. And so therefore, I don't think it would be difficult to ask for them to create an actual village that will be gated to keep people safe. And in that village, they will receive wraparound services for health, mental health, and also pathways to jobs, city jobs even. You will find a lot of people on the street have varying backgrounds, and you would be surprised. Some of them are scientists, some of them are lawyers. Okay, so what we're considering is making sure that people are rehabilitated. And my argument for that comes from, if we are a community that will rescue animals off of the street, why in the world would we not rescue human beings that have fallen through the cracks of life and have become vulnerable to the economy, to exclusion from employment, to exclusion from promotions, and being retaliated against? The Black workers in Long Beach have been retaliated. They've been excluded. And so some of our families have fallen through the cracks and become homeless. So that is another bill. And then finally, the other priority bill I have will be the act to erase bullying in our schools K through 12. We have a huge problem with that in Long Beach, and I believe in LA County. And so we wanted to focus on that. We want to focus on creating a bill that will address that, a bill that will make it law that the school communities correct their bullying situation, because what we're finding is students don't come to school because of bullying. So we have a huge drop in attendance. We have a huge drop in graduation rates. It does not look good, and it's not getting better. So those are my 3 priority bills that I intend to right away. And I want to say that I align very much with Andre as far as the teachers not having to pay taxes, and lowering the cost of living and renter protection. We align. So Andre, I am hopeful that we all get elected and we can co-author each other's bills.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Carolyn. All right, so we're going to I had a lot more slides, but we are running out of time here. So I'm going to go to the comments, and let's see here. In the comments, family, I'm going to post everybody's website here. Hopefully it did go. Seems like I might be getting an error here, but if you look in the chat, I did reference Carolyn's website, Billion's website, and Andre's website as well, that everybody can go to. But in the interim, let's go to the first, let's see, 7 p.m. PST. Thanks. Don't know what that means. Carolyn, how are you doing today? She's doing good. Billion Godson, how are you doing today? All right. Actually, let's Kim, I'm gonna remove this so we can go back to the regular stage here. All right. Kim, okay, there you go. Perfect. All right.
Thank you to that viewer for asking. I'm doing well. Thank you.
All right, so let's go here. Get everybody on. Okay, going back to the comments. All right, here we go. See if anybody has any questions. And somebody says, Andre Sandford, how are you doing today? Thank you for coming. And Kim, how are you doing today?
They want to know how we're doing.
We're doing well. Thanks for joining. NWP, thank you very much. I hope you're doing well as well. Reparations, amen. All right, so let's see here. If a California Republican gubernatorial candidate wins the election this year, what is your strategy to work with him or her to advocate California Bureau of Freedmen Affairs? All right. I guess, Billion, you want to take that one first?
So, I mean, initially, I would seek to engage them in the conversation, but based off of what I've heard, I believe both candidates were asked about reparations, just straight out said no. So what that then means, we would have to organize community pressure, we would have to show support. And like I said already, in the district, as we've gone into other areas, we haven't been shown too much opposition to it. So we believe really raising up whatever support we can get, both from other communities within our district, reaching out in other areas like in Tina McKenna's district, down in San Diego, we know we have people to support, but just really, I think, raise up a lot of the same work CJEC has already been doing, building a statewide movement to put pressure on these individuals, but also in March, 123 nations around the world show they support it. So it's figuring out ways how to also utilize that support to put pressure on them to move forward reparations for the descendants.
All right, Carolyn, if you can get us the 30 second, and Andre 30 seconds.
I would say it doesn't matter if the Republican, if there's a Republican gubernatorial candidate, that's the governor. Our problem is the Black Caucus. We have to get around them. And so if we're not aligned with what they're trying to push forth, then we're going to have a problem. So like Billion said, we have to organize to get the community behind these bills that we are doing for our community, specifically for our community. So it's the Black Caucus that's going to be the barrier.
All right, Andre.
Yes, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to get the job done. I can work with anybody, and I want to just make sure that we get it done. But like then you said that, you know, we got to apply pressure whatever we do if they are in office, because no matter if a Republican or a Democrat governor is in office, one of the things that I believe that is that even with a Democrat governor, they won't even pass it to get to the floor. But we have to pass. We have to put on the pressure. We have to organize, get churches involved, get caravans up to Sacramento, and flood Sacramento streets day in and day out until they realize that we need to pass it.
All right, man. Appreciate that.
And could I say one more thing, Umoya?
Yep.
I think it's very important for reparation advocates to make a very strong economic justice argument for reparations, and by that I mean that anytime a city, state, a nation finally rewards the descendants with reparations, they will see that their economy will actually thrive, not just survive. It will thrive because we will have now included and excluded the entire community that has been excluded from their economy. So home ownership would spike, small business entrepreneurship would spike. We have to make that argument to the conservatives and the others that say we don't have the money. We have to make those arguments clear that you do have the money, you just need to reprioritize and move things around like you do in your budget. And you'll see that your economy will actually benefit and be blessed by reparations.
All right, wonderful. All right, Andre Sandford, I agree with you on lineage, race, cash payments, reparation for American freedom, child slavery, universal health care. All right. Andre, I noticed that your reparations platform does not include lineage-based cash payments for reparations, American freedmen of chattel slavery. Why not cash payment reparations for American freedmen?
So again, I said earlier that that I'm up to revising my plan. I'm up for cash reparations. The way I wrote my plan was based off of General William T. Sherman and Abraham Lincoln special field orders number 15, where they ordered a strip of land to individuals in Florida. And when they gave that land to individuals in Florida, they was working and they had, I believe, for a year, and they generated money on their own. And some individuals speculated they got a mule as well, but they was able to get up to 40 acres. And so when I drafted my assembly proposal, you could see a couple of things that I did was really focused to make sure that with the reparation bill, it actually passes and not have to go to the Supreme Court. Because we can initially have a reparation bill, but it can get thrown into the Supreme Court and just threw out, right? And I don't want to just have a reparation bill just for symbolic reasons. I want to make sure that we actually get something that is visible. And so having it where individuals is not taxed based off a lineage base for a sunset of 50 years, because initially the non-taxing state taxes cannot go on forever. It has to have a sunset date. Is really divisible. We have seen other individuals like the Japanese Americans get up to $20,000. And when you go to the term like working together, getting individuals, especially Democrat individuals, to be able to comply with saying we're going to allocate millions of dollars to each Black person in the state of California. Do we have the money? Can we get the money? Yes, we can get the money. Will individuals actually pass that bill? Or would a governor, even a Democrat governor, pass that bill? I don't believe a governor will actually sign that bill if they have a diverse to becoming the president. Would I want a cash reparation bill? Yes. I'm definitely up to putting cash reparation on the floor. But my bill that I have, which like other individuals like Jasmine Crockett had as well, I believe she possibly took it from me. But I think that this form of policy is the feasible. It can actually get individuals to get on board with the bill, and we can get individuals to save a lot, to earn a lot of money. With this bill, individuals projected to gain $250,000 to $1 million per person, and that's just on the low end of it. So initially, it is cash. It's just in the form of not having to pay state taxes. But I am up to just straight out putting up a cash reparation bill as well. But do I believe that bill will be passed? I don't believe that bill will be passed. And if it do get passed, I don't believe a governor would pass that bill in the state of California.
All right, thanks for that, man. We're going to jam through some of these here. Carolyn, amen. Miss Lady, thank you for coming through. Andre, you willing to work with Brother Campbell, Sister Carolyn, if they get elected to California State? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, cool. Brother William, amen. Great interview. Thank you, MWP. We really appreciate your participation. Gonna spend a lot of money on illegal immigrants. Kim, if there's a question that you want to ask too before you let me know, but I'm going through this real quick here. Josh Lowenthal, Josh Lowenthal does not support legislation for American freedom. Okay. Wouldn't be shocked. Carolyn, you make good points. All right. Shout out to MWP for coming through. All right. It looks like okay, you're doing good. Good. All right. Jasmine Crockett does not support legislation cash free for African. Okay. Definitely have to verify that. But if that's true, that's unfortunate. All right. So I'm going to put up everybody's link here. So it's in the chat. Thanks, Ken, for that. So it's in the chat. So go to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Billion. Billionis55.com. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So go support our good.
My bad. If I can answer the questions, I want to answer what is my lineage. I am a Black descendant of slaves. mother's dad is from Mississippi. My mother's mom is from Alabama, and the same for my mom, and same for my dad. And so yeah, I have my great grandma was a slave. Well, yeah, was a slave. I have pictures. I have lineage base. I can show it everybody what my lineage is, and I'm definitely am for lineage base for descendants of slaves. So yeah.
All right, appreciate that. And Andre, this is correct? Andre, is that correct? Andre is Sandford for assembly.com. That's correct. Okay. And then Carolyn, people can also support you at CarolynEssex.com. Is that correct? You have to come off. Yeah.
I was muted. It's CarolynJEssex.com.
Okay. All right. So that does look correct. All right. Cool. All right. And people calling me while I'm on live stream. There you go, live and direct. All right, family. So appreciate it. I think we're gonna wrap up there. And what about UBI for American Freedom Seniors? Real quick, does everybody support that?
Yes, of course.
I guess a thumbs up. Everybody does. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What is Brother Sanford's lineage? All right. What's up, Audra? How you doing, sis? Appreciate you. I think, brother. Which I don't know. I think Audra's down there somewhere in the Bay Area as well. So she might be in your district. I don't know. Audra, if you're there, can you let us know if you're in a District 18 or not? I'll greatly appreciate that. If you could put that in the chat. She supports taxes for Black Americans. Okay. Just gonna wrap this. Andre, you familiar with Angela Nirvana, the reparation process? She is 100% for lineage-based cash-based reparation. Shout out to a good sister, Angela Nirvana, the reparations perspective. Go check her out. You can find her out on YouTube. Good sister. She's been involved in the California reparations, probably in the nation too, but specifically in the California reparations plight since the beginning. Andre, thank you. Hey, King. All right. And Audra's in District 19. So appreciate that. Okay. Which is close, but it's a little outside. All right. Appreciate it. All right, friend, we're going to wrap up. If I guess we'll start with Carolyn, since we started with you. If you could just, 30 seconds, just whatever you want to say before we get out of here, and then we'll go to Billion, and then Andre, and then we'll wrap up. And then Kim, if you have anything else to say or any questions for anybody else, then we will wrap and then call this a night or a day, evening. It's 5 o'clock. I don't know. But yes. Yes, Ms. Carolyn.
Well, real quickly, thank you for inviting me to be on today. I'm completely excited about our campaign. I live in a very diverse community, very diverse district, and so I must talk to everyone, and I do that. And I have a great time doing that, and I'm finding the commonalities. And just let everyone know to go to CarolynJEssex.com, and you'll learn everything about me and what I plan to do as an assembly person. Thank you.
Thanks, Brother Billion.
Yes, family. Right now we are past a state of emergency. We're in a state of being erased, being wiped out. We are under serious attack, and our Black misleadership is allowing this to happen. So as someone who for over 30 years chose to not participate in the political system, I was moved to get involved because I know it comes down to our survival to have people in these positions to fight for us, but to also allow others who are in our districts know they're not to be threatened by us fighting for us, prioritizing fighting for us. That does not mean we're going to neglect them as our communities have been neglected. So please consider the 3 options that you have here in your various districts. And in addition to your vote, if you are considering voting for us, see how many others in your district you can get to vote for us also, because it comes down to numbers, and we do need your support. I appreciate you, ETM Media. Thank you, Andre, Carolyn. Much support to y'all. Victory for all of us.
All right, thanks, brother. Brilliant. Andre?
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I want to just thank you to the ETM Media Group for allowing me to come on, to Bill and Carolyn for you guys as well. I'll keep on fighting, keep on knocking on doors, keep on just calling, emailing, texting, whatever you got to do to get this win. We need you guys. It can't just be one of us. It got to be all three of us, because we need a second. If I put it up there, I put reparations up there, or you put a reparation, whoever put reparations up there, we got to have a second. So please, please, please make sure you vote for not just me, but everybody. Again, we need everybody to go out and vote, and not just vote, but get involved. I just went to the California State Democratic Convention, and I didn't see too many of us. And that's where a lot of the decisions are made. And if we show up in numbers, my goal is to be next convention, Democratic Convention, to bring at least 1,000 brothers, 1,000 Black men to the state conference and show up and show out. And we can have our voice heard before the ballots even go out. So yes, please go out and vote. If you're District 18, Alameda, Emeryville, and Oakland, and please vote for me. I'm definitely 100% behind cash reparations. I'm definitely open to communication with anybody about my reparations policies. And I'm also fighting for universal health care, ending the monopoly with PG&E and utilities, and making sure our schools have the teachers they deserve with no taxes for teaching. Thank you.
All right, thank you, bro. So we can get the music cracking. All right, family. So that is it.
You're kind of in the matrix, Moya, and I just wanted to thank each.
All right, is this better?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to briefly thank our candidate hopefuls here for, the time, the energy, the funding, and really the courage to run in these positions to serve your respective communities. And really, as far as reparations goes in California, the only way we're really going to get to the end goal in any amount of expedient time or just natural legislative process time is if we have our own people in office putting up those policies, because as Carolyn mentioned earlier in the show, the CLBC that we're dealing with out here in California, they absolutely have no intention on getting anything reparations related over the finish line anytime soon. I mean, they've showed us that. I mean, I don't know how many other ways they need to show us that, but getting our own candidates in office is the way moving forward. So thank you again for your time, energy, and courage in this undertaking. And best of luck. I wish I could vote for you all, but I can't vote for any of you, unfortunately. Oh, it looks like we might have lost our other host, which means I'll get us out of here before he comes back and carries us another half an hour. But no, thank you all for everything that you're doing. I wish you the best of luck, and I know that I am rooting for each and every one of you. Best of luck, and thank you.
Thank you so much. This helps being on your show.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Have a great rest of your campaign run.
Bye-bye.
See y'all later. See you in the legislature.
People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Angela was. She called Civic Tax Relief and saved over $80,000. Felicia was having health problems, got behind on her taxes, interest and penalties were adding up. She called Civic Tax Relief and saved over $15,000. Civic Tax Relief is a professional tax negotiation firm that can protect you from the IRS. If you're getting collection letters, call Civic Tax Relief for a free consultation. They will go to work helping you discover all the relief programs you may qualify for free. James owed the IRS $37,000. Civic Tax Relief represented him against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, he did not owe the IRS anything. If you are in trouble with the IRS, call Civic Tax Relief for your free consultation now. 800-200-2257. 800-200-2257. Get a free consultation and real tax relief. Call 800-200-2257. 800-200-2257.
Thanks for waking up with Dominique DePrima on KBLA Talk 1580.
It is the 13th of May, so happy birthday going out to my former boss, Stevie Wonder. Happy Taurus season to all my Tauruses out there. We're talking with Tish Hyman. She's a candidate for mayor of Los Angeles. She's an artist and activist and a business person. You are first time running for anything.
Yes.
And you're shooting for the stars, trying to go for the mayor's mansion, the mayor's office. There's a lot of people running for mayor right now. And although you are an artist, you and Grammy nominated at that, you have been called by the LA Times a long shot. I mean, I don't think that's a stretch to say that. Most people may not have, in political circles, haven't heard of you. Why run if you're a long shot? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of money. Some folks may think it's just a ploy to sell books or sell albums. Why run when you have such a tiny chance of winning?
Well, at the time when I decided to run, it was about a month after I went viral for the whole entire Gold's Gym situation. I had interviewed with multiple news stations and done a bunch of interviews surrounding women's safety. I went out and I spoke with Senator Scott Wiener, who is responsible for a lot of the bills that are dangerous for women and children. And after that, and that was within like a week of this whole thing happening. And after that, I went and I spoke with Ro Khanna, who's a senator. And I also went and spoke with Eric Swalwell, who was at the time running for governor of California.
That's ironic. Talking to Swalwell about women's safety, but
exactly. But that was before everything happened. So this was me looking for answers and trying to figure out, how did the government become this way? And as I looked into the eyes of these men who gave me no answers to my question, and I felt pretty much disregarded as a woman, I said, there is something seriously wrong in our government. And so I was actually looking for a mayoral candidate to support, because I have a big following on Instagram and on my social medias, and I wanted to find someone to elevate so that we can shine a light on them.
I read on TMZ that you were supporting Spencer Pratt.
No, that was not what was happening. I decided to run for mayor before Spencer Pratt announced he was running for mayor. This whole thing started in October, and by December 1st, I already had my committee to run for mayor.
So then why is TMZ saying you support Pratt?
Because they had a salacious topic that they wanted to interview me about regarding him and his sister and her being abused by him and him dosing her with drugs. And I said, I don't support getting into people's personal family business. I said, if there's something going on there, I would stay out of that. I say, God bless Pratt. He's speaking on a lot of the problems and representing his community, and I respect that. And if Los Angeles voted him in as mayor, I would respect whoever got voted into that seat. That was my main
But you'd support him over Karen Bass, is what they said.
That's not what I said. I said that he is speaking about the problems in his community, and I respect anyone who's bold enough to speak out about it. And if Los Angeles was to vote for Spencer Pratt, I would respect whoever they voted into that seat, clearly.
Got it. So you're saying that
they framed it that way, by the way. I spoke about my policies for 10 minutes and they just kind of cut it all out.
Well, I mean, it's TMZ. So.
Yeah. You know, I'm still new to this.
Yeah. So that kind of situation, I mean, we saw, it was yesterday or the day before, Javier Becerra, who's running for governor, Secretary Becerra, talking to a reporter before the interview began, and he's telling her this better not be a gotcha, or this shouldn't be a gotcha interview or whatever. And it was on KTLA, and of course they aired that because they were rolling. So it might seem like, oh, well, I'm new to this. I mean, he's been around a while. I was surprised he would make that mistake. But there, you know, as my friend Jasmine Canick says, there really is no off the record. I try to be. No, I don't try to. I am very clear. If you say off the record, it's off the record. But the point is, you just said you're new to this. We see someone who's experienced making that kind of an error, and now it's going all viral. Do you worry about other pitfalls that you might run into as someone who has no experience running a city of this size?
Not at all. Accountability is my superpower. In regard to that situation with Mr. Becerra, I think that was rude. Honestly, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was rude. I think that, you know, if you're doing an interview with someone and you have nothing to hide, let them interview you. I've sat down on different interviews with people, and I don't know the question or the line of questioning, and maybe they ask me a question about the bathroom locker incident when I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my mayoral candidacy. But I'm here with the person. I'm on your show. I'm going to respect you. I'm going to listen, and I'm going to answer your questions honestly and transparently. I'm not worried about making mistakes because that's a human error. People make mistakes. I'm accountable for every mistake I made. I look everyone in the eyes, and I'm being honest with who I am. And I can only stand on that.
Received. So you feel like that Becerra was rude. You don't think that KTLA was in the wrong to play something that happened before the interview officially started?
I think that was his mistake, was to even say it, but I think it was rude to say it. Because it's like, you're on someone's show, just go in there, answer the questions. If they ask you a question that you feel like is out of line, you should have some sort of pivot or some rebuttal prepared, I guess, if you're preparing for this sort of a salacious, you know, topic. And if he's worried about how he's going to appear, then maybe he shouldn't appear. You know, you have to speak.
Okay. So let's get to sort of a bigger picture here. What is your vision for the city of Los Angeles? You've said that the city is not doing well. A lot of candidates say that. I think Nithya Raman, who's a councilwoman running for mayor, says the city is doing terrible. Basically, a lot of people say our city is in shambles. And it sounds like you agree with that.
Absolutely. I live in the city and I'm walking in the streets and feeling unsafe. My business fell apart as the city fell apart around it. I'm watching creative businesses take a hit. I'm watching the film industry leave the city. I'm here. I'm experiencing these issues. And while some might say homelessness is down, it doesn't feel that way. Some might say public safety is up. It doesn't feel that way.
Some say, I mean, the statistics say it. Clearly, it's still a huge problem, though. The data says it.
What I'm learning about data is it's manipulable. You know, it's very malleable. It's like you can change it into anything. So like even when I'm looking at the polls, I'm so confused about who's in the lead for mayor race and who's doing what. So for me, I think that there's somewhere in between the data and what it feels like on the streets of Los Angeles. But if you ask the average Los Angelino who's walking the streets, just a normal human being trying to get to work, it doesn't feel like homelessness is down, and it doesn't feel any safer. It actually feels less safe than it did just even 5 years ago.
So the reason I asked that is because I feel like, you know, the projection that our city is terrible, and I've heard that, you know, coming from Washington about our city and about San Francisco. I love my city. I think, are there problems? Of course, but I don't know if I would characterize it as falling apart.
It depends where you live.
Well,
what area?
It's not just where you live, it's where you be.
It's where you live, it's where you be, it's where you cross over to travel.
I mean,
it's
I
where
live
you
in the
drive
Crenshaw
through.
district to answer your question.
So I travel through the Crenshaw district. I travel through West Adams. I travel from there to Beverly Hills, and I just see the difference. I've lived in Bel Air. I've seen the difference in Westwood area. It's not safe in Los Angeles. I feel
and you're
the
from the
elements
Bronx.
Yes,
you're
and
you're from the Bronx, and you think LA is not safe.
If I'm from the Bronx and I think LA is not safe, then what does that tell you? It's really not.
It tells me that my response to that would be like, because I feel safe in my city.
Tomato, right?
Well,
but
yeah,
it's
okay.
not. I don't
the reason
think it's
I
safe.
say that is not just to talk to counteract what you're saying, but because people always say they don't feel safe. You can take polling going back to the 1940s, and people say they don't feel safe because some things about our city or any city are not safe, right?
I mean, of course, there are elements of danger in every city, but in the last 5 years, LA has become dramatically less safe. I'm on the foot. So I'll put it like this. I ran my business in Hollywood, so I spent a lot of time on Hollywood and Vine. In the year 2020,
that ain't safe. No, sorry.
That is true, but it used to be. I've been to Hollywood since that was my first. Like my first landing place was Malibu, and I lived in Malibu for almost a year, and then I moved to Hollywood, right? And then I was in Hollywood for like 10 years. So I'm a Hollywood girl. It was my 42nd Street. So I'm talking. I used to run on foot from Vine and Hollywood Boulevard all the way to Doheny and Sunset.
That'll make you run fast. I gotta go because I have news, traffic, and sports, but we'll keep it going on the other side.
Absolutely.
Tish Hyman is my guest. She's running for mayor. You're listening to KBLA Talk 1580.
She's reclaiming her time on KBLA Talk 1580. More First Things First with Dominic DePrima when we come forward.
I'm Bree Wood with BIN News Now. Federal prosecutors have filed criminal charges tied to the deadly collapse of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge. Adam Gustafson of the Justice Department's Environment and Natural Resources Division.
The indictment we've unsealed today alleges that Synergy and its employees, including Karthik Nair, broke the law in ways that caused this tragedy.
An indictment accuses 3 defendants, including the ship's operator, of conspiracy in causing the deaths of 6 workers. Tiger Woods' medical records will be reviewed in his Florida DUI case. A judge approved access under a protective order, meaning they won't be made public. Woods has pleaded not guilty. And Milwaukee is mourning the loss of trailblazing physician Dr. William Finlayson, who has died at 101. He was one of the city's first Black doctors and helped establish its first Black-owned bank during a lifetime of service. Get BIN News Now on demand 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app.
The laughs keep coming when Bert Kreischer hits Fantasy Springs Resort Casino May 22nd. Big energy, big comedy, one wild night. Get tickets now at FantasySpringsResort.com. That's FantasySpringsResort.com.
This is the KBLA Sports Minute with Ray Richardson.
Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka said he would give LeBron as much time as he needs to decide if he wants to return to the Lakers for a 9th season and his 24th in the NBA. LeBron told Pelinka he wants to spend time with his family to help make the decision. LeBron will be 42 on December 30th. He becomes an unrestricted free agent on July 1st. The Lakers hope to know his intentions before then. Pelinka told reporters that he and Lakers management want LeBron to come back. After the Lakers' season-ending loss to Oklahoma City Monday night, LeBron said he had no idea what he wants to do with his future. The first college football telecast on ABC for the 2026 season will feature 2 HBCU teams. Alabama A&M will take on Howard in the SWAC MEAC Challenge in Atlanta, Saturday night, August 29th. The primetime telecast kicks off at 7:30 Eastern Time, 4:30 out here on the West Coast. No debates, no speculation, just the info you need. That's your KBLA Sports Minute. I'm Ray Richardson on KBLA Talk 1580.
Let's be real. For too long, too many of our students have sat in overcrowded classrooms in underfunded public schools.
But as head of the San Diego School Board, Richard Barrera changed that.
Under Barrera's leadership, student literacy rose from the state average all the way to #1 among major urban school districts. Barrera led the way for smaller classrooms and for teachers to be paid what they're worth.
Barrera funded more counselors and mental health services, and community schools that teach real-world skills for future jobs.
A community organizer who became an education leader to fight for our kids. The only candidate for State Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Backed by the 310,000 classroom educators of the California Teachers Association. Vote Democrat Richard Barrera for State Superintendent.
Ad paid for by California Teachers Association Independent Expenditure Committee, not authorized by a candidate or committee controlled by a candidate.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
KBLA Talk 1580.
KBLA Talk 1580 is connecting you with services and solutions. Domestic violence and family violence is when someone in an intimate or family relationship tries to gain or maintain power and control over another through a wide range of abusive behaviors. Every single act may amount to abuse. Abuse can take on various forms: psychological and emotional, physical and economic, and sexual abuse. The Genesee Center Incorporated is a nationally recognized nonprofit domestic violence prevention and intervention organization, housing women and children from 30 days up to 2 years through emergency and transitional shelters. The Genesee Center also provides support services like mental health counseling, life skills classes, computer training, job referrals, after-school programs for children, field trips, tutoring, and comprehensive direct legal services. If you need help or you'd like to donate or volunteer, call the Genesee Hotline, 1-800-479-7328. That's 1-800-479-7328, or visit genesee.org. Everyone has the right to be safe. This is a community call to action from KBLA Talk 1580.
We're not for everybody, but we're for everybody. You're listening to KBLA Talk 1580.
Talking with Tish Hyman. She's running for mayor of Los Angeles. She's also an artist and an activist. And you were talking about jogging from Hollywood and Vine all around. And that's how you got the feeling that the city of LA was falling apart and less safe now than it was. But I got to tell you, I worked near Hollywood and Highland in the 90s. And it was very unsafe back then. I feel like it's safer now. Hollywood, though, if you look at the numbers, statistically has way more violent assaults, rapes, violent assaults than South Central Los Angeles.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you there. I mean, this is a hub where like all these different people are coming from different places and coming there some are coming there for an opportunity, some are coming there for an opportunity to rob, for an opportunity to commit a crime. But I can say, as a person who's been concentrated in this area and had businesses there, that the homelessness population grew out of control after 2021. It just got crazy. There are tents everywhere throughout Hollywood. You can't walk the boulevard and get that inspiration. It's not clean. It's like you got to have your head on a swivel in Hollywood.
So what do we do about the unhoused?
So I think that what needs to happen is that we need to get to the root of the problem with the unhoused. And I've been saying this since I started my run, and I just said, listen.
So what does that look like, I mean, in terms of policy?
Well, in terms of policy, I would have to go in and lean heavily on the governor. We would have to amend some bills in regard to voluntary treatment and things of that nature, because I think what needs to happen is we need to have a stiffer approach with how we deal with the homeless. There are different types of people on the streets. There are people who fell on hard times and can't afford a place to live. There are people who work jobs and can't afford a place to live. There are people who are suffering from mental health issues, and there are people who are suffering from drug addiction and struggling with drug addiction. And we need to address them all differently. We can't treat it like a one size fit all. So I think that the first thing to do is kind of identify these different groups and then send service workers out to kind of form a triage to find out who's where and how. In my first year, I would spend the first year organizing these facilities and just making sure that they're in place so that we have somewhere to put these different groups. But we have to go and we have to help those who cannot help themselves. The truth of the matter is it's not compassion leaving people to rot on the streets, but we have to do it with
You're
empathy.
talking about like compulsory treatment?
Yes, and long-term treatment, because you, as a person who grew up in the ghetto, I've seen addiction close up. From family members, I've seen it from friends, I've just seen it in my environment. And I find that the root to the problem is what is being left untreated. And we need to treat that. So if someone's dealing with mental health problems, they can't deal with them on the streets. They're a danger to themselves and a danger to society. They need to be helped. They need to be brought in, by court order and just made to deal with their issues. We have no choice. We have to treat the problems. And that is what I think my approach would be for the homeless, is we have to heal and then house. You cannot house people who are addicts. They will not be able, they will still spiral. The same problem that caused them to be addicts is still there. So we have to heal and house our homeless. And some people need to be fast-tracked into housing. There are families there that just needs a place to live. And there's plenty of housing and there's plenty of programs. I think that they're just being mismanaged and not run properly.
You talk a lot about public safety. Of course, you gained note in the political field by talking about transgender women in locker rooms. Transgender persons make up 1% of the population. So it's not, regardless of where you stand on it, it's not the full picture about what our public safety issues are. How do you address public safety? Are you in agreement with the mayor in terms of increasing the police budget? Are you more along the lines of the Care First model of moving some of those resources into other kinds of things like mental health support or housing? Where are you in terms of the way the budget plays out when it comes to public safety?
I think we need to increase our police force. We need to do more hiring. We need to do better training. I think with these two things happening, we can decrease the liabilities, because we spent a lot of money on lawsuits and we spend a lot of money on overtime. So we need to increase that.
But those lawsuits mostly have to do with police abuse of people, killing people, excessive force. I'm not quite sure how more police fixes that.
I think it's a broad stroke when you say that. Some people have sued because of trauma dealing with a situation, like if the police have come and saved them out of a situation. I've seen people sue for just trauma. There's just different reasons why lawsuits and liabilities happen.
They are police abuse in the main. But so increase the police force. So does that mean increasing the police budget?
It means reallocating money in the police budget and cutting fiscal waste.
So I want to move money around in the police budget, but that
we would have to. And I think
would you keep the police chief that we have now?
I would. Before I make a judgment on whether or not to keep the police chief, I would have to do some heavy auditing and just talk to different people in the departments. I wouldn't make any decision like that without consulting the people that actually have worked with these people for the time period and worked with this police chief, just to make sure that that's something that needs to happen.
Every mayor and every mayoral candidate says, almost every mayoral candidate says, we need more cops. So apparently it's not that simple. I mean, going all the way back to Mayor Reardon, they're saying we need more cops, and most of the time it doesn't happen.
Well, nothing is simple. I think it's about the approach, and it's about constantly jabbing at a situation until you figure out the solution. I found myself the other night thinking when I heard Mayor Bass saying it took her 2 years to work on this, one of her programs that she just released about, it was a late night. It was about 2 a.m. that I was looking at this last night. But basically what I thought to myself was, wow, it took her 2 years to come up with this. So it's very complex programs and very complex structures that we're building here. So I wanted to analyze that. I said, if it took someone 2 years to come up with a plan like this, what is that? Why? How was that 2 years delegated? Was it an hour a day? Was it 2 hours a day? Was it 3 hours a day? The type of person I am is I'm very much like, if I have a problem, I address it and I keep chiming at it until it's done. And that means spending long hours on something like that. I'm not sure what exactly, because I don't have all of the information furnished to me. So I don't want to sit here and just say that I would do this or that. I don't have the information. But my biggest thing would be to analyze the information, speak to the different people in the different departments, and figure out what would be the best way to move forward. Look at what has worked, look at what hasn't worked. What seems to be happening is we have a lot of lawsuits and liabilities, and I think that's due to poor training. And we're not investing enough money in training, or we're not investing enough money in hiring officers, making it more attractive to be a police officer, just outreach and just different. I think there's different technology we could use also that wasn't available to us before to make hiring and the process of training a little bit more easy and fast. There's just different ways. We have to be innovative. We have to constantly be searching for ways to do it. And in 2026, there's a fast way to do almost anything.
You said you have a plan to bring billions of dollars to LA. What is that plan? What does it look like?
Well, I don't want to just lay it out there because I don't want anyone to steal my idea, but I'll tell you this. What I've noticed about Los Angeles is that people are worried about the film industry. People are worried about the entertainment industry. And they're saying these statements like, oh, Hollywood is moving. And I say to that, no, Hollywood is planted right there in our hills. I drive by it every day on purpose. We have landmarks that are globally famous around the world. Whenever I'm traveling and I say I live in LA, I'm asked, is it Bel Air? Is it Beverly Hills? Is it Hollywood? And you know what that tells me is that no matter where we are in the world, people know who we are and people want to come here. And I have figured out a way to not only make tourism and life, the nightlife come back to LA, but how to monetize it in a really, really big way, in a way that brings $3 billion to Los Angeles annually. And it's and I've went through it. I've been protecting my IP and going over it with planners and just making sure that it is possible, and it's 100% possible. It is something that only we can do. And I believe that in my third year, I would be able to cut city tax with a program like this. My thought is no taxing, make money. How do we create an economy, an economic revival? That's something that I bring to the table that none of the mayor candidates bring to the table. I'm creative. I created a business that doesn't exist and makes $30,000 every hour in Hollywood. And I'm going to do that in Santa Monica, and I'm going to do that in Venice Beach. And then I figured out a way to bring 50 million from other states to Los Angeles without us even leaving.
You're saying 30 million every
30,000 an hour.
Right now, you have that business?
I have that business.
So you're very wealthy.
No. Oh, you mean like operating? No, yeah. I thought of this. So I thought of this business when I decided to run for mayor. I was like, how can we boost our economy? How can we get LA booming again? Because safety issues, we have policing issues, we have all these other issues, but another issue we have is an economic issue. And I haven't seen one person bring an idea to the table that doesn't involve taxing citizens. And I feel like that's because they are not business people. They've never created businesses. It's like if you worked and you went to school your whole life, or you worked in politics, that's great. But there's also other elements of life. Right. I bring life experience and business experience to the office, and I'm creative and I'm cultural. I understand that culture is an economy as well. And that's what I'm bringing, a cultural economy.
When I hear you talking about being a business person who wants to run the city more like a business, increasing the number of cops, mandatory hospitalization for the homeless, it sounds like a conservative platform. Where would you place yourself? Would you call yourself a Democrat, a Republican, a conservative, a progressive, a liberal? Where would you place yourself on the spectrum of politics?
I am a woman. I am a business woman. I don't really do the party lines. I look at parties like gangs. I grew up in the ghetto. I saw gangs. I saw the Bloods, aka the Republicans, and I saw the Crips, aka the Democrats. And they're at a war. And I see myself as a person just in the middle, and I see all of us as people in the middle, and they're shooting us up with bad policies and bad bills.
I got you. With the LA Times, and they report that when they were let's see. that when you were doing an interview, when you were filming your own for your wildly popular social media, that you were with a man wearing a Turning Point USA T-shirt and an NRA gym bag, and those are both generally.
I don't think that's the truth. My campaign manager had on a suit, and definitely not an NRA gym. What interview is this?
This is from the LA Times. It doesn't say it was their interview. They were saying you were filming content for your page. So I guess I was just, are you a supporter of TPUSA or?
I'm a supporter of honesty and transparency. I didn't really know. Remember, I'm not a political person. I'm a music person. So I wasn't even familiar with Turning Point until the last 7 or 8 months. And honestly, I just think that anywhere there are young people who want to talk about controversial subjects and express themselves, I'm there to show up and support and learn and to teach. So ultimately, I'm not a conservative. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm a human being. And I just want to see things be right again. I want to see LA safe again. I don't believe that any of us should be in parties because parties are the problem. Parties are causing division. People, not parties.
Let's say you don't get into the runoff. Can you see yourself supporting any of the candidates that are running now?
I mean, I would just have to see what the general election selection looks like.
So how do you feel about the top tier? We've spoken about Karen Bass. And we've spoken about Spencer Pratt. What about Nithya Raman?
I think she's a nightmare. I think she's the worst thing that could happen to Los Angeles.
Why so?
Because her district is a mess. She believes in defunding our police. I don't even know where she's from. I don't believe that she represents a single Los Angelino. I don't believe her. She's Nithya Ilhan Omar Rahman. I just don't believe in Nithya at all.
So you are critical of Ilhan Omar?
I am.
Why?
Fraud. I mean, when I went to Minnesota to speak at the women's prison, when I got there, I immediately felt like I was in a different place. And I looked around and I said, oh, this is an interesting place. I've never spent much time in Minnesota. I've never spent much time here. And as I was just looking around, I went home and I did research. And I said to myself, this is what Americans don't understand. And I need to say something about this. Every other country can see how beautiful our democracy is, but us. We don't believe our votes count. Why is that? And I use that place every chance I get as an example of why our votes count. Because they moved there, a group of people from another country moved there, they created their community, and they voted a person in that they wanted that represented their community. I believe that Ilhan Omar doesn't really love America. Based on what I've seen online, what I've read, I just do not appreciate her disposition towards America and how she deals with us and how she talks about our country and our leadership. Now, there's nothing wrong with having critical opinions of people in power, but I think there's something wrong with disrespecting people in power and speaking just crashly and rudely about them. And I also think that she's in no position to speak negative about people in power when we've seen all the fraud coming out of that state.
Okay, we're talking with Tish Hyman. She's running for mayor of Los Angeles. We'll continue the conversation when we come forward on KBLA Talk 1580.
More of First Things First with Dominique DePrimo when we come forward.
My name is Cynthia Mitchell. I've been an emergency room nurse in Los Angeles County for 25 years. I've been there through every fire season, every outbreak, every earthquake. Every time Los Angeles needed us, the doctors and nurses of Los Angeles County showed up. And right now, I'm seeing another disaster coming. Trump's cuts to Los Angeles County's healthcare system are a public health crisis in the making. Medi-Cal, public hospitals, disaster preparedness are all at risk, but we can stop it. Measure ER fights back against these cuts. For a half a penny, we keep emergency rooms open, care within reach for working families, and doctors and nurses serving the communities we love. When you vote yes on Measure ER, you're not just voting for healthcare, you're voting for LA. Vote yes on Measure ER by June 2nd.
Ad paid for by Yes on ER, Restore Healthcare for Angelinos, sponsored by St. John's Community Health and Health Justice Action Fund. Ad committee top funder, St. John's Community Health.
Tired of traffic? Metro D Line runs Wilshire now with 3 new stops from downtown LA to Beverly Hills. No parking, no stress. Metro D Line, the faster way across LA.
Let's be real. For too long, too many of our students have sat in overcrowded classrooms in underfunded public schools.
But as head of the San Diego School Board, Richard Barrera changed that.
Under Barrera's leadership, student literacy rose from the state average all the way to #1 among major urban school districts. Barrera led the way for smaller classrooms and for teachers to be paid what they're worth.
Barrera funded more counselors and mental health services, and community schools that teach real-world skills for future jobs.
A community organizer who became an education leader to fight for our kids. The only candidate for state superintendent of public instruction.
Backed by the 310,000 classroom educators of the California Teachers Association. Vote Democrat Richard Barrera for state superintendent.
Ad paid for by California Teachers Association Independent Expenditure Committee, not authorized by a candidate or committee controlled by a candidate.
Hi, I'm Chris Holden, former California Assembly member, former Mayor of Pasadena, and CEO of LA Fire Justice. I've spent my career fighting for our communities. When I saw Edison celebrating $4.5 billion in profits while Eaton fire survivors struggle to make ends meet, it made me simultaneously sick and furious. Families and individuals are dealing with financial pressure, insurance delays, costly remediation, and the painful question of how to rebuild their lives, while the utility that caused the fire is paying its executives millions and is more profitable than ever. That's not justice. That's a disgrace. Join the lawsuit with LA Fire Justice to hold Edison accountable. We're here to help you, your family, and our community recover. Visit lafirejustice.com today to learn more about your eligibility and how to start.
Advertisement. Douglas Boxer, 221 East Walnut Street, Suite 100, Pasadena, California, 91101 is the attorney responsible for this ad.
LA Fire Justice is proud to sponsor Conversation Live, Altadena Rising with James Farr on KBLA Talk 1580.
The conversation continues right now with Dominique DePrima on First Things First.
Tish Hyman for mayor.com. Well, it's actually Hyman for mayor.com. Hyman, and it's the number. HymanForMayor.com, HymanForMayor.com if you want more info. You say that my digital lock twin is AI trained on my platform.
Yes.
So what the heck did that mean?
It means that it pretty much has all of the information in my brain. And
so you've trained up a twin, an AI twin, so we can go on your website and ask you questions.
Absolutely.
Ask your AI questions.
And she answers them.
And you don't worry she might start hallucinating?
I mean, she might. I mean, that's just a chance we take with AI. But, I can, like I said, accountability is my superpower. So I'll say, hey, guys, I got an AI agent. And maybe it didn't say all the right things, but here I am to follow up and make sure fix whatever it broke.
And you trained it up.
Yes.
So time flies on the radio. I want to make sure you say what you came here to say. What is your vision for Los Angeles?
So Los Angelinos, I'm Tish Hyman. No, I'm not a political politician or a career politician, but I am a woman who's run business here. I want to see a safer LA, a functioning LA, a fiscally responsible LA. I'd like to see us have 10, 20, 30 years of prosperity again. We need to bring safety back to our streets. We need to bring accountability back to our government. And we need to just be plain about what's right and wrong. I'm not here with a fancy word salad for you. I'm not here to tell you that I can lower rents and make trains and buses free. I think I just wouldn't begin to say anything like that. But what I am here to tell you is I'm a manager. I'm a leader. I care about this city, all neighborhoods. I travel throughout Los Angeles extensively. I understand the patience. I understand that it's going to take a lot of learning. And I understand that it's going to take someone who's ready to fight for us. But I am ready to fight for us. I'm not ready to fight with people. I'm ready to fight for people. So I'm here to bring unity. I'm here to bring common sense, love, and morals back to the states and city offices. And when I say states, it's because I'm reaching out to everyone. I want to build a relationship with everyone in the council. I want to build a relationship with neighborhood council. I want to make sure that I'm transparent and that I offer my hands and my help to anyone in neighboring neighborhoods and in neighboring government. My whole objective is to bring unity, accountability, stability, and financial fiscal responsibility to Los Angeles and prosperity. Let's bring money back. Let's bring our creativity back. Let's bring our culture back. Let's make women safe. Let's make children safe. Let's make LA safe.
Hyman for Mayor, the number 4 mayor.com, and your social medias handles are?
Yes, you can find my mayor page at Hyman for Mayor, and that's in Instagram.com/Hyman for Mayor. My artist page is Listen number 2 Tish. And I have my website, Hyman, number 4mayor.com. And you can speak to my AI agent who is trained on all my thoughts, and she will answer your questions.
Tish Hyman, thank you so much for coming in. It's a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate being here.
Tavis Smiley's up next. He's got an incredible show for you. As per usual, his hump day lineup is fire. Don't forget to find me on social media. I'm at Deprima Radio, DIPRIMA, and then radio. And if you missed my interview with Crazy Bone, if you missed my interview with the many folks running for all of the different offices, including our city attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto, or her challengers, they are all available on YouTube. They're all available for free wherever you get your podcasts. Let's be ready. We got to do this. Like my mother, the late, great poet laureate Diane DePrima used to say, history is now. Like I always say, we're making it together. Until tomorrow, one love.
KBLA 1580 Santa Monica.
I'm Bree Wood with BIN News Now. Federal prosecutors have filed criminal charges tied to the deadly collapse of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge. Adam Gustafson of the Justice Department's Environment and Natural Resources Division.
The indictment we've unsealed today alleges that Synergy and its employees, including Karthik Nair, broke the law in ways that caused this tragedy.
An indictment accuses 3 defendants, including the ship's operator, of conspiracy in causing the deaths of 6 workers. Tiger Woods' medical records will be reviewed in his Florida DUI case. A judge approved access under a protective order, meaning they won't be made public. Woods has pleaded not guilty. And Milwaukee is mourning the loss of trailblazing physician Dr. William Finlayson, who has died at 101. He was one of the city's first Black doctors and helped establish its first Black-owned bank during a lifetime of service. Get BIN News Now on demand 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app.
The laughs keep coming when Bert Kreischer hits Fantasy Springs Resort Casino May 22nd. Big energy, big comedy.
Okay. We also can be found, if you want to weigh in, we're streaming there on YouTube at KBLA 1580. You can see everything I'm doing in the studio. We also stream on Facebook. Please like, follow, and subscribe everywhere we are, which is KBLA 1580 on all platforms. I'm at Deprima Radio, DIPRIMA, and then radio. It's a Think Tank Thursday. So what does that mean? Well, we put on our thinking caps and collectively mass source smarter solutions to all kinds of things. And it is election season, so Think Tank Thursday, maybe what's our question of the day? How to figure out who to vote for governor. Your thoughts on that? That's your Think Tank Thursday challenge, because I've heard it both here and in San Francisco. People who haven't voted yet, they've got all the other things figured out except governor. And so we can crowdsource our brilliance and figure out how to sort through these many candidates that are on the ballot and come up with an answer. If there's anything else you're confused about, well, let's talk about that too. Hour 2, we typically go national, international, and beyond, but today we'll be talking a little bit about Altadena, and we will meet a person running to be a LA County Superior Court judge. And then hour 3, we'll talk about extremism, which actually intersects with everything in this election. And that conversation is one with a leading scholar on the topic. Really looking forward to the conversation with Dr. Cynthia Miller Idris in hour 3. Right now, though, it is time to talk about District 55, Assembly District 55 here in California, which is currently represented by Isaac Bryan, Assemblymember Isaac Bryan. There's a whole bunch of people running for that seat. Now, as you know, we don't cover every single race. We simply don't have enough airtime, but certainly we need to cover the ones that the radio station and most of our delegation lives and works in. And Assembly District 55 is one of those. So we have one of the many candidates who is vying for that seat, trying to take out incumbent Isaac Bryan. He is a pro-choice. He calls himself a moderate pro-choice Republican. He's chair of the Republican Committee for the 55th District, and he is treasurer of the LA County Republican Party and a member of their executive board since 2022. Keith Cascio, welcome.
Good morning, Dominique. Good morning, Los Angeles. What a happy and socially beneficial thing it is to be here on this important show, on this important station.
Thank you for that. We like to think of ourselves as important. I do think that meeting the people who are trying to get in office is really helpful, and so we're privileged to be in that role. So, what do you're a tech guy?
By profession, I'm a software engineer. My background is artificial intelligence. For 25 years, I've worked in big tech, and that's probably what's made me the moderate economic realist Republican that I am today.
How so?
So most of my voting life, I was registered with the Green Party. And, that seemed to fit well. I registered the day I turned 18. In 2010, I went to work for what I think at the time was the most powerful company on earth. And I had the experience of the American corporate world that so many of us get to have. And it changed my view of American society. And it took a while for me to let go of the Green Party, but eventually, due to my understanding of the way American capitalism works and society, I decided the best way to express myself and the best way to have an impact was to stake out being a moderate Republican.
And you don't want to share what tech company that was?
I'll say that in 2010, it was Google.
Got you. And so from working there, it changed your worldview. What did you see that made you think differently?
A couple things. I thought I was going to have a technical career. I was highly trained technically. And I found out what everybody finds out in the American corporate world, which is there's no such thing as a technical career. Everything in human life is political. So I had to adapt to that in order to have my career. And that just started making me think more politically. Another thing was I discovered that American capitalism, and by the way, I consider myself a proud capitalist, but I'm still capable of noticing and acknowledging that American capitalism has always been exploitive. I noticed that it was very competitive. And I said, it would probably be a good idea for folks to know about this. This isn't exactly the way things are described when you're in school, the way we actually do business at the highest levels. And it would be socially beneficial for folks to find out like what they're kind of getting into.
I mean, but isn't that kind of the point of capitalism, to be exploitive? Like you sell something for more than what it's actually worth. That's the whole concept.
I was,
you extract value from labor.
Capitalism on steroids is one phrase that we use. I was raised to believe that the United States is a Christian country. I now think that what we really emphasize here is money. And so I just got to really experience that and find out whether I can do it. I think I can. And I said, they're like for social cohesion in the United States, it'd be better if more of us were on the same page and realize like the like deep end of the swimming pool that we're jumping into.
Okay. So tech company changes your life. You realize or understand that everything's political, but you're still working in tech now, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's how you keep the lights on.
Yeah, absolutely. If
But-
you're doing underdog Republican politics in LA, you better keep your day job.
Okay, well, you mean because California is so blue, and especially our coastal cities?
The political project I'm working on could take a while. The 55th district hasn't elected a Republican in 70 years. And my party that I'm affiliated with is not trusted here. And so it turns out I never knew how much I enjoy building bridges of trust. And it's been a life transforming experience for me. But it's not something you could expect to happen overnight.
So why the 55th? It seems like everybody is running for the 55th. And it's interesting because Assembly member Isaac Bryan is quite popular. He usually pulls in around 70-80% of the vote, at election time. So why pick on this crowded race to be your launching point?
So, and this is such an informative radio program, for everybody who's listening, if you decide to run for legislature in California, you don't have any choice what district you're going to run in. The only one you can run is the one you live in. I've lived here for 25 years. I love it. It's the most ethnically and culturally diverse district in the state. I never thought I would run for office, but this is my third cycle now. And it's turned out to be the most exciting, fascinating thing I've ever done. And like where I'm originally from, New York, by the way, I'm an Italian American from Brooklyn, New York. I think you might be an Italian American from Brooklyn, New York.
My mother is, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She's also an anarchist who would rather be, have her feet put in burning lava than being a Republican.
And revolutionary letters, I think, is one of her expressions of that.
Yeah, that's one of her most famous books. Yeah,
I appreciate it. And again, most of my voting life, I was with the Green Party. I have something radical in me, but like New York, like Chicago, LA is an urban place where certain kinds of political competition have kind of drifted away. And so, yes, the current situation is kind of a political machine where the incumbent tends to be, very predictably reelected. But actually, not much has been done to try to change that situation. And so I feel very optimistic about it. It's just the work just has to be done.
Keith Cascio is my guest. He wants to be your assembly member for the 55th district. And we'll continue the conversation when we come forward. We are your election information station, KBLA Talk 1580.
She's reclaiming her time on KBLA Talk 1580. More First Things First with Dominique DePrima when we come forward.
Hi, I'm Zoe Williams, host of The Voice of Reason, weeknights at 7 p.m. here on KBLA Talk 1580 with a personal invitation for you to join me and Insight.me as we present The Healing Box live at Inglewood's world-famous Miracle Theater, Saturday evening, May 23rd at 7 p.m. Look, I understand your attachment style has been running your life like a rogue algorithm, and nobody has had the courage to press pause. Until now, Dr. Bakoya McCall and yours truly are curating a night where clinicians, spiritualists, and an all-star panel of Black woman healers like Dr. Shalonda Sunshine Crawford, Dr. Deshauna Johnson, and spiritualist Precious McGill will join some amazing spoken word artists and the legendary comedian Louis Dix to diagnose, disrupt, and heal your relational wreckage in real time. Listen, bring your trauma. As a matter of fact, bring your baby mama. No, bring your testimony. And if you're still texting your ex at 2 a.m., baby, you're not just invited, you're the target demo. Tickets are moving fast, so grab yours at themiracleinglewood.com before your dating history gets flagged as a pre-existing condition. That's themiracleinglewood.com. We'll see you there Saturday, May 23rd at 7 p.m.
In a world full of noise, one station keeps it real. KBLA Talk 1580, where the conversation goes deeper, the voices sound like yours, and the issues that matter most to our community take center stage. Progressive, powerful, unapologetically us. Whether you're driving through the city or tuning in from your home or office, join the public square. KBLA Talk 1580, your home for talk that enlightens, encourages, and empowers. Listen live on our free KBLA 1580 app, on our website at kbla1580.com, or on your radio dial at 1580 AM.
Unapologetically progressive. It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI. Your ancestors' favorite radio station, and your favorite morning show host. Let's get back to Dominique DePrima right now.
Right now, Assembly District 55 is big. Like most of our assembly districts, but this one encompasses a lot of different areas, parts of South LA, West LA. It's just Koreatown. It has a lot of different ethnic groups, a lot of neighborhoods that don't always see eye to eye or have the same needs and wants. And so a lot of different folks are vying for that particular seat. So Think Tank Thursday, Keith Cascio is here. He's our guest. He's running for that district. Let me ask you our Think Tank Thursday question of the day. Have you made up your mind on governor?
I haven't voted for governor yet. The way folks are describing this particular gubernatorial cycle is like using words like underwhelming. So it kind of feels like people haven't felt like a standout candidate has come out. It doesn't look anymore like that situation people were concerned about, that there would be top 2 Republican is going to happen.
No, but we're definitely going to have at least one Republican. Between Hilton and Bianco, the 2 Republicans. Do you have a choice? Do you have a preference?
I don't really have a preference. Steve Hilton is British, and so that would be an interesting choice for California voters.
An immigrant, actually.
Right. And Sheriff Bianco is a pro-Trump sheriff, and I just don't think California voters are probably ready for that.
But as a Republican, you don't have a preference between the 2 of them. I mean, not California voters, but you who are, you call yourself a moderate Republican. I don't know if I'd call either of those moderate, although Hilton does a better job of appearing to be moderate.
Right. Like, for example, I'm a pro-immigration Republican, and neither of those candidates is that way on that issue. So basically what I've discovered is that we have to, in the United States, I did third party politics for a long time. We kind of have to be with one of the major parties, but the thing that really controls a candidate is the money. If you really want to know how a candidate's going to vote once they're elected, download their financials and find out who paid for them to run. The party matters, but it kind of like it correlates with the money. So I've just found that if you're able to be independent as a candidate, you don't have to be controlled by your political party, and so I can have my own opinions about government.
So you don't take who finances your campaign, since you brought it up. I mean, because there's the problem. People are always police associations, big oil. I mean, problem from a progressive standpoint, right? Police associations, big oil, and to some degree, big tech.
Sometimes. So if people go to Cal Access, which is the FPPC's website where people can download these kind of financials, they would find that my campaign doesn't raise a lot of money. So what I found is it doesn't take as much money as people think to run for office, but if you don't have that, it takes a lot of time, which at least at this point in my life I have. If you can serve as your own treasurer and you can do all of your own web and online stuff, then you can actually save like tens of thousands of dollars. And so there indeed, as you mentioned, there are some typical ways that Republican campaigns are funded in LA County. One of them would be to run pro-life on abortion, which I'm not doing. One of them would be to run a kind of a religiously fundamentalist campaign, which I'm not doing. Another one is to be primarily funded by the oil and gas industry, which is not acceptable. And another one would be, and I am, and this district, the 55th, contains California's most significant Jewish community, and I am pro-Israel, and I am on very good terms with the Jewish community, but the way I'm funded needs to be balanced, so it can't just be 100% funded by the Jewish community.
Okay, so you said pro-Israel, and what does that manifest? Does it mean that you support their campaign in Gaza?
Well, I would like to avoid war. And I wish our societies would do more to avoid war. That's a situation that's been going on for like forever. If you take a news article from the 1980s and cover the headline and read it, you can't tell the difference. It's a very long-standing situation. The way I view the state of Israel, which I think is really almost a part of the United States, is through the lens of economic realism. I think all of us here in the United States, we're here to do capitalism. American capitalism has long since not been isolationist. It's global capitalism. And so if you look at the way if you kind of like look at the way the whole world economy works, Israel is essential to that. And so it's like, living in the United States and living the standard of living that we have here, it's kind of like, once you understand how the whole system works, you kind of have to be pro-Israel.
Okay. Well, not everyone views it that way, but when you talk about being pro-Israel in this time, a lot of voters' attention is being focused on who's funding whom, and of course, AIPAC money has become one of the litmus tests for national office in the state of California. That's JPAC. Do you receive funding from them?
I have not, and AIPAC doesn't get involved in local races,
right?
But and no, I have not.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about reparations, because I see you at a lot of reparations events, and you say that you're pro reparations, right?
Right. All four candidates running for the 55th district seat are pro reparations.
But your version of pro reparations is a little different.
I think California is the only state with a state level reparations task force. My friend Camila
New York
Moore,
has one, don't they?
A state level.
I believe they do. Yeah.
Well, I hope they do. If they do, great. My friend Camila Moore is the chairwoman, and they produced a 1,080-page report that I have read, and I accept that report because it was, they spent 2.5 years creating it. Where I think I'm adding something to the conversation is I think I know how to make a 100% Republican compatible, non-Marxist case for reparations. So basically, I just think I'm a great addition to the movement because I can talk about it with people that normally the movement doesn't think you could talk to about it.
But some of the things, I mean, your interpretation of reparations, as I understand it, is not necessarily in sync with a lot of the people within the reparations movement, right? Is that fair to say?
Not that I'm aware of. I go to reparations events. They ask me, what does reparations mean? I say cash payments, cut the check. I mean,
so what is a capitalist version of a reparations as you see it?
It's so simple and amazing. It's just if you look at scripture, if you look at sacred scripture, a concept that is very well outlined there is just the concept of debt. It's a good old-fashioned concept. You don't need Marx or all these other things.
I mean, I don't know any reparationists that are actually saying that we are taking a Marxist approach. That's your interpretation of it.
It is my interpretation, yes. And I think it's what stalls the conversation with like most of the country probably. And so instead, if framing it,
you don't think it's racism that stalls the conversation on reparations?
So one thing that we have in the United States,
you think it's Marxism, not racism?
One thing we have in the United States is what's called racial capitalism, which is where you use racial differences in order to perpetually exploit people.
Right.
And we're still doing that to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just, one word for that is racism, but I think it's like incredibly helpful to move the conversation along. And because I think a lot of us would really like to see way more progress in race relations in the United States in our lifetime, to use specific words in order to describe what's really happening. Someone I admire a lot, Nicole Hannah-Jones, who created the 1619 Project. She was being interviewed in New York, or she was in a panel discussion. I remember her saying that, the way racism functions in the United States is always for profit. It's in order to exploit people for economic reasons.
Okay. So you said you accept the task force, but you have a different understanding of how to make people accept reparations, and that involves having a capitalist version of reparations that doesn't include Marxism. And you think it's time to move along past a racial conversation, but I don't know that you can have reparations without looking at the impact of white supremacy, racist white supremacy policies on not just during the enslavement period, but during the Jim Crow period, as the California Reparations Task Force clearly outlines in their report. If you want to respond to that, we'll get to that when we come forward. We got a lot more to talk about, your policies, proposals, and how you see the state of California, specifically Assembly District 55, right now. I'm Dominique DePrima, and you're listening to KBLA Talk 1580.
More of First Things First with Dominique DePrima when we come forward.
I'm Esther Dillard with BIN News Now. Disturbing dash cam video of an Arkansas police officer forcing a driver off the road. Fox 13 News reports the car flipped over. The cop draws his gun, demanding the black woman driver get out, and a baby emerges from the back door of the vehicle.
Got a toddler walking out of the back. Got a baby. Come stand right here.
The trooper says he clocked the driver going at 80 miles per hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. A Florida judge has approved a prosecutor's request for Tiger Woods' medical records. That means they're now part of his DUI case, according to ESPN. The 50-year-old black golfer pleaded not guilty to misdemeanor DUI after rolling his SUV near his Jupiter Island home in March. And the Trump administration is eliminating $350 million in competitive grants to Hispanic serving institutions and other minority serving institutions. Get BIN News Now on demand 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app.
Recall 67A mobile appointments are now available in your area. We come to you quick, easy, and under an hour. Complete the recall to get $500 plus a warranty worth thousands. Schedule today at CummonsRecall.com.
This is the KBLA Sports Minute with Ray Richardson.
The Dodgers snapped a 4-game losing streak Wednesday night with a 4-0 win over San Francisco at Dodger Stadium. Shohei Ohtani was not in the batting lineup, but he was impressive on the mound. He allowed only 4 hits in 7 innings and struck out 8. The Dodgers have been struggling lately. The 2-time World Series champions are 4-9 since April 27. Former Dodgers outfielder Jason Hayward, one of only 2 African Americans on the Dodgers roster over the past 3 seasons, has been hired as a special assistant in the Dodgers organization. The 36-year-old Hayward, a 5-time Gold Glove winner, retired in March after 16 seasons in Major League Baseball. Charlie Neal, Longtime voice of HBCU sports, passed away Wednesday. Neil was 80. Neil was at BET for 24 years before moving over to ESPN in 2005 to continue his outstanding HBCU coverage. No debates, no speculation, just the info you need. That's your KBLA Sports Minute. I'm Ray Richardson on KBLA Talk 1580.
Let's be real. For too long, too many of our students have sat in overcrowded classrooms in underfunded public schools.
But as head of the San Diego School Board, Richard Barrera changed that.
Under Barrera's leadership, student literacy rose from the state average all the way to #1 among major urban school districts. Barrera led the way for smaller classrooms and for teachers to be paid what they're worth.
Barrera funded more counselors and mental health services, and community schools that teach real-world skills for future jobs.
A community organizer who became an education leader to fight for our kids. The only candidate for state superintendent of public instruction.
Backed by the 310,000 classroom educators of the California Teachers Association. Vote Democrat Richard Barrera for state superintendent.
Ad paid for by California Teachers Association Independent Expenditure Committee, not authorized by a candidate or committee controlled by a candidate.
Tired of traffic? Metro D-Line runs Wilshire now with 3 new stops from downtown LA to Beverly Hills. No parking, no stress. Metro D-Line, the faster way across LA.
KBLA Talk 1580.
Tired of being locked out of job opportunities and shut down by systemic racism? KBLA Talk 1580 stands with you in fighting for the rights of Black workers, and we don't black down. The Los Angeles Black Worker Center is a dynamic alliance of workers, organized labor, community-based organizations, clergy, students, and scholars working collectively to improve the position of the Black working class. The LA Black Worker Center takes a comprehensive approach to addressing the Black jobs crisis. Their programs promote access to quality jobs, racial equity in hiring and retention, discrimination-free job sites, and they prepare Black workers for employment in high-wage career track jobs. The LA Black Worker Center supports workers who need help protecting their rights on the job. They give workers access to quality jobs and remove systemic barriers to employment. And they are advocating for a fair deal for Black workers in the new Los Angeles City Charter. To sign up for free career readiness training, get involved in organizing, or learn about union apprenticeship programs and trade registries, please visit lablackworkercenter.org. That's lablackworkercenter.org. Together, we can beat the Black jobs crisis and build a more equitable Los Angeles. This is a community call to action from KBLA Talk 1580.
Thanks for waking up with Dominique DePrima on KBLA Talk 1580.
Always appreciate you waking up with us, and we're getting election ready. Don't forget, you can tap into any platform and find podcasts of all of our election interviews, mine and those done by Mr. Tavis Smiley. So I think Tavis Smiley is only doing the governor's race. All other races are being handled by this particular show. So Keith Cascio's here. He's a candidate for Assembly District 55. It's not his first rodeo. He's run. This is your third time, you said? Yes. Third time running for office. And you said you're not tired yet.
No, this has been energizing throughout. I'm just as excited in what I'm doing now. In my third cycle, I've been running for over 4 years as I was when I started. I'm amazed at that. I tell people, if you ever find anything you enjoy in life as much as I enjoy running for the assembly seat in the 55th, do it.
So you'll run and run and run, even if you never win.
Well, this is what I'll do. I'll always check in with myself and I'll say, is the rate at which I'm learning still the same? Am I still learning as much? And as long as that remains the case, I won't stop, because this has been incredible.
And you said one of the things you told me off mic, one of the things that you enjoy is that you've learned secrets about the Black community.
So the American Black community is completely misunderstood. The situation with white supremacy in the United States is unacceptable. Not nearly enough progress has been made. I feel incredibly optimistic about the possibility of making more progress. I have been treated so fairly. I have been I have been given so many opportunities and invited into so many spaces and parts of conversations. I don't think folks know about this. I'm so happy I live here. I'm so happy I'm having this experience.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm reading your website. You're from Mar Vista. You call yourself a moderate Republican. I couldn't help looking at, I appreciate the conversation about reparations, but some of what I was reading, it sounded like you feel almost like it's your job to tell the Black community how to move on reparations and on ending racism, white supremacy.
Well, that would definitely be a valid concern that the Black community would have, because when you're dealing with a Caucasian male in the United States, that it's often the case that person wants to tell other people how to think or so forth. And this is kind of related to this thing we all know about called the white savior complex and stuff like that, right? So I have tried to demonstrate through my activities an ability to be a listener and an ability to simply show up places in order to learn instead of in order to say things. So I take your comment well, but if you were to ask like Friday Jones, Sharice Cryer, Carolyn Essex, Baba Akili, Dr. Melina Abdullah, Chris Lodgson from Northern California, Tiffany Quarles, I think they would say that I seem to want to participate. I seem to want to be part of the conversation, but that I hope they would say I'm a pretty good listener.
Okay. I noticed you came to the studio today with your Martin Luther King Jr. tie.
Right.
What does that mean to you?
Well, one thing is that this year, in our district has the largest Martin Luther King celebration in the United States. I had the honor of having a float with my political colleague, Baltasar Fedelizo. The rules of that parade are, no explicitly political floats. So our float was a celebration of Martin Luther King, but that was just a really special experience. And also, we have a very active branch of SCLC, the organization that Martin Luther King was president of. Pastor William Smart and his wife, Pastor Temekila Smart. And, we do so many activities for MLK Week in January. So another thing is I've gotten like an enormous number of compliments on the tie. And so in California's most historic Black district, which, and by the way, that's not all this district is. It also contains California's most significant Jewish community. It's also 25% Latino. It's 11% Asian. There's so much happening here. But it's really an honor and a joy to express the fact that I understand what the history of the district is.
So let's circle back, because when you talk about this district, you did say that you feel it's very blue, that it's not particularly welcoming to a Republican and hasn't elected a Republican assembly member in many, many years. Are you a Trump Republican? Did you support the president, and did you vote for him in 2016 or 2024 or 2020?
That is a common question, Dominique. Thank you for asking. And I think because this is an informative show, we should just make sure that as I answer that question, we clarify sort of the premises of that. You and I believe are registered to vote here in California. And so a question that should be asked is when and voting should be encouraged. We should vote our entire ballot, even if it's 8 pages long, and we should vote for president. The question is, what impact does voting for president, the choice that we make, have for us California registered voters? And my opinion is it can have some impacts. It absolutely does not affect who gets elected president of the United States.
Because California is a blue state and it's going to vote Democratic. Is that what you're saying? Or?
One political commentator I listen to is Jamel Bowie. I hope you've heard of him, and he's amazing. And he talks about the Electoral College, and he talks about the fact that if you're in a state where the margin is not particularly tight, in a certain sense, your vote, he says, doesn't count. Okay, but there's other things that it expresses. Okay, so when I vote for president here in California, I know it doesn't affect who gets elected president. And so I use my vote for something else.
Which is what?
To signal that I that I believe that I and a lot of people that I know would like more balance in California. And so in order to express that I'm saying I can't affect who gets elected president, but I can say, hey, there's some of us here who are looking for more balance in the state. I voted Trump, Trump, Trump.
Well, I got you. All three elections.
Yes, in order to express that.
Got you. In 2016, 2020, and 2024. But I mean, you could express maybe balance by voting peace and freedom, or voting, Cornel West and Dr. Melina Abdullah, or, I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's other choices besides just blue and red.
There's nothing that the political system notices more than a Trump vote. And so I'm not a pro-Trump Republican. Absolutely not. I never campaigned for Trump, but I know how to use my vote in order to, send a signal. And so I think that was a good expression.
That was a signal you wanted to send. Got it.
Balance in California. Yeah.
And what does balance look like in California to you?
So basically, like the administration of a state, the fourth largest economy on earth, is not that unlike business necessarily. And if you don't have competition, then you get things like waste, fraud, and abuse, lack of accountability.
We get that anyway. I mean, really, but I understand. Waste, fraud, and abuse has become sort of like a talking point, though. It's like the Elon Musk talking point. Waste, fraud, and abuse means I'm going to go and cut whatever I don't want, whatever I like. And I feel like we hear politicians telling us the answer is waste, fraud, and abuse all the time when they're not wanting to be specific about what they want to cut. So when you say waste, fraud, and abuse, what do you mean? What specifically do you mean?
One of the things that's talked about a lot right now is EDD fraud that happened during COVID.
For those people who were even able to apply, I mean, I remember it was so backed up during that time.
The numbers are mind-boggling, and so I think there's a valid perception that years of a lack of political competition in California has resulted in some patronage types of governmental behaviors that are not using people's tax dollars efficiently.
And okay, so when you talk about balance, who would that? You are running for state assembly, but you live in Los Angeles, in Mar Vista.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that look like in terms of LA's mayoral race?
Mayoral, okay. The mayoral is such a fascinating phenomenon right now. The ABC4 debate the other evening was fascinating. I've been a Bass supporter. The most mysterious thing to happen in LA politics in the past 10 years is for Councilwoman Nithya Raman to file to run, because I've been in rooms with those two ladies so many times. There's a lot of commissions that they sit on, like ECRA, Executive Committee for Regional Homelessness Alignment, La Casa, Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, and they always had each other's backs. They've always been like the dynamic duo, and so what an unexpected and somewhat inexplicable thing. So it's a fascinating race. We had the most expensive natural disaster in modern American history last year.
Well, you said you've been a Bass supporter. Past tense. Does that mean you're moving to Raman or Pratt or the other 11 people that are running?
I haven't made my choice yet, and it's just one thing that happens to us candidates is that we focus a lot on our own race. And so there's going to come a point here where I'm going to be able to really sit down and review my materials and think about it. I think Mayor Karen Bass is a political genius. I can give you an example of that. In the summer of 2020, after George Floyd, the murder of George Floyd, somebody stuck a microphone on her face and said, Congresswoman Bass, because she was the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus at the time, how do you feel about defund the police? I don't know if you remember famously what she said to that. She said, defund the police is the worst slogan I've ever heard in my entire political career.
Then you agree with that?
Yeah, it's probably not a slogan that's going to get a lot of traction. Definitely.
I mean, it depends where you are, but yeah, understood. Okay, I got the basic idea. When we come forward, I want to hear your thoughts about houselessness, because I know this is something you've spent a lot of time and effort studying. So we'll get your thoughts about that. Take a look at some of the other platform items you have. It is keithfor55.org if you want to explore, click along with us, keithfor55.org. It's spelled out FOR. Keith Cascio is my guest. He's running for Assembly District 55. I'm Dominique DePrima for KBLA Talk 1580.
The station you turn to when you've had it up to here with cultural incompetence. KBLA Talk 1580.
The joint will be jumping. Ebony Repertory Theater, in association with Big Street Films, brings you one of the most beloved musicals of all time. Tony Award winner, Ain't Misbehavin'. The soulful, swinging celebration of the music of Fats Waller. From the rollicking to the romantic, this show is pure magic, full of the songs that defined an era and the voices that'll make you forget everything else for a night. Foot-stomping, heart-stirring, unforgettable. Don't miss Ain't Misbehavin' at the Nate Holden Performing Arts Center, starring Lettucey, directed by Ren T. Brown. This is the night out you've been waiting for. Tickets are going fast, so don't wait. Grab yours now at ebonyrep.org or call the box office today at 323-964-9766. Ebony Repertory Theater, bringing the culture, keeping the legacy alive.
Ain't Misbehavin' runs May 21st through June 8th at the Nate Holden Performing Arts Center. Get your tickets now.
KBLA Talk 1580. We've got a lot to talk about.
KBLA Talk 1580, connecting you with services and solutions. The Michael's Daughter Foundation is dedicated to inspiring youth and resilience through storytelling, arts, filmmaking, and enrichment programs for youth and families in under-resourced communities and system-impacted individuals. The Michael's Daughter Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit providing free and low-cost arts programs to youth and families from under-resourced communities, both system-impacted youth and those affected by the incarceration of a loved one. 1 in 43 children in America have a parent incarcerated. 70% of those children are expected to end up in prison. Through filmmaking, animation, theater, and writing, they help young people express themselves, build confidence, and imagine new possibilities. Beyond the arts, they offer financial literacy workshops, emergency support, and scholarships. Because thriving takes more than talent, it takes access. To learn more about the impact of Michael Daughters Foundation and how you can be a part of the movement, please visit their website, michaelsdaughterfoundation.com. This is a community call to action from KBLA Talk 1580.
Let me tell you something about Los Angeles. This city doesn't have small problems, so it damn sure doesn't need small, weak leadership. That's why I support Karen Bass. She walked into a system that was slow, broken, and reluctant to change. She cut through red tape and started moving people off the streets into housing. She created the Office of Community Safety to make our neighborhood safer, supported wage increases for many underpaid workers, expanded contract opportunities for small minority business, and signed an executive order to give formerly incarcerated people a second chance. Karen Bass is about real change. I'm Samuel L. Jackson, and I've seen a lot of people talk tough. Karen Bass is tough. That's why I'm voting for Karen Bass, and you should too. So vote today. You received your ballot in the mail by now. You don't even have to go to the polls. Just fill out your ballot and hand it to your postal worker. No stamp needed.
Paid for by re-elect Karen Bass for Mayor 2026, 445 South Figueroa Street, Suite 2400, Los Angeles, California, 90071. Funding details at ethics.lacity.gov.
Let's be real. For too long, too many of our students have sat in overcrowded classrooms in underfunded public schools.
But as head of the San Diego School Board, Richard Barrera changed that.
Under Barrera's leadership, student literacy rose from the state average all the way to #1 among major urban school districts. Barrera led the way for smaller classrooms and for teachers to be paid what they're worth.
Barrera funded more counselors and mental health services, and community schools that teach real-world skills for future jobs.
A community organizer who became an education leader to fight for our kids. The only candidate for State Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Backed by the 310,000 classroom educators of the California Teachers Association. Vote Democrat Richard Barrera for State Superintendent.
Ad paid for by California Teachers Association Independent Expenditure Committee, not authorized by a candidate or committee controlled by a candidate.
We're not for everybody, but we're for everybody. You're listening to KBLA Talk 1580.
You're right. Time flies when you're on the radio. Keith Cascio is my guest. He's a candidate for Assembly District 55 in the state of California. I read in the Orange County Register where you said homelessness is your top issue in this election. Homelessness, housing, and I think you said immigration. No, public safety was the third. So let's do a little speed round here. Not too speedy. We got a few minutes. How do you propose we take on the unhoused persons crisis? What would be your policy proposals?
The issue of our times, and the way I know it's the number one issue for voters in this district is for many hours of door-to-door canvassing work in Culver City, Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills, View Park, Miracle Mile, Pico Robertson, the whole district of voters tell me that that's their number one issue. I've studied the issue three ways, academically, on the street, and bureaucratically by attending many, many hours of meetings. And what we know from the published peer-reviewed literature is that the homelessness services success story of the entire United States is Houston, Texas. The homelessness folks here in LA know about that. We sent a delegation to Houston 3 years ago. That's why ECRA was created. That's why Leadership Table for Regional Homelessness Alignment was created. What Houston accomplished through exceptional leadership 13 years ago was the centralization of services. If we were to try this out in LA County, okay, and LA County, is not really a county, it's a large state. There's 10 million people here.
Yeah.
But if we were to go to LASA, La Casa, Hakla, CSH, St. Joseph Center, Venice Family Clinic, Downtown Women's Center, Chrysalis, Weingart, Union Rescue Mission, LA Mission, Midnight Mission, PATH, Hopix, the list goes on. We were to say, in 6 months' time, everybody's going to report up through the same coordinating bureaucracy. We're going to track everyone using the same metrics consistently. Everyone's going to have to use HMIS consistently. This is essentially what was done in Houston. It sounds like some fairly sort of like unexciting managerial interventions. It turns out it's a miracle. The best papers compared Dallas and Houston over the same 8-year period. Dallas's homelessness rate doubled. Houston's cut into 1/3 of what it had been, a 66% reduction. That would be like living in a new universe here in LA.
Yeah. And then housing. What's your and one thing I will say about Mr. Cascio, I've seen you at many a meeting. This man will go to a meeting and sit there through the meeting. What is your proposal for housing?
Okay, so housing affordability. You can't understand housing in California without understanding Prop 13. I absolutely do not advocate for the repeal or the changing of Prop 13. You shouldn't change the rules on people.
Even the corporate businesses that are getting away with no raise in their property tax because of a law that was purportedly passed to shield homeowners.
Right. 1978, Prop 13. That's what you just referred to is called split roll. But let me see. It's like what I would, advocate for is a piecemeal voluntary form of rollback of Prop 13.
Voluntary meaning if they want to pay the tax.
Well, what it would be is
no one ever. I mean, look at these billionaires fleeing the state.
One community
because
at
of
a time.
One-time tax.
One community at a time would vote for this.
Okay.
And then it would become like a non-Prop 13 community. And there's so many communities in California. But a lot of these big problems, reparations, homelessness, we would need really kind of like a movement. There has to be kind of like a political movement to make something like that happen.
I mean, there is a reparations movement.
Absolutely.
So you're saying we need a low, affordable housing movement.
And just, things have, the status quo has kind of entrenched itself in a place like California. And so one thing I want to say to listeners is that if the 55th district was able to find a Republican candidate that we could trust to not vote to harm the citizens of the district, and I would very much like to be that candidate. And
it's hard to understand how, because of you say you're a pro-immigration Republican, but how could you be the candidate that wouldn't harm the district when, in the eyes of many of us, when you voted repeatedly for Trump, who has been so strongly against, let's say, DEI, which has caused job loss for a lot of Black women in particular, and so pro-ICE, which has caused many problems in immigrant communities and others, and yet you say that you're pro-immigration Republican.
Right, which is there's been other pro-immigration Republicans in the past. For example, in the 1980s, one of the most pro-immigration presidents in U.S. history was a Republican.
Right, but I'm just saying, but that's not Trump.
Right, I'm not a pro-Trump candidate.
But you voted for him 3 times.
And I just wanted to clarify the premise, that doesn't affect who gets elected president.
No, I mean, I understand the premise, but if I'm an immigrant and I'm looking at that vote, I'm not going to necessarily look at you as a pro-immigrant Republican. You see what I'm saying?
Well, folks will listen to what I said here, and they'll understand how I used my vote. But I wanted to say that if the district can find a Republican that we can trust and elect that person, me or someone else, I hope it's me. The 55th would become the most important place in the United States overnight.
Because
this district that you and I live in overnight would literally become the most important place in the entire country, because it would represent the beginning of a complete change in American politics.
Okay, that sounds like a whole show unto itself.
Thanks.
Do you want to follow up on that, or would you prefer to say a little bit about public safety?
Okay, I'll try to combine it together. We need to, anyone who has the aspiration of being the assembly person for the 55th needs to be ready to go to Sacramento and do civil rights work. One of the things to point out in that is police brutality in the United States. We live in a extremely capitalist country where we use the police in order to enforce property differences. So looking into and talking honestly about American history, which is generally speaking not spoken about honestly in our society, is part of the path towards addressing something like police brutality, and being able to advocate for public safety at the same time.
Okay, well done. You squeezed it all together. Tell us how to track you, tell us how to track you.
Thanks. You said my pretty simple URL earlier. It's Keith4, letters FOR 55.org.
Keith455.org. That is the website where you can find all about his campaign. Keith Cascio, thank you so much for coming into the studio and sharing your vision for the 55th District.
Such an honor to be here. Thanks, Dominique.
We've got news, traffic, and sports. Then we're talking Altadena. We've got a lot to talk about. KBLA Talk 1580.
KBLA 1580 Santa Monica.
I'm Esther Dillard with BIN News Now. Disturbing dash cam video of an Arkansas police officer forcing a driver off the road. Fox 13 News reports the car flipped over. The cop draws his gun, demanding the Black woman driver get out.
Last topic. All right, so now we're on to Denver. Yeah, we're on to our Denver news now. Finally, Jesus. Okay, so we are on to what happened here in Colorado a few days ago when our gay-ass governor, yes, I said gay-ass governor, Polis, granted clemency to Tina Peters, who is responsible for election, I guess you would call it interference and tampering. When she was the secretary, she was the clerk for Mesa County on the Western Slope. So now the Democrats are all up in arms out here. They want Polis to resign. They got a petition to get him to resign based off of him granting clemency to Tina Peters. So, punk ass Kyle Clark on his show Next 9 News gonna give us an update on that. Okay, little baby, Jesus. Little baby is crying like I'm killing the baby. I'm not doing nothing to the baby. Let's probably let them out though.
Tina Peters will soon be a free woman, free to return home here to Mesa County, where she led a breach of the voting systems that she was entrusted with as the county clerk. Peters never did find the evidence that she was looking for to support President Trump's election rigging claims. In fact, the biggest win that Peters will deliver to the movement to overturn American elections will be the coming celebration of her release, thanks to Democratic Governor Jared Polis, who today announced he will free her 1 year into her 9-year sentence. This is an act of clemency unlike any other by Governor Polis, who today struggled in a conversation with me to explain why Peters is more deserving of that mercy than the scores of other inmates in Colorado who have legitimate complaints about their sentence, but don't have President Trump raining down retribution on Colorado until they're freed. For starters, Polis has previously told me and you that remorse must be present for clemency. Governor Polis, Tina Peters has repeatedly, hundreds, if not thousands of times since her crimes, talked about how she is not the least bit remorseful. But now she's written on a piece of paper that she's remorseful. Do you believe her?
This is where you have to be very careful. I don't think that she's remorseful for the opinions that she has or her belief in conspiracies. There might be 1 or 2%, even more of the population that believes things that are like that. The answer to that is not to put them in prison for what they say or for their beliefs.
Will you be extending the mercy of your clemency to other inmates in Colorado who, like Tina Peters, are not really remorseful and do not take accountability for their crimes?
I expect I'll do another round in November and December, or December when I've had a chance to look through these. And absolutely, I hope that there are other cases of a disparate sentence that is very different and beyond the pale for the crime that somebody committed that I can adjust through the clemency process.
Last question for you, Governor. You've made clear that you do not want to see Tina Peters punished for her speech. You've also made clear in conversations with me previously that if she is released, as you are now doing, that your only concern is that she doesn't commit crimes in the future. But the fact is, I've read every single one of your commutation letters, and in all of them, you talk specifically about how you believe that the inmate you're releasing is going to lead a productive life that will benefit their community and our state. We both know that Tina Peters is going to go out and help President Trump continue his work to undermine American elections and democracy. Given your previous focus and commutations on how people are going to spend their time after you release them, are you comfortable with enabling that?
Look, Tina Peters needs to follow the law like any other Coloradan, like any other American. Her beliefs are her beliefs. I vehemently disagree with much of what she has to say, certainly her conspiratorial beliefs. But the case to prosecute that is in the public. It's going on your show. It's disputing her incorrect information and data. It's not to lock somebody up because they believe something that is not only unpopular and incorrect, but also conspiratorial and potentially dangerous. That's not the country we live in. I believe in free speech. All Americans, regardless of their beliefs, need to follow our laws.
I asked Governor Polis if clemency for Tina Peters was an effort to stop President Trump's punishment of Colorado. Polis sidestepped the question, but he accurately noted that Trump has a list of grievances against this state. I also spoke today with Mesa County's Republican District Attorney Dan Rubenstein, who prosecuted Tina Peters. He told me that Polis's decision sends a bad message that powerful interests like President Trump control our judicial system. And the DA said he thinks Polis has a bad understanding of how his decision will go over in this deeply Republican county.
Well, Governor Polis doesn't live in this community, and Judge Barrett, who sentenced her, does. And the 3 county commissioners, who are all Republican, who asked me to bring the case, they all live in this community, and all the citizens who had our name dragged through the mud. I mean, look at this beautiful place we live in, and having our county's name dragged through the mud for years. It really shows that he's not in touch with what we went through. And as the lawyer elected to represent the citizens of Mesa County in criminal matters, I know what my citizens feel, and they feel like the sentence was appropriate. So I feel like he's just out of touch with Western Colorado.
Tina Peters' legal team actually found out officially about the commutation from us. Our Marshall Zellinger spoke with her attorney, John Case, who got a surprise phone call during the middle of the interview.
No, what I'm saying is true.
She regrets some of the decisions she made. Who wouldn't?
Tina Peters' attorney John Case shared with us her statement of contrition that Peters included in her clemency request. The first sentence, "I made mistakes, and for those, I am sorry." Case had not yet talked with Peters when this happened during our conversation.
I'm really anxious to talk to her, but she has a lot of calls to make, I'm sure.
Do you know if she knows?
There she is. I'm on a Zoom call now with Marshall Zellinger from Channel 9. He asked me if I had spoken with you, and I said, no, I hadn't. So I'm really glad you called. Congratulations, Tina.
We're pretty furious and disgusted and deeply disappointed in the decision that has been made.
Republican Weld County Clerk Carly Koppes got a call directly from Polis before the commutation announcement. Clerks had voiced concern about harassment, intimidation, and threats from election conspiracies pushed by Peters. Do you feel this decision by the governor puts your safety at risk?
I think that we focus on security as it is in a whole.
Republican Clerk Bobby Gross has Peters' old job in Mesa County. She did not hear from the governor individually and said she'll do everything she can to keep her employees safe from any potential threats.
I do have concerns about election employees, election judges saying, it's not worth it. We don't want to have any part of it. And that's unfortunate.
Peters' letter of remorse also included this: "I condemn any and all bullying, threats, and acts of violence against voters, county clerks, election workers, and other public officials."
We're all going to have to really take a step back and double check that we are doing everything we can to not only protect our offices, but us individually as well.
You name a Democrat in Colorado today, and they have all spoken out against this decision and in support of clerks. Universal opposition, Kyle, from Polis's own party.
Yeah, and the fact that people think that it might actually put election workers in more physical danger. Marshall Zellinger, thank you. Democratic Attorney General Phil Weiser told me today he believes that Polis's commutation of Peters' sentence is a historic mistake and a threat to the rule of law. AG Weiser also said that recent American history proves out that people and organizations that bow down to President Trump don't win in the long run.
The president's going to go on to his next set of grievances. He's also said he doesn't like that Colorado has a mail-in balloting system. So what happens next? He starts saying, here's the next set of punishments because you have this mail-in balloting system, and I expect you to change it, just like you took action on Tina Peters. In short, Kyle, I believe this action will make Colorado more vulnerable to coercion, to bullying, and to harm from this administration.
Now, certainly, there are Republicans in Colorado and across the country that are celebrating Governor Polis's decision. I talked late this afternoon with Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, who represented Mesa County back when Peters committed her crimes here before Boebert switched districts. And Boebert says that she hopes that Peters' pending release will cause the Trump administration to ease up on some of its punishment of this state, like denying FEMA disaster aid for devastating wildfires on the western slope. And Boebert's new district on the Eastern Plains has also been hurt by Trump's retaliation against Colorado. Trump blocked Congress's unanimous plan to finish the long-awaited Arkansas Valley conduit to bring clean drinking water to southern Colorado.
I think it's very unfortunate that any punishment was being brought to Colorado because of Tina's incarceration. Regardless, I have been fighting to get the Arkansas Valley Conduit Project completed and that water delivered to my constituents in Southeast Colorado. We were told that Tina was the reason that we couldn't get water to Southeast Colorado. And so I would hope that those kind of tactics would end. And I do want to say thank you so much to Governor Polis for doing the right thing with Tina.
It's not clear if Tina Peters is going to return home here to Mesa County. She certainly is very unpopular with some in this community, including its Republican leaders who blame her for the $1 million plus they had to spend to replace their voting systems after her breach, as well as the public humiliation that she caused this community. Today, GOP District Attorney Dan Rubenstein told me she made Mesa County a national laughingstock. But hey, while we're here, what do you say we celebrate some of the best of this community? In downtown Grand Junction, there is a place called the Joseph Center that is changing lives. and they're the focus of this week's Word of Thanks microgiving campaign. Their specialty is helping women and families escape homelessness or prevent them from falling into homelessness in the first place. Sometimes that means a rent deposit. That means substance abuse classes. That means parenting classes to help people reconnect with their kids. And when they do, when they get wins in any of those areas of life, they ring the bell there at Joseph Center. And the bell rings a lot. The woman who leads that team told me that everybody who walks through their door is somebody's mom or grandma or sister, and they need to be served with dignity, whatever that means in their life. They told me that if they do their job right at the Joseph Center here in Mesa County, they will not see those guests again. I think we have the opportunity to stand behind this community, despite the fact that they're in the news today for some maybe not so great reasons, and to show our appreciation for the good that is being done here in Grand Junction. To join me and a bunch of other Coloradans in giving to the Joseph Center, scan the QR code on your screen or text the word thanks to 303-871-1491. I'll never ask you to give if I don't, so as always, I'll match the first 50 donations of $5 to get us started. And an enormous thank you to the nearly 8,000 of you who have signed up to make a monthly donation to the Word of Thanks Fund. You put in your information one time, pick a donation amount, and your generosity helps every single nonprofit we feature, starting each campaign with about $50,000.
Every region freezes out sometimes, and this was just our year.
A historic drought and a hard freeze wiped out farmers' peaches in parts of the Western Slope. And we'll visit the campus of Colorado Mesa University and talk with student journalists ahead of their commencement tomorrow. And they'll take over our favorite Friday segment to celebrate the wins in this community that do not always make the news on the Front Range. Next. Colorado's Western Slope is famous, of course, for its Palisade peaches and its acres of orchards. But this year, there are some farmers in Paonia and in Delta County who lost everything due to our wild weather. Our Mark Salinger is there.
In a quiet corner of Colorado, nothing sounds easy this year.
Hit another rock.
Fruit farming in Paonia right now feels like being stuck in between a rock and a dry place for Harrison Toft.
Harrison spells Harrison.
You couldn't blame him if you were a little less cheerful after the winter and spring he's had.
It's not cathartic, no, but it is made harder by the fact that this ground is bone dry.
Like most other farmers across the state, Top Farms in Delta County was hit hard by the drought.
I watch the weather apps like some people scroll social media. The reality is it has been worse than I could have imagined, in part because some of the dry conditions have caused issues with the infrastructure, hillslides, mudslides that have prevented us from irrigating for weeks at a time.
A warm March caused the peach trees to bud earlier. Then the freeze came in April.
We lost everything, as did most of our neighbors. Let's go ahead and say all of our neighbors.
An entire year's worth of peaches gone overnight.
The days and weeks since then have been a mixture of, hey, it's okay, we'll make it through this, and gosh, what are we doing? Like the day that we had to send our crew home was as rough a day as I've had on the farm.
Between the drought and the freeze, Harrison had to say goodbye to his visa workers from Mexico, a team he knows counts on him every year.
Sending the crew home was a really difficult inflection point where suddenly it began to feel real.
But the work doesn't stop.
So there's no fruit on anything, but these trees are our livelihood. We're going to need to feed, weed, and water these trees all season to ensure that they're ready for us next year.
Next year, he's excited to give the state the fruit they love.
Oh, the payoff is biting into a big, juicy, sloppy peach. I mean, it's the best. It's the best feeling in the whole world. Like seeing little kids walk around Denver or walk around a farmer's market, face dripping. It's like, it's the best.
Looking forward to those moments makes it easier in a season that's been anything but quiet. In Paonia, for Next, I'm Mark Salinger.
Meteorologist Chris Bianchi, obviously those farms will take any drop of rain they can get. Not today, though. That rain's far on the other side of the divide.
Just as a reminder for my friends in eastern Colorado and the Denver metro area, the way that Paonia and the western slope gets their rain is very different from the way that we get our rain here in the metro area. So the rain that we're going to get this weekend and early next week, unfortunately, will not help out our friends out on the western slope. They need it, but we will get some mountain snow. A couple chances for severe weather for both tomorrow and Sunday. Highest risk will be tomorrow. Denver area will see the most coverage in those showers and storms on Sunday. And some decent rain. Hey, this is good news. But again, that will not affect areas west of the Continental Divide. They mostly get skunked by this 7-day forecast. A cool, wet day on Monday. Storms around both days this weekend. And then we'll dry out and warm up next week with highs back near 80 next Friday.
News of the day is I get to come to a baseball game with my friends.
You know, Colorado Mesa University is a sneaky good sports school in Colorado. I mean, baseball's great, beach volleyball, women's basketball, national women's rugby champs. Let's celebrate some wins on the Western Slope next. Welcome back to Mesa County and the beautiful campus of Colorado Mesa University in Grand Junction, where I'll have the CMU TV, where the journalists of tomorrow are practicing their trade. We figured if we're going to be here and meet a bunch of them, why not allow them to carry on our Friday tradition, 495 weeks strong? So they went into their community with our favorite Friday question. What's your good news?
My good news of the day is that I get to enjoy the sunny weather here in Grand Junction, Colorado.
My good news of the day is I'm here with family out in Grand Junction just to kind of enjoy the Mesa baseball and watch them win.
My good news of the day is I get to come to a baseball game with my friends.
I'm at a baseball game, staying warm. All the kids back here having a good time? Yeah. Yeah? Did you say yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
My good news of the day is that I'm hiking in the Colorado National Monument, and this is God's country. And now I'm just waiting for the bighorn sheep to show up.
My good news of the day is that we are on a fantastic tour of national monuments and parks. We are here at the Colorado National Monument and just enjoying the beauty of the Southwest.
My name is Taylor, and my good news of the day is it is 81 degrees and sunny at Colorado Mesa.
My good news of the day is that I got grant funding for summer research. Hi, Rowdy. What's your good news of the day?
My good news of the day is I'm finally graduating. Shout out to the class of 2026.
That's great stuff. We've got feedback tonight from some of the CMU TV team that put together that piece. Thank you all very much. We'll be back with feedback next. Feedback tonight from a viewer named DJ about Governor Polis's commutation of Tina Peters' sentence. DJ writes, I hope Polis is only remembered for this. I will do everything in my power to make sure this is all he is remembered for. It's an interesting question, DJ, and one that I wasn't ready to talk about yet today, but it's something that I have spent some time thinking about. What will be Governor Polis's legacy? And to what extent will the freeing of Tina Peters play a part in it? A note here, what's the reason behind the Grand Junction newscast? Seems rather opportune to be there today for a big story. That is a very fair question. There's no secret conspiracy. I'm here to speak at Colorado Mesa University's commencement tomorrow. We planned this trip for a long time. We'll see you next time.
All right, so what's this one?
Glad you're with us tonight. I'm Kyle Clark.
I'm
Let's see what this one is.
Denver's getting free water tonight, just as City Council votes on whether data centers use too much water and too much power to allow them to continue being built here. Our Spencer Soysher starts us off with a look at a potential pause on data centers for 1 year.
Denver has data centers and has for some time, but the ones already in the city are nothing like the data center campus under construction in the Elyria Swansea neighborhood.
The data center industry has been really obscure about this idea that we already have data centers, like they're already near us, which is true, certainly.
Alfonso Espino is with the Globeville Elyria Swansea Coalition, a group pushing for Denver to adopt a moratorium halting the approval of new data centers in the city for a year.
Not only our neighborhood doesn't deserve the impact of a data center, but no community does.
I think Denver's a little bit late to the dance.
Denver City Councilman Paul Cashman co-sponsored the moratorium, worried Denver doesn't have regulations in place to protect the city and its neighborhoods from the impacts of large-scale data centers. The moratorium would not stop CoreSite's data center in Elyria Swansea, which is already under construction, but it could stop the company from building more of them on the campus. And compared to CoreSite's 2 current data centers in Denver, the under construction data center is a thirsty giant. According to plans shared with Denver Water, the new data center is estimated to use 235,000 gallons of water a day. Similar records reviewed by 9 News show CoreSite's DE1 and DE2 in downtown used an average of 3,000 gallons per day combined over the past 3 years.
Even in non-drought years, in Colorado, water is precious.
The new building, according to Denver Water, would use roughly 20 times as much water as its average industrial customer.
There's nothing like this in the city of Denver right now. And what's happening over with CoreSite is really transforming the scale at which these data centers are going to now be built at.
CoreSite says the new building is also designed to use up to 18 megawatts of power, enough to power a small city. CoreSite told 9 News this afternoon this moratorium is not about their data center. Councilman Cashman, who co-sponsored it, told us the moratorium was prompted by concerns from their data center.
Right. AI is scary to a lot of people. These data centers are new. If it's not power, water, it'll be another argument. It'll be another concern.
Right. They're talking about generators, and they want to have a group here. The Elyria Swanson neighbors want to have a group here that gets together, looks at what some of the impacts are, and then going forward says, hey, we can have these in our neighborhoods. It's not too loud. It's not too disruptive. It's not taking too much power. It's not taking too much water. Or if it is, this can't go forward. They want to look at this before they go further anymore.
All right, Spencer, thank you. So down the road in Aurora tonight, City Council there is considering an emergency measure to limit what the city's police department can post online. This because the police chief weighed in on legislation against the wishes of the progressive majority on council. The emergency resolution directs Aurora City Attorney to implement a new policy governing police communications with the public. They put this on the agenda shortly after Chief Todd Chamberlain made a public post in opposition to a bill at the state capitol. The bill would have required law enforcement agencies to release unedited video and audio records of police shootings to the families of victims. The city council resolution says that council is the only city body allowed to take an official position on public policy issues. This resolution would require pre-approval by the city's communication staff for all social media posts, press releases, and briefings. The measure would also prohibit the department from posting the name and photograph of somebody who's been arrested until there is a guilty plea or conviction. We should mention the bill that was opposed by the police chief passed. One by one, Colorado's Republicans in Congress are learning that President Trump demands complete and total allegiance, no exceptions. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, long considered one of Trump's closest allies, is the latest Republican to lose the presidential endorsement for perceived disloyalty. This weekend, President Trump took to social media to ask anyone, to run against Boebert in June's GOP primary, saying, quote, is anyone interested in running against weak-minded Lauren Boebert in Colorado's 4th Congressional District? Just let me know or announce your candidacy, and I will be there for you. Boebert committed the cardinal sin of campaigning for another Republican who disagreed with Trump, Kentucky's Thomas Massie. Massie's staunchly conservative, but he's broken with Trump on some major legislation. He helped to force the release of the Epstein files along with Boebert. She says she, quote, knew the risks when she agreed to stand by her friend. She said she still supports the president's agenda. Here's the thing, though.
Yes.
Despite Trump's call, it's actually too late for a challenger to take on Boebert in next month's Republican primary. You would even need to have an organized write-in campaign registered with the state by now. Who knows, right? Maybe Trump's going to come back to Boebert. Give it a couple of months. Take it from Colorado's Jeff Hurd, another congressional Republican who failed Trump's total loyalty test by disagreeing with him on tariff policy. Trump unendorsed Hurd in February through his support behind a long-shot far-right challenger named Hope Scheppelman, only for Trump to backtrack a couple months later. He re-endorsed Hurd, got Scheppelman out of the way by giving her a job in his administration. Trump's turn on Boebert is somewhat ironic, given that she first got into Congress when she mounted a primary challenge against the co-chair of Trump's campaign in Colorado, Congressman Scott Tipton. Boebert beat Tipton by promising to be even more pro-Trump. Immigrants trying to follow the legal process are finding themselves waiting and waiting for paperwork like green cards and temporary protected status approvals. As our Angeline McCall reports, the immigration system caseload has tripled in the last decade.
Immigration attorneys know applications come with wait times that are sometimes more than a year.
One of the first things I tell people at their first consultation is that the timelines are very unpredictable.
Immigration attorney Ian Rockstein says some of his clients are waiting 12 months just to get a green card interview.
Since the beginning of when I started practicing more than 10 years ago, there's been a dramatic increase.
The American Immigration Council released this dashboard showing the backlog and delays. 3.5 million cases in 2016 has since ballooned to 11.6 million in 2025 for all immigration cases processed by USCIS. They attribute it to policy changes under the first Trump administration, along with the pandemic.
This is a delay that we've seen coming. We saw it coming during the first Trump administration in terms of some of the inefficiencies and the budget cuts that happened then.
MSU professor Jasmine Chavez says it's a systemic backlog, jeopardizing people to fall out of status as they wait for approvals.
It is by no accident to have a whole class of people who are now going to fall out of status because now they're deportable, which means that we can go after them, which increases the quota of whatever numbers are supposed to
process without any new cases being filed, meaning more unpredictable wait times, leaving people in limbo.
And frequently we're having to contact immigration to ask what's going on. Is there something we can add or help with to get the decision made? Usually those inquiries go nowhere.
Those who know the system say it's extremely inefficient in processing quickly. With that being said, we also know the Trump administration has received a huge influx of money for enforcement, which also drives up paperwork, right, as people try to fight their case during or after detention. Kyle.
So, Angela, are people waiting and waiting just to get denied in the end? What happens when they actually get to the front of the queue?
Yeah, so what happens is, a lot of people are in process for a very long time. In 2016, denial rates were about 8.6%. And then now they're around 11.1%. A lot more people are receiving denials, right? And then that in turn also increases paperwork because, they're trying to combat that in that decision.
All right, Angeline McCall, thank you. Our show was on the road to end last week on the Western Slope. I had a Colorado Mesa University's commencement where I spoke to students. It was complete happenstance that we were just there when Tina Peters got clemency from the governor. But also, most importantly, last week, you showered your generosity on that community in Western Colorado, raising about $55,000 for the Joseph Center in Grand Junction, helping to keep women and families out of homelessness. It was a surprise to them there because we aren't out there all the time, but this is what you do week after week through your Word of Thanks microgiving. And I want to tell you about a relatively new way to track the impact of your giving, which is now well over $18 million. The past 6 years. And you can pinpoint the places all around the state on a map where we have been. Go to wordofThanks.org to see that map. There you can also nominate a nonprofit that's making an impact in Colorado. If you run a nonprofit, put in your own story. I review each of those nominations personally. WordofThanks.org. It's a look at all the good you've done.
This is a landmark decision, not just for the LGBT.
I don't want to hear about the Skittles community. All right, I'm going to go to the city council meeting where we had the public hearing on the data centers.
building trades members who work on construction projects throughout this region and the state, including projects involving.
I'm just going to go to where I speak. I'm at the very end. It was 58 people that signed up to speak. I was the last one.
If you'll unmute. Great. And our last speaker for the night is Jesse Paris.
Yes, said the best for last. Yes, good evening, members of council, those watching at home, those in the council chambers. My name is Jessica Sean Parrish, and I represent for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the Northeast Denver, now North Park Hill Coalition, Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, the Revolutionary Agenda. And I am a candidate on the ballot for House District 8. The election is in November. And I reside at the roach and bedbug infested Legacy Loss in Darrell Watson's district of District 9, the fine District 9, the historically Black district of 5 Points. I echo everything that the community has said this evening in regards to a ban on moratoriums. You just need to have the initiative to do it, council. You letting Johnson run this city like Trump is running the United States. And you need to take a stand tonight, council, and tell him enough is enough of this. They keep talking about billionaires having their hands in all this. Yes, billionaires do have their hands in all of this. One that is not being mentioned, though, is Michael Bloomberg. Michael Bloomberg donated $2.5 million to Johnson's campaign. That's why he's the mayor and I'm not. But getting back to this, the community has spoken out. This community has been historically disenfranchised and underserved and divested in. And every time something affects this community comes up, this council goes out of their way to approve it, despite what the community has said. The community wants a ban on moratoriums or on data centers, not a moratorium, an actual ban to perpetuity, because enough is enough of this madness. You have used this community as a dumping ground for whatever experiments and what have you that you like to do, as so many have alluded to, the health concerns that come from these data centers. I didn't hear nothing about the Colossus, though, data center that they just put out outside of Memphis, Tennessee. I didn't hear nothing about that in a predominantly Black city and predominantly Black area of the city. Yes, this is a predominantly Latino area of town. They have been treated badly, not as bad as foundational Black Americans, but badly nonetheless. And we're tired of being your little guinea pigs for your little experiments. So tell the billionaire tech giants, we don't want data centers in our communities. We've done enough damage already. You need to pay reparations for the damage that you've already done. A ban is just a start on the reparatory justice that is needed.
Thank you, Betsy. And thank you to all the speakers.
So after all of that, like I said, I was the last one to speak. They passed a moratorium for a year. That was a very long meeting. Let me go back to Kyle Clark. All right, so I'm going to go to what I alluded to earlier about these Democrats wanting to impeach or get rid of Paulus after him granting clemency to Tina Peters. What rule? I hear rule.
Governor Jared Polis is facing consequences from fellow Democrats after he gave clemency to election denier Tina Peters. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Kim Pinson.
Al Clark. Late tonight, Senator Michael Bennet says he will not appoint Polis to the U.S. Senate if Bennet is elected governor. And more than 300 Democrats, including elected officials, are formally asking the state Democratic Party to censure Polis and to block him from speaking at party events. Polis is freeing Tina Peters from prison next month, less than 2 years into her 9-year sentence for leading a breach of voting systems in search of the election rigging President Trump. Now, Democrats, including state legislators and a DNC member, are calling for Governor Polis to be officially reprimanded by the party and banned from speaking at party functions. Polis gave Peters clemency after President Trump punished Colorado for months, withholding disaster aid, blocking a clean drinking water project, and threatening to close a world-class science lab in retaliation for Peters' imprisonment. The Aurora Police Department will now have to get a city manager's approval on many of its social media posts, part of an emergency ordinance that City Council passed late tonight.
9 News reporter Janelle Finch joins us with more on tonight's meeting and reaction to a controversial ordinance. Janelle?
Kim, Kyle, this policy almost was approved without any kind of council discussion or public comment. Opposing council members proposed and approved, including one that would allow APD to post in an emergency without any sort of city manager approval. This resolution came about after the department shared concerns about a bill which passed the legislature would expand access to body camera footage. It will require law enforcement to release unedited video of police shootings to victims or families of victims. The Aurora resolution limits APD from posting without approval from the city manager. It also says mugshots cannot be posted until after a suspect pleads guilty or is convicted. The city attorney added, if APD is looking for a wanted person or someone is a danger to public safety, those mugshots will be allowed. The resolution passed 6 in favor, 4 against.
I just don't think it is practical for the police chief to have to go through communications to have every single thing approved when he gets, for example, a media request, or if he is trying to tell the public about an incident that happened that can concern them, that can allow victims to come forward.
This is not preventing transparency. It's not preventing factual information. It provides specific exceptions for emergencies, for individuals who are not yet detained.
Said in a statement that transparency and safety are not strengthened when information is filtered or delayed. He says that he will comply with lawful orders, but will also voice concerns when policies may unintentionally not provide the public with the full information. Live in Aurora, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Within the half hour, Denver City Council unanimously passed a year-long moratorium on new data centers in the city. New zoning permits and site development plans for data centers will be paused while the city drafts regulations on energy use, water consumption, noise, and placement. Denver currently has no zoning rules that are specific to data centers, no energy requirements, and no water use regulations for data centers. Mayor Mike Johnson had expressed support for the idea of a moratorium. It'll last up to 1 year or until the city adopts new data center regulations.
A soggy start to the week across the metro area. Now the temperature is dropping. Some spots outside of Denver could get below freezing tonight. 9 News Chief Meteorologist Kathy Saban is here with our forecast and how cold it's going to get.
Yeah, we are surrounded by frost advisories and freeze warnings, but Denver not included in either one of those cold air alerts. We have scattered light showers around the area, some areas of fog, and temperatures in the low 40s. We'll probably drop into the mid 30s in Denver. Some areas could go colder. And so if you want to take preemptive preparations and take care of plants and, pipes and all of that, we're kind of right on the edge of it. So always err on the side of caution and go for it. Temperatures are some 5 to 10 degrees colder tonight. You'll notice the freeze warning is south. Eastern Douglas County, Western Elbert County above 6,000 feet. The frost advisory covers areas Greeley, Fort Morgan, out to Flagler. So kind of right right there, but this cloud bank that's sitting overhead is also helping to act like a blanket and keep those minimums up. We're tracking a line of severe weather off to the east of us through Omaha, Kansas City, and Wichita. Dangerous overnight thunderstorms with hail and rotation. In the mountains, it's a winter wonderland. You'll be driving in snow again tomorrow. And even though we have light rain showers in the city this hour, we're in for another round of heavy rain tomorrow afternoon and evening. Temperatures have been trending quite cool today, 20 degrees cooler than average. We will have a little bit of a break overnight. Then the next push of cold air means foothill snow and metro area rain. That rain will be widespread tomorrow night. We're in the 30s overnight tonight. And then your weather headlines include another round of rain, not just tomorrow, but Wednesday too. Details on that and the mountain snow advisories coming up.
San Diego police say a deadly attack on a mosque is being investigated as a hate crime. They say 2 teens opened fire on the Islamic Center of San Diego this morning, killing 3 people before killing themselves a few blocks away. The center is the largest mosque in San Diego County. It includes a school. All students, teachers, and staff members at the school are safe. As the community tries to process what happened today, police are providing new details about their investigation. They say officers had been talking to one of the shooter's mothers earlier in the day. She called them this morning to say her son was missing along with some of her weapons and her car. She told police her son was with a friend and they were both wearing camo.
After speaking with the mom began to piece together bits and pieces of information over an extended period of time. The information that she was gathering and conveying to us began to elevate the threat level.
Police say one of the 3 people killed was a security guard at the mosque. While investigators say they have not sorted through all the facts yet, they believe that security guard saved lives.
A man has been sentenced to 57 years in prison for a deadly shooting in Aurora. Prosecutors say 34-year-old Carolyn Lewis got a text from his estranged wife, February 2024. It said that he was not the biological father of one of their children. He texted back, threatening to kill her. According to prosecutors, the same day he forced his way into her apartment and opened fire. His wife's cousin, Patrice Little, stepped into the line of fire. The mother of 4 was killed. Lewis's estranged wife survived. A jury convicted him in February.
A deadly crash that shut down a stretch of I-25 in Douglas County last week happened as a driver was backing up on the shoulder of the interstate. That's according to an update from Colorado State Patrol. The crash happened Friday afternoon near Happy Canyon Road. CSP says a 31-year-old man from Aurora had a Chevy Equinox in reverse when he drifted into the right lane. An Audi in the right lane hit the Equinox, then a Toyota Highlander hit the Audi. The driver of the Equinox died there. The other 2 drivers involved were hospitalized. CSP is still asking anyone who witnessed that crash to give them a call. The state's highest court is ordering Children's Hospital Colorado to reinstate gender-affirming care for minors. The hospital halted that kind of care earlier this year, saying it was because the Trump administration threatening to cut Medicaid funding. A group of families sued, arguing the stoppage was causing life-threatening harm to children and asked that it resume while their lawsuit played out. A lower court denied that request. Then today, the Colorado Supreme Court said the request should be granted, ordering the hospital to offer that care again while the lawsuit plays out.
This is a landmark decision, not just for the LGBTQ community, but for any minority community that feels under attack. Sends a clear message that the judiciary is there, the courts are there, and they're going to enforce the law.
We reached out to Children's Hospital Colorado for a response to the decision and to find out when they plan to reinstate care. They sent a statement saying they are reviewing the court's decision and will provide guidance in the near future.
The U.S. immigration system caseload has tripled in the last decade, and that's leaving many people waiting for things like green cards and temporary protected status approvals. The American Immigration Council published a dashboard on the backlog and the delays. It shows U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services had a 3.5 million case pending backlog in 2016. It jumped from 3 million and change to 11.6 million in 2025. A professor of Chicano Studies at MSU Denver blames the crisis on years of underfunding and policy decisions across multiple presidential administrations. She told us this has only been made worse by the pandemic and then budget and staffing cuts.
It is very much a system that has been historically broken, but there's been no investment of designing a system that would actually work for your everyday kind of immigrant or family or community member that's applying for these processes.
At the current processing rates, it would take more than 13 months to clear the existing backlog, and that would be without any new cases being filed.
A new report on the state of homelessness shows progress is being made in the Denver metro area.
9 News anchor Phil Lipoff is along now to break down these new numbers. Phil?
Kyle, the Metro Denver Homelessness Initiative, created by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, put out this report. In 2024, the group issued its first report. Tonight, we look at the second. In 2025, 35,601 people experienced homelessness in the metro area. That's down 1.3% from the year before. 50,457 in all were served, and that includes people experiencing homelessness and anyone who's received support of any kind, really, services across the system from street outreach to emergency shelters. That number's also down 1.4% from the year before. The group uses what's called a point-in-time count conducted one night each January. Volunteers count people staying in sheltered settings as well as those experiencing unsheltered homelessness. The executive director of Metro Denver Homelessness Initiative says last year's stats show that what they're doing is working. He says it's not the result of one initiative or policy, but rather the combined result of a statewide system of partners, though there is much work to be done still. One final note from this report, guys, the homeless veteran population decreased across the entire state last year by almost 3%.
Colorado has seen a string of devastating truck crashes. Now, a Supreme Court ruling will change who can be held responsible when a dangerous trucking company causes a wreck. Our Mark Salinger starts us off with that.
On Colorado's roadways, there's a complicated web of who's responsible for the trucks driving next to us.
At least up until last week, it was the Wild West.
When a truck crashed, who could be sued was dependent on where it happened. A new Supreme Court ruling changes that.
What this case does is it says, look, brokers out there have a duty. They have a duty to make sure that they are using due diligence, for example, in finding a safe motor carrier.
Grant Lawson is the managing partner for Colorado at the law firm for truck safety. The firm brought together a coalition that just won a unanimous ruling from the Supreme Court. It holds brokers accountable for who's paid to be on the road.
A shipper hires a broker. A broker is a middleman. A broker then goes out and finds a trucking company, a motor carrier, to then accept this load and take this load across the country and drop it off.
Every year, more than 5,000 people die in crashes involving commercial trucks across the country. The decision states that brokers can now be sued and held responsible for truck crashes and deaths.
It's going to change the safety for all of us on the road.
Lawson is still in the middle of a federal lawsuit over a 2022 truck crash in Weld County that killed a family. Postal Service hired a company to carry mail, which then hired a subcontractor. That case likely wouldn't be impacted here because a federal contractor is involved. But the impacts of this ruling are massive for an industry that's seen a lot of high-profile crashes here in Colorado.
Did the broker not do its job in putting an unsafe trucking company and driver out on the road? That's going to be the question.
Before this ruling, a broker could put a truck on the road caring first and foremost about money and getting paid without the fear of being held legally liable if something bad happened. Now that broker can be held responsible in a crash. There's also the incentive there that they could get sued if something bad happens, if they put somebody on the road that they say doesn't have a good safety record.
This addresses one of a couple of issues that you've been following.
Yeah, Grant Lawson there, who I spoke with, who knows this stuff very, very well here in Colorado, says that another big problem that they're seeing right now is trucking companies with bad safety records shutting down one day, then reopening the next day under a different name. They call them chameleon companies because they just kind of switch shapes and switch names just to stay on the road.
Mark Salinger, thank you. Governor Jared Polis is freeing Tina Peters early. Now the Trump administration is looking at giving her a taxpayer-funded payout. It would come from a nearly $1.8 billion slush fund intended to compensate political friends of the president who feel they were wrongly prosecuted under President Biden. Peters was not prosecuted by the Biden administration. She was prosecuted in Mesa County, a Republican county, but don't worry about the details. The money would come out of a new DOJ fund set up as part of a settlement resolving President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over the leak of his tax records. The Justice Department says the fund is for, quote, victims of lawfare and weaponization. A 5-person commission will oversee the disbursement of the money. The settlement does not outline any formal process for selecting who gets the cash. But in a briefing today at the White House, Vice President J.D. Vance said Tina Peters is a prime example of who should get paid.
Tina Peters is this woman who is about to get out of prison, thanks in large part to the president's good work in Colorado. This is a woman who, at worst, if you believe everything that the prosecutors said about her, committed misdemeanor trespassing, and somebody threw the book at her. This innocent grandmother was going to spend 10 years in prison, completely disproportionate to any misdemeanor trespassing that I've ever seen. Was that fair? No. Is it reasonable for her to get some compensation for the fact that she was treated unfairly? I think the answer is yes.
So Vice President, he completely rewrote history there, but I'm guessing if you followed the case, you know that, right? Tina Peters not innocent, according to a jury of her peers and the Colorado Court of Appeals, which declined to throw out her conviction. But more importantly, Tina Peters was not convicted of just misdemeanor trespassing. She was convicted on 4 felonies and 3 misdemeanors for her role in breaching her county's election equipment. We reached out to Peters' attorneys to ask if she wants one of those taxpayer-funded checks. Her attorney told us it's too early to say. He had just heard details about this fund secondhand. Some Democrats in Colorado are furious with Governor Polis for bowing to the Trump administration's demands to free Tina Peters. More than 600 Democratic elected officials, party leaders, and organizers are now asking the state party to formally censure Polis and keep him from speaking at their tomorrow night. The signers of the formal complaint against Governor Polis include state representatives, state senators, a DNC member, and a long list of well-known names in Colorado political circles, many of them progressive voices. They want the state party to formally censure and condemn Polis, to ban him from being honored as a speaker or attendee at party events, and to put out a statement saying that clemency for Tina Peters does not reflect the views of the Colorado Democratic Party. The hundreds of members of the State Central Committee are expected to vote on that complaint at a virtual meeting. Being exploited in our state, at work and even at home. A landlord's been ordered to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars after threatening to report a tenant family to ICE. Our Angeline McCall has
very common, and it just hurts our community.
Jessica Rosales with El Centro de los Trabajadores says they've seen an increase in workers who have suffered wage theft and exploitation.
They get exploited, they get the job done, and then at the end of the day or week, they hear, I'm not paying you. And if you do something about it, I'm going to go ahead and report you to ICE.
More than 10 clients every week are reporting it to them, an increase they've seen since the start of 2025.
In the past couple months, I'll say, with this new administration, the retaliation and the threats to ICE have been increased.
It's happening at work and outside of it.
There's grave concern that people will sort of prey on tenants that they perceive to be vulnerable because of their immigration status, and violate just basic protections that we have for tenants.
Annie Kurtz with the team at the ACLU of Colorado just sued a landlord who now has to pay more than $182,000 after it was found that he intimidated and harassed an immigrant family and threatened to report them to ICE.
That the just inflammatory, dehumanizing rhetoric that we're seeing right now is incredibly dangerous.
Incidents like this often go underreported, meaning it's hard to track how often it's happening and difficult to see consequences come to reality.
It's not the time for us to stay quiet. It's not the time for us to live in doubt. It's the time for us to use the tools and the resources and get education from resources and organizations that are willing to help.
For that lawsuit where the landlord must pay damages, the team used a law that just passed a few years ago called the Immigrant Tenant Protection Act that is specifically designed to protect families from discrimination and retaliatory threats like this one that they litigated here, Kyle.
And Angeline, the work that El Centro has done in the community for years is about making sure that people know their rights and they come forward if those rights have been violated.
Exactly. And there is compensation for people who want to go that route where they have been entitled to money and they have been wronged on that. Now, some cases are so egregious that they go through the Department of Labor, even the Attorney General's office. But of course, we know that many families are silenced because they're scared, and many of these trends just continue, right? Where they take advantage of the next person because there's no consequences.
Angeline McCall, thank you.
Wage theft is really big problem here in Colorado. And that Central Humanitarian used to be the purple building where D-Hall started, Denver Homicide Law, now House Keys Action Network, who I used to work for. That's where I met Lady Che and several other people, and I was able to house 8 people, including Lady Che. So that's crazy that they said it's taking them that long to get their proper paperwork. They might as well go back to their homeland at that point. All right, so in other news, CU Regent Wanda James is now showing her colleagues on the University of CU. Well, salute to her for this lawsuit. She's also running for she's running for She's running for Senate here in the state of Colorado. Actually, U.S. House of Representatives. My apologies. U.S. House of Representatives, Diana DeGuest seat, District 1. That seat's been occupied by Diana DeGuest for over 30 years. So it'd be nice to see her go. And get Wanda James in. Wanda James says she supports lineage-based cash payment reparations. So she has my vote.
James is suing her colleagues on the University Board of Trustees months after that board voted to censure James and take away her committee assignments. James, who's a Democrat, who's also currently running for Congress right now, filed a federal lawsuit this week against the individual members of the Board of Trustees. She accuses them of punishing her for speaking out against this university public health campaign, which used images of Black people when talking about the negative impacts of marijuana. James called the campaign racist, wanted it defunded, but critics on the board accused her of a conflict of interest in violating her fiduciary duties because James owns a marijuana dispensary. She's asking for the censure to be lifted and for the other regions to pay damages and issue a public apology. Boulder County fought like hell to shut down a cement plant, and now they've just reversed the decision.
Grown to be okay with weeds in certain places under certain circumstances.
Denver's got 99 weed problems, but dandelions ain't one, so they're coming to a park near you. And we'll meet the Coloradans who wrote a children's book 40 years ago and are suddenly in the spotlight again, thanks to one post on social media. That's next. Jefferson County is the latest government in our area to put a pause on new data centers. The Board of Commissioners voted today to issue a 10-month moratorium on new data centers in the county. It does not include the one area already zoned to allow them, but the county said there aren't any plans for a data center there right now. They said they'll use this pause to look at the environmental concerns and weigh them against the economic benefits. Data centers often require large amounts of electricity and water. The commissioners want to look into how other communities are responding to the rise in demand for data centers. We're seeing pauses like this all over the area, including in Denver, which approved a one-year pause on new data centers last year. Weld and Larimer counties also have moratoriums. The years-long battle over a cement plant in Boulder County has taken a surprise turn. 2 years after the county ordered the Cemex plant in Lyons to call it quits, they're doing a 180. The county's permitting director says the decision to close the plant was based on a faulty study. Boulder County's leaders ordered the plant to cease operations in 2024, said that there would be a hazardous increase in traffic and pollution in the area. The county's decision was based partly on a traffic study that Cemex and CDOT did in 2022 and 2023. The study showed that daily traffic doubled when the plant lost its mining permit and had to truck in materials. But Cemex appealed, arguing the traffic study was too narrow and focused on just a couple of days of traffic. Well, today, the county's planning director backtracked on the decision. He said an independent review found there was no significant increase in truck traffic after the mine closed, and that the decision to terminate operations was made in error. So the county's reinstating the company's permit to continue operating. Meteorologist Chris Bianchi's along. Anybody with eyes and ears can tell that this has been a rainy little stretch we've had. How rainy?
It's been pretty rainy for us, Kyle. Last 2 weeks, we picked up more water in Denver than the previous 5+ months combined. Now, to be clear about this, we picked up 1.5 inches of rain since May the 5th. Rain, snow equivalent, of course, May 5th and 6th, that fell in the form of snow. The previous 151 days combined, December the 4th through May the 5th, picked up 1.43 inches of rain and snow equivalent. That is entirely, almost entirely, a commentary on how little rain we got in this stretch. And here, this matters. This is putting a dent in the recent drought, but it is not solving it. To be clear, still got a long ways to go. And we're adding a bit more rain to that right now. Now, what's going on is the jet stream is right overhead. That is spitting out these little narrow bands of rain, one north of Denver, one south of Denver. A lot of the short-range models are kind of condensing some of those bands. So point being, in the Denver area, I would expect some showers over the next couple of hours. Rockies game could be a bit soggy later on tonight, but we will have some of these localized bands spitting out a couple tenths of an inch of rain over the next little while. That rain will mostly be tonight. By tomorrow morning, that rain and snow will come to a close. 7-day forecast, we'll see those temperatures gradually rise up as we head over the next few days. And just in time for Memorial Day next Monday, temperatures will be in the low 80s with sunshine in Denver.
Our thirsty lawns are enjoying this rain. It's also going to help the weeds grow. Denver has a new approach for dandelions this year. Live and let live. Our Spencer Soysher explains.
We're the original green industry.
Some people think Denver has too much weed.
Well, that's a different problem.
But Denver Parks and Rec doesn't think these dandelions are weeds.
So the definition of a weed is any plant that's out of place.
District Park managers Nate Miraboli and Dan Rockney say the dandelions are not out of place.
I love dandelions. It's a great flower.
Denver has changed its dandelion policy. As they pop up right now in city parks, the city is not spraying them anymore, unless it's causing a problem or they're on an athletic field.
They're great for our pollinators, and we feel that it's just not the right thing to do to be spraying chemicals and killing dandelions and endangering our pollinators.
Well, pollinators are the reason we're here. If we didn't have good pollinators, we wouldn't have the food that we eat.
The city says the pollinators get the best out of the yellow ones. And if you think the Denver dandies are weeds and not flowers, just wait a few weeks.
When the dandelions stop turning yellow, you can see that the dandelions that turn white get taller. And so they're poking their heads up, and we can just chop those off with the lawnmower, and then you don't see them anymore.
Denver Parks and Rec still get calls from people who don't like seeing weeds. But Dan and Nate hope people stop thinking that Denver has a weed problem.
A lot of people like dandelions.
There's a lot of support for dandelions in our community.
For Next, I'm Spencer Soysher.
A pair of authors in Colorado is just as shocked as anyone that their children's book is topping the charts 40 years after it was written.
1985. It's an overnight sensation. It took 40 years already. It's a bestseller.
Hey, a reminder, you can catch this program streaming each night for free, 6 p.m. on 9 News Plus, and Next is a podcast, wherever you find those. There's a children's book topping the charts 40 years after it was published, thanks to a shout out on social media. Our Amy Hunter spoke with two of the book's authors who live in Colorado about their unlikely second act.
You always love paradox.
When it comes to puns, Paul Levitt and Alyssa Goralnik are filled with them.
That was your favorite, the parrot who was also an ox.
It only made sense for them to write a book.
I knew I wanted to write a children's book because most of the children's literature I had seen was, I thought, dry, too eclectic, and I thought this would be fun.
Back in 1985, the two, alongside Doug Berger, wrote the Weighty Word Book.
So whenever you want to describe someone who is fierce, cruel, or savage, remember the truculent, and you will remember the word truculent.
The book is filled with stories, each with its own pun, to help kids remember vocabulary words, including one kid in Utah, Eli McCann, who is now a social media influencer.
It has been like 30 years, and I will be damned if I am not in the middle of a conversation regularly and I'll suddenly use the word like clandestine, and I can't help but picture a crab named Clan who was destined to help the rest of her crab friends secretly sneak out of a pot before it started boiling, and I'm like, clandestine. an act done in secret.
I looked and I thought, are they talking about my book?
It didn't take long to learn Eli was talking about their book, The Weighty Word Book.
We got an email from the publicist, and I think the subject line in the email was, "The Weighty Word Book is a TikTok sensation." I can't believe this.
40 years after its original publication, the book made it to the top of Amazon's bestsellers list.
I'm in disbelief. Still in disbelief.
Turns out the book's words still carry weight.
We owe a great deal to the kindness of this stranger who is now not a stranger, but a wonderful Eli McCann.
For Next, I'm Amy Hunter.
The University of New Mexico Press says the Weighty Word Book sold more copies in the past week than it has in the last 17 years. So the book is being reprinted to meet the continuing demand. That's a great story. We are back with your feedback next. Thank you much.
You're welcome, much.
Ooh, much. So much. Finished with feedback tonight. Michael in Aurora writes, boy, did Vice President Vance step in and say a bunch of horse manure today, speaking about Tina Peters. It would be nice if our federal politicians knew what they were talking about. You raised an interesting question, Michael. Did Vice President Vance know what he was saying wasn't true? I tend to think he did know that it wasn't true. I'm not sure that I could prove that. There are times that we see elected officials who truly appear to be confused or not know what they're talking about. And then there's other times, well, where they do something different. Kathy says, stop using Peter's dressed up shots, use the mug shot. I don't love the idea of putting mug shots on repeat. A photo taken against your will on the worst day of your life. We just want photos to be accurate. See you next time. Glad you're with us tonight. I'm Kyle Clark.
I'm Kim Christensen. Students at private colleges and universities in Colorado could soon have to go without state financial aid.
There's a bipartisan bill that passed the state legislature this week to change the higher education funding model. 9 News reporter Ria Jha is along after talking with folks at Regis University about how they're going to try to handle this. Ria?
Yeah, for some students, this isn't just extra help. It's what makes college possible. And I spoke with students at Regis University who are scared they're not going to be able to afford to go to school without this aid.
Office of Financial Aid, this is Zoe. How can I help you?
Every call starts the same way.
Ah, gotcha.
But more and more of these are ending with uncertainty.
What kind of questions did you have for me, Chris?
Zoe Josephic is a rising senior at Regis University. She works the front desk at the financial aid office.
I answer phones, I greet students, and then I answer emails as well. Got the opportunity to work here as a Colorado Work Study student in the financial aid office. I honestly don't know where I would have ended up if I didn't come here. I was like, wait, this is actually kind of reasonable, and I can actually go to school and pursue my dreams.
But now that financial aid could soon be gone.
With 51 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1345 is adopted.
This week, Colorado lawmakers passed a bill cutting off state financial aid for students at private universities. Lawmakers say the move came during difficult budget negotiations.
This was the place identified by one of our colleagues on the committee to make up that gap.
At Regis alone, school officials say 587 undergrad students would be impacted, along with thousands more at the 8 other private universities in Colorado.
A lot of them in the state of Colorado are first gen, they're low income, and they are the ones who are eligible for Colorado Student Grant.
Catherine Rohde is a financial aid administrator at Regis.
This money was never really intended to go to schools. This money is intended to go to students.
She says the university plans to use institutional dollars to temporarily cover some of the lost grant funding for students next year. But not everything can be replaced.
In certain situations, like with Colorado Work Study being eliminated, as well as that Colorado Graduate Grant, that funding goes away. So those students will be impacted very directly.
Students like Zoe,
especially working and knowing I'm also going to be affected and the students that I'm talking to are being affected as well. It's worrisome. I'm scared that I'm not going to have a job next year when I am trying to finish out my degree.
I really hope that people are starting to hear about this and really taking into account what this could mean again for students.
Lawmakers said they were forced to choose between cutting funding for public universities and private universities. So the public schools still have funding. The critics of the bill argue, why couldn't we just spread the cuts across all the universities equally rather than singling out the specific group of students and eliminating aid for them completely. This bill now goes to the governor's desk for final approval. Reporting live at the Capitol, Bria Jha, 9 News.
Law enforcement leaders around Colorado are rejecting a claim by a Republican candidate for governor that a Venezuelan gang has overrun rural Colorado. State Representative Scott Bottoms says without offering evidence that the state has been infiltrated by tens of thousands of Tren de Aragua gang members. Sheriffs, including those in Bottoms' own party, don't buy it.
Right now, there are about 45 to 50,000 Venezuelan cartel in the state of Colorado.
Bottoms tells me that claim came from ICE officials. A spokesperson for ICE tells me its leadership in Colorado has not met with or even talked with Scott Bottoms. And the U.S. government's National Counterterrorism Center estimates TDA's worldwide membership at no more than 5,000 people. Again, Bottoms is saying there are 10 times that many TDA gang members in Colorado alone. Bottoms also claims without evidence that some sheriffs are going to deputize special forces to stop TDA. So I reached out to all 60-plus county sheriffs in Colorado, and not one backed up his claims. Bottoms.
I think that's where the problem lies, right? Confusion to some degree, but you still have to take it upon yourself to go out and find what's really happening and how to fix it.
That was Teller County Sheriff Jason Mikesell, a Republican, who says he does not buy into Bottoms' claims and thinks that it's an attempt to get attention on his run for governor. Bottoms faces State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer and Ministry Leader Victor Marks in the Republican gubernatorial primary next month.
Here's a live look outside. Another warm day out there. Tomorrow, more of the same. Then things start getting a little spicy over the weekend.
Oh, you like spicy?
Spicy. You know, weekends can be spicy. 9 to 6.
Fire at an apartment complex under construction in Denver has been found incompetent to stand trial. 38-year-old Tony Becerra was arrested in connection with that fire January 2nd on Leetsdale Drive. He's now charged with burglary and arson. A massive fire took days to extinguish. Police say they were able to track him to and from the fire scene using surveillance video. His next court hearing is scheduled for mid-July. A fire this week forced a beloved Italian restaurant to close in Denver.
And tonight, the owner isn't facing it alone. 9 News reporter Colton Chavez is live at Persini on Tennyson Street in Denver's Berkeley neighborhood with more on that. Colton?
Yeah, Kim, the owner, Christine Parisi, tells me that she doesn't know how long this close sign is going to sit up in her window. But the one thing she does know tonight is that this community is going to be with her every step of the way.
The story of Parisi is that I moved back here from Italy.
For over 2 decades,
I think I'm a permanent fixture here.
Parisi has become more than just a restaurant in the Berkeley neighborhood of Denver.
Since then, we've seen those families have children and their children grow up and their children come and eat with us.
A family created on the corner of Tennyson Street.
It's more than a business. This is my heart. And my heart is broken.
Christine Parisi realized that's what happens when something you love is damaged.
It just looks like we went through a flood or something.
Water that Christine says was used to drown out the flames from a fire that started in a crawl space under the roof.
An ember was released from our smokestack from our pizza flue and landed on the membrane of our rooftop. They had to dump gallons upon gallons of water into the restaurant. Every crevice.
But through the wet floors and crumbling drywall,
hi, thank you,
came a flood of love.
Outpouring from friends and family and people that have worked on this place over the years. It's beautifully overwhelming. It's a special place, and I will work my darndest to get it reopened.
An optimism that Christine says makes her Tennyson Street corner feel that much bigger.
Whenever it dips, if I look on Instagram and I start to read some of the comments from people I haven't heard from in years, that to me is like, that's what I need.
Christine tells me that even with all of the damage from the fire and the water, she was able to save a lot of the food that they have here in the restaurant. It's actually being kept in this big box truck. It's refrigerated just behind me. Christine also tells me to resell some of this food, and that's what she plans to do tomorrow afternoon. So for anybody that wants to stop by, that's going to happen around 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Live in Denver tonight, Colton Chavez, 9 News.
Parisi and Tennyson, in case you didn't get that all, we heard most of it, Colton. The Boulder County Sheriff's Office is investigating the death of a man in Chautauqua Park. They say their communications center received a crash detection alert from an Apple device about 11:30 this morning that originated from the park. First responders went there, didn't find anything. Not long after, an off-duty member for the Rocky Mountain Rescue Group found a man dead in a gully about halfway up the second Flatiron. Investigators believe he may have been solo scrambling because they didn't find a rope or climbing equipment. His name has not yet been released.
Leaders in the city of Denver are considering a major lobbying overhaul after some high-profile influence cases went largely unreported. When the flavored tobacco ban came before City Council twice, City Council member Jamie Torres says that lobbyists from both sides were very active at City Hall, and none of that was publicly reported. She says there was a similar transparency gap with the flock safety cameras and the license plate reading company. You know, Torres is now working with the city clerk's office on legislation that would require lobbyists to disclose who they meet with, which clients they represent, and how much they're paid to do so, something the current law does not require.
We just need to know about it when it happens. I think that's the biggest underlying factor here. It's not that it's happening, but that we want to be really transparent about it when it does.
The proposal requires a full city council vote, and if passed, it would take effect at the start of 2027.
All right, let's talk Broncos schedule release and the always amusing video that comes along with it. Kind of catchy.
Right, every team tries to outdo one another. None of them are ever going to outdo that Tennessee Titans man on the street video.
No, that
they
was
all try
good.
every
It's
year.
good.
They try. So Broncos video this year, they had the usual suspects you would expect in there. They had Peyton Manning, Bo Nix, and they thought to themselves there at Dove Valley, they're like, you know what we don't have? We don't have a bona fide star.
No.
We don't have just like a knock 'em dead.
Somebody that pops on the screen.
Local celebrity.
Yeah.
But Niners anchor Philip Buff is here to explain how the Broncos incorporated that star power into this year's schedule.
Yeah, Peyton Manning wasn't enough. Bo Nix wasn't enough.
They're great. They're great. Don't get us wrong.
All good.
Yeah.
All good. They needed a true legend, and not just a legend, but a true, long-time, hardcore, real fan through thick and thin. This video is always fun, not just for the anticipation of seeing who the Broncos will be facing, but how creatively they will deliver that news. And this year did not disappoint. It begins with Peyton Manning coming into the living room where his daughter is checking her phone to see the schedule release video. There's some fun back and forth between the two. Then Peyton says, let's just see what's on TV. Each channel he turns to has another cute clip that is a play on Denver, the Broncos, or the teams they will be playing, like this clip about the Dolphins.
Uniquely Broncos. So for you Miami fans coming here a mile high, look out and take cover because we are calling for a sack storm warning.
You asked for it, Kyle. There it is.
Yeah,
a true bona fide TV
That's
legend.
right. That's when we knew this video had real star power to it.
It's going to be the best one they've ever done.
It wasn't the cheetah that followed me immediately afterwards.
It was
No.
you.
I'll be signing autographs here. I'll take whatever. No, it's a real thrill. I mean, as a lifelong, true diehard Broncos fan, Kyle, I don't have to tell you about that. It's really an honor and a privilege to have been part of that video. When I got that call, they were like, would you want to be a part of this? I was like, yeah, I would absolutely want to be a part of that video.
Part of this.
Real thrill.
Any season ticket holders would recognize Chris, perhaps, at a game or two.
Yeah, this was a happier
Sometimes-
occasion than the last time. I think I was involved with the
you got a
Broncos
little
in a more
famous?
public. Yeah, December 2023. Picture it. Christmas Eve. Broncos need one win in order to get into the playoffs. And they're playing a backup quarterback and womp, womp. Yeah, that told the story of that game. Don't you remember that?
I do remember that. That was iconic. And it was a thrill for you to be on television, right? I mean, because, you know.
It was Christmas Eve. I got that still to this day. That and the crispy donkey thing. Those are the two my phone has blown up. Never blown up more than those two occasions.
Those two things.
Because everybody was watching that game, that Christmas Eve game. It was a nationally televised game.
And they hung on your face for quite a while.
Yeah.
It was very compelling theater.
Good face.
Yeah.
Good face.
But now they see you cheering all the time because they had a great season. So, okay.
It's fun.
And this is
It's
just
fun.
the sign of things to come.
What a thrill.
Yeah. Congrats, Chris. Bill, thanks.
Yeah, go Broncos. All right, so now we're on to the police shooting a black man in the back. Play this down, Democratic shit. Okay. So about 2 weeks ago, DPD shot a black man in the back who just so happened to be a police auditor. So the next few videos are about that. Let me see which one I want to play. Let me play this one. Cop shot him 4 times in the back. He's an auditor, First Amendment auditor. Shot 7 times by DPD. So San Joaquin Valley Transparency gonna give us an update on that. The videos needed.
Only by their actions, I guess. This is what's great about, people fighting for your rights, like my father. They go through these things so that we don't have to. If we can get over this hump in Inglewood, and somebody else can do it and not have the same problems as me, but a gun is the problem. How do we know the difference? We don't. Only by their actions, I guess. This is what's great about, people fighting for your rights, like my father. They go through these things so that we don't have to. If we can get over this hump in Inglewood, and somebody else can do it and not have the same problems as me, I'm fully willing to sacrifice all of this and what I'm going through to make sure it doesn't happen to someone else.
California.
Here in our own country, we have to worry about that.
Welcome to the Real Constitutional Upholders. The Real Constitutional Upholders.
The Real Constitutional.
It's Regan Benson. That's just.
What's up, guys? We have some horrible news. The Real Constitutional Upholders, Lewis, has been shot in the back by Denver Police Department, if I'm not mistaken. I do have an article. We're going to watch a little bit of this video, and I'm going to read to you guys the article that was sent to me yesterday. What's up, Angry Flying Squid, Mark, Robert, Timothy? Yeah, we got some horrible news, guys. This guy was shot in the back a couple nights ago. So let's watch some of this video, and I'll read the article here shortly.
Upholder.
The Real Constitutional Upholder.
The Real Constitutional Upholders. That would be us right here. That would be us right here.
Yeah, I interviewed this guy
I was walking
recently.
down the street with a gun early in the morning. That's right before I go to work. So I decided to get up early and exercise.
Come on, little baby.
Make it hell for myself. My legs hurt. My arms hurt. This gun is heavy. It's giving me a rash on my neck with the sling. All the things I enjoy. Pain is like weakness leaving the body.
Good question, Nine Hayes. From my understanding, he is in stable condition. He is alive, which is good, right? I apologize if I left that out. I can see the suspense on you guys. He is alive, shot 4 times in the back. We do have the article. And I don't know too much of the details of what happened or why the cops were called or why they came up to him, but I know this man already. I've seen his work, and he doesn't just obey at demands. I don't believe that he was doing anything unlawful.
Right.
Usually when you join this movement, you tend to not really want to do illegal things, right?
Right.
But some folks do some.
So I know several auditors. The 2 that come to mind is DJ K. Dot, the party, and Mexican long hair. I know some other auditors as well, but those are like the biggest ones out of Colorado. And I know Joe Cool, he's out of Chicago. He got over 100,000 subscribers. So I know several people that do this auditing work on the police. So, but it's very few Black auditors, and they treat the Black auditors completely different than they do the white auditors. Obviously.
Stupid shit. I just don't believe that this man would do anything like that. I've spoken to this man, I've interviewed him, and I think he's a good dude with good intentions. And I just think that his demeanor may come off as being uncooperative to cops, and they already know who he is. He's actually been convicted for something that wasn't even illegal. He is the Real Constitutional Upholders. His name is Lewis. And a long time ago, I shared one of his videos. I shared his very first video, as a matter of fact. So I've been following this guy since he first started with this video right here. Immediately since he started getting a pushback from the cops out there. And he does walk around open carry. And you know how cops are going to try to spin this, right? He was being uncooperative. If I'm not mistaken, this happened in Denver, Colorado.
What's your name and badge number? Right there. Can you back up? 3708. Got you. This is a public parking lot, is not. This is a state or a public building, right?
Nobody told you to leave.
Right, so we can be here.
Okay.
So I don't need your mouth. Go ask your sergeant who I am.
Yeah, he's stern, guys. What's up, Made in America? If you're just getting here, we have some horrible news. This guy was shot in the back 4 times. He is alive. He's in stable condition.
78 AS assist.
And I am speaking with Regan Benson, who is out there in the area and is friends with Lewis. And she sent me this as well. So I'm going to be interviewing Regan Benson on Everything is a Lie, Damn It, on Rumble. So you guys make sure you stay tuned for that as well. And we're going to... My nephew is actually moving to Colorado in that area. And this guy right here that we're watching, Lewis, was the guy that I really wanted to hook him up with so that he can work side by side with this guy. And now we find out that this guy's been shot in the back 4 times by the police department. In the back. He was shot in the back. So horrible shit. Yeah, in the back. Yeah, it was the cops that shot him. Good morning, we got a call. So this is, I know you sent this to me last night as well. Regan had sent this to me a little bit earlier in the day. And I'm going to be interviewing Regan Benson on a Rumble channel called Everything is a Lie, Damn It. And we're definitely going to be discussing this as well. And we're going to be discussing her case. Look, in Colorado, apparently you can get convicted for crimes that you didn't even do. And this guy was convicted of a crime. Regan Benson was convicted of a crime, and they didn't do anything illegal. And they're not letting up. They want to continue to hold government accountable. And so this is apparently how the government in Colorado responds. Quick recap. The real constitutional upholders, Lewis was shot in the back 4 times by the Denver Police Department, if I'm not mistaken. He is in stable condition. He is alive. I don't know what his charges are exactly yet. And, but like I said, I know this man. I've interviewed him. I don't think he has bad intentions in anything that he does. And this guy, this work matters to him. Now starts to cover up. That's right. I do believe that they're going to try to cover it up and make this to where they seem like the good guys as always, right? This happened the night before last night. 6:06. Yep, Regan helps homeless in Colorado. That's right. Yep.
267.
But
That fool pushes him right now. Watch.
Excuse me, sir. What's your name? You don't want to state your name?
Back up.
You don't want to state your
Do
name?
it right now.
Make me.
Back up.
Make me.
Back up now. Okay.
9444. 9444. That's assault. Simple battery. It doesn't matter. It's a public parking lot. You can't just push people because you want to. I'm still here.
Go.
Go ahead and arrest me if you want to. I'm right here. I won't resist. I promise you. If that's what you guys want to do.
Nobody's arresting you.
Yes, you are. 9444. Yeah, I don't know who gave you those stripes, buddy.
Go.
I'll peel them one off at a time. If that's what you want to do.
Go.
Say goodbye to you.
Hey, Oklahoma, I seen the message that you sent me, bro, but you sent me, you said that you sent me a video link, but there was no video link with the message. So basically it was just like a message of saying, check this out or something like that. And, but there was nothing to check out, bro. So go back and look. I did recently change phones. I upgraded my phone. So I don't know if you're not the first person that says that they're sending me video links and I'm not getting the video links. So you may want to try to resend it, bro. I'm not trying to ignore you, Oklahoma. I'm just saying that I didn't get the video links. So try to resend the video link if you sent me one. Let's go back to the video I was watching of him speaking.
A dude with a gun is not a problem.
And in my opinion, if you pay attention to the words that he's saying, he's basically telling you like who he is and what he does and why he's doing it. And I think this is important.
That dude with a gun is the problem. How do we know the difference? We don't. Only by their actions, I guess. This is what's great about, people fighting for your rights like my father. They go through these things so that we don't have to. If we can get over this hump in Inglewood and somebody else can do it and not have the same problems as me, I'm fully willing to sacrifice all of this and what I'm going through to make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. Here in our own country, we have to worry about that.
Welcome to the Real Constitutional Upholders. The Real Constitutional Upholders.
The real constitutional upholder.
The real constitutional upholder.
The real constitutional upholders. That would be us right here. That would be us right here.
So I was walking down the street with a gun.
That would be us right here.
That's right before I go to work. So I decided to get up early and exercise, make it hell for myself. My legs hurt, my arms hurt. This gun is heavy. It's giving me a rash on my neck with the sling. All the things I enjoy. Pain is like weakness leaving the body. So just walking up and down the street, and that's it. That's why we're here. So we're in the city of Inglewood, where I cannot carry. I can't carry anywhere, actually. I do not have a Second Amendment right. The reason why I do not have this right is because there's a mandatory protection order which states I cannot possess firearms or ammunition until the issue is resolved. I was charged with disorderly conduct.
Can we get to what actually happened? Let me go ahead and read the article. Let's see if we can watch the news on this really quick.
5 Denver police say 2 people are in the hospital tonight, including the suspect after a shooting incident on 16th Street. Police responded to a report of a shooting around 2 a.m. and officers eventually shot and injured that suspect. Fox 41's Anna Kuhn has the latest on the investigation.
Denver police say they responded to that call just before 2 o'clock this morning for a report of a shooting at 16th and California. Video shot from inside an apartment complex shows swarms of police cars on 16th Street between Stout and California early this morning. Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says police were initially responding to a report of a shooting, and officers were trying to detain the suspect.
The officers pursued that
individual into the vestibule of an apartment complex mid-block on 16th Street. As they confronted that individual and challenged him, who they had identified that he had a gun. He did not drop that gun. Put the officers in a position where they felt that they were endangered.
That's when 2 officers shot the suspect, who was taken to the hospital. Video sent in from a viewer shows a man on a stretcher in the lobby of an apartment complex where the suspect allegedly ran into. The incident all taking place on Denver's recently renovated 16th Street. Part of that revamp plan included boosted police presence, private security, and park ranger patrols. Britt Dial with the Downtown Denver Partnership telling Fox 31 in October that safety in the area is key to success.
Safety and security is the #1 priority. We know that it not only needs to be safe, but it needs to feel safe for people too.
The Downtown Denver Partnership says 80% of downtown stakeholders feel safety on 16th Street has improved, but incidents like this can cast a shadow on that feeling.
Shots fired literally in the lobby of my building, in the lobby of my freaking building.
Denver police say both the suspect and the victim in that initial shooting are at the hospital and believed to be in what they call stable condition. Now, this incident will be investigated. That's standard protocol when an officer fires a gun. In Denver, Anna Kuhn, Fox 31.
So, what if there was a shooting, right? But this dude does open carry. So what if the cops just seen him and they're like, you are the suspect?
A man is in the hospital after being shot by officers with Denver Police Department. This was the scene earlier with officers at 16th in California after being called about a shooting. Daybreak's Jared Dean is live there now with the very latest. The tape is down, but the investigation and questions certainly persist, Jared.
Yeah, exactly, Nicole. So there was police tape starting here, wrapping all the way around the corner there, past the Jamba Juice and down the street. That's where the primary scene took place. But now investigators have left the scene. Police are off here, and it seems to be sort of business as usual. But here is what police are saying took place. They say they got a call at about 2 a.m. for a shooting here on the corner of 16th and California. That's right by the Jamba Juice there. Police say that's where it started. And police got to the scene. They were unable to find the suspect, but someone pointed them in the right direction. And the suspect was actually in the entryway of an apartment complex just down the street. Officers confronted them and noticed that they had a gun. Commanded him to remove the gun, to drop it, but he refused. So then officers say they felt threatened and fired several shots at the suspect, hitting him multiple times. Officers began rendering aid to the suspect immediately until the ambulance showed up and took the suspect to the hospital. That suspect is still in the hospital, and the victim of the original shooting is also in the hospital. We will continue to provide you with updates on their conditions as they become available, but for now, this investigation is ongoing. The CBI and CSP are going to be conducting investigations here before handing it over to the DA's office. And from there, we will let you know just how this plays out. Reporting live here in downtown Denver, Jared Dean, Daybreak on 2.
I don't want the next video to play. All right.
Hundreds of Evergreen residents evacuated.
Hold on, sweetie. Let's go ahead and read this. Denver police officers shot and injured a suspect in a separate shooting that happened early Sunday morning on 16th Street in downtown Denver, according to the Denver Police Department. The original shooting happened around 2 a.m. near 16th Street and California Street, Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas said in a Sunday morning press conference. Officers responded to the shooting, contacted the victim, and were directed to a suspect walking on 16th Street between California and Stout Streets, Thomas said. The officers pursued the suspect onto the entryway of an apartment building on 16th Street. As they confronted that individual and challenged him, they identified that he had a gun. Thomas said he did not drop that gun, put the officers in a position where they felt that they were in danger. They ultimately fired their duty handguns several times, shooting him 4 times in the back. Why did they leave that out of the fucking news article? Thomas said 2 officers shot at the suspect, who was hit multiple times. The suspect was taken to a hospital, and Thomas said he believes the suspect is in stable condition. The Colorado State Patrol and Colorado Bureau of Investigations are investigating the police shooting with Denver's homicide unit. Thomas said he believes the victim in the original shooting is in stable condition as well. But what if our friend Lewis was not even the suspect? Does that mean that there's a guilty party still at large out there? Or was Lewis defending himself against somebody, shot somebody, and believed he wasn't doing anything illegal? I don't know. I'm just saying, what if, right? What are the possibilities there? How are you supposed to drop a holstered weapon without reaching for it? No shit. He could have responded to get the story. No shit, right? I don't trust cops and I want to blame the cops, but there are too many unanswered questions to judge this early. I agree, but knowing a man, you know what I'm saying? And knowing that he has good intentions in his work and knowing what cops do on a daily and get away with, what do you want me to believe, Gensley Report? Trust the cops' narrative? I don't know, my brother. I don't know. And was he the one the witnesses were pointing to? Too many questions. Yeah, well, the fucking people are going to point to somebody who has a gun, right? There's a guy who has a gun right there. He's right there, officer. Go get him. So even if, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's not throw my guy under the bus. I know this man. I've interviewed him. I've talked to him. I know he has good intentions in his work. I don't believe he's out there fucking open carrying out to shoot people. Come on now. Cops, they're afraid of everything. He's got a gun. And this is what happens when you have an open carry state, but not everybody wants to open carry. I mean, if everybody would open carry, right? If everybody open carried, would cops be afraid of one person who's open carrying? No, they would fucking know. They would have to make better decisions, right? They're not just going to go point their guns and shoot at the first person who has a gun. Road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't never trust cops' reports, SJ. Typical lamestream media regurgitating what the cops' narrative is. I fucking agree, Vigilance Committee. I 100% agree. They always do that. I want video of the incident. I wonder if Lewis was recording. I
believe it's section 1, subsection F. It relates to a firearm. So basically, if somebody sees you with a firearm,
that's right.
They're alarmed by you with a firearm, or I guess.
This guy is very intelligent and aware of the risks. I feel if he actually did wrong, he wouldn't run. I feel he did wrong, he would give up easily. Sounded like wrong place, wrong time. I agree. And could he have gone out there with this gun to see what was going on? That's possible. And the cops mistook him as being the suspect. What if he wasn't the suspect at all? Is the news gonna fucking do another segment and apologize for calling him the suspect? True. Not to mention the cops know him. That's right, dude. 100%, Timothy. That's right. Rancho, relaxo. That's a good question. But there was actually shots fired because somebody was shot. Somebody else was shot. Body cams do need to be released right away. I agree. No shit, American rights. No shit, huh? We can't rule out that this wasn't targeted. No shit, dude. No shit, we got a call.
And a manner
Just listen to this man.
calculated to cause alarm. That's what the statute says. It sounds stupid because you can legally do it as long as you don't alarm anyone.
I think this is more important, Patrick Moore, regarding James Freeman, his incident. What he's going through courts. He's going to go through the whole court system regarding all of that. I don't know if you know, but James Freeman and I, we really don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. There's some things that he's done that I believe is kind of shady. I've talked to him on the phone and I told him about it. I try not to, do drama on my channel. Even though James Freeman was always saying that I was always full of drama. But if there's one thing that I'm not full of is drama at the house. And it seems like that's what James Freeman is kind of dealing with. Drama at the house, at his house. So I think James Freeman needs to fix his drama at his house on his own time. Sucks what he's going through. I don't trust James Freeman, but I don't fucking trust the cops either. I'm pretty sure they're fucking stacking up as many charges as they can on Freeman. But at the same time, Freeman does some fucking shady shit. So I'm not gonna make this video about James Freeman. People are already making their videos about James Freeman and what he's going through. So we can agree to disagree on some things, James Freeman. But one thing I agree with is, YouTube drama and all that shit, that's gonna happen, right? People fight, they don't get along, they don't see eye to eye. But take care of your drama at home first. Take care of the situations that you have at home. Take care of that shit. And that's why I take care of my home situations at home. It sucks what he's going through, but back to the video at hand. This guy right here, his what's happening with him, in my opinion, is far more important than what's going on with James Freeman right now. This guy was just shot 4 times in his back. So, by the cops. I think that's a little more important today.
Presence of a firearm should not alarm a reasonable person.
Can I have a picture with you and your gun? Absolutely. It's $25 a piece.
A lot of people are scared of firearms in general.
Is that a real gun? Absolutely. Is it loaded? Absolutely. How are you?
What's up, Westside?
Which is why I feel like the statute should be amended. It shouldn't exist. It's very vague. If you have a firearm and somebody calls and says, "Oh, I'm scared of this guy. He's walking down the street with a gun," you could potentially be charged with this. I feel like they need to reword the statute. Brandishing a firearm is already illegal. Threatening someone with a firearm is already illegal.
I agree. Make sure
that these charges were thrown upon me because I love to exercise my Second Amendment right in the city of Inglewood, and the police here do not like that. They don't like the fact that a armed American can just stroll down the street. They've been trying to find a way to throw me in jail.
Moderators, mount up. The man's channel is The Real Constitutional Upholders. I've interviewed him before, and I shared his very first video, and I also shared a more recent story. I actually have a video that he sent me that's unlisted, that nobody has seen yet. And we were kind of waiting for time to pass in order to publish his video. I'm still going to wait for the okay from him before I publish that video that nobody has seen yet. But I have a video screen recorded that he had sent me. He's alive, I don't believe he did anything illegal, so I do believe I'll be talking to him again on the phone. I'll try to get an interview with him in the future so he can tell us what happened. I know he's going to be facing some charges from what they're saying. He was shot 4 times in the back. He is in stable condition. And not only that, but we do have people on the ground out there. Regan Benson, moderators mount up. Throw Regan Benson's channel link up there as well as the real constitutional upholders. Thank you, Remy. Thank you. We got a call. Vigilance Committee, Brandon. Thank you guys as always. Moderators doing a bang up job. Thank you guys. Cops everywhere are getting more and more violent. Just look at ICE. ICE can get away. If ICE can get away with it, why can't I? Yeah, that's true. Very, very true.
Away my gun rights or scare me into not doing it. So now, as it stands,
CBS News says he's facing attempted murder.
Shall not be infringed. I've been fully infringed upon. I don't have a Second Amendment right. If I possess a firearm, I commit some sort of crime. I'm not sure if it's a felony or misdemeanor, but it is a crime. With that mandatory protection order in place, to possess a firearm or ammunition or a weapon. So I'm out here on the street, still getting my exercise physically. I went on a little run earlier today. When you have all that stuff on, especially a rifle, and it's hitting your knees, it's so incredibly uncomfortable. That's the reason why I do it. I don't want to have to put that stuff on one day and, it's uncomfortable, in a time of need when I need to put that stuff on. You never know. The world's crazy. So I decided to train in my gear, which is what everyone, in my opinion, should do. Why have gear if you don't train in it? If you're not familiar with your gear, how can you be proficient in it? The police do the same thing. They exercise in their gear, it's no problem. The only difference is I do it openly, I guess, on a street that they do not like, which is Broadway. So yeah, it's very sad that I don't have that right at this moment. I don't, in my opinion, believe that anybody reasonably should or has been alarmed by my actions, which were walking down the street with a gun. I didn't threaten anybody. I don't even believe I even spoke to anyone. I think that if I did speak to someone, it was me just saying, "Hi, how are you? Having a good day? Beautiful weather we're having." One of my favorite lines to say is like the armed fisherman, living that dream,
Hey, how's it going? I'm living that dream. How are you? Awesome.
Used to live that dream. I don't live that dream any longer because they've taken that away from me. In the middle of my sleep, I found out about this disorderly conduct charge because I called and checked to see if I had warrants, because I understood that this department likes to retaliate against people. I'm not the first one. And, I regularly check to make sure I don't have warrants, which is a really scary thing to do as an American that does not break the law. Law-abiding American has to constantly check every single week.
We don't know yet, fisherman.
The department hasn't given me a new charge, How crazy is that to wake up one day and understand that you've been charged with a crime 11 and a half months for something that you did 11 and a half months ago? That isn't even a crime. I think this was done in retaliation to me pleading not guilty on my other cases I had. And magically, it came about around the same time that I was dealing with other cases. So I believe this was like a smearing campaign, a smothering event,
So they definitely know who he is out there.
I think that's their game. On the night of this event that I allegedly committed the crime of disorderly conduct, February 9th, I contacted these officers because they were following me. So I asked, "Hey, what's going on? I see a lot of you out here. What's the problem?" I assumed maybe they had a problem with me because they were following me. No one talked to me. No one said, "Hey, what are you doing?" There was no communication. I decided to head over to an officer that was actually parked back here. Talked to them for a little bit. They told me that Broadway is not a good place to do my open carry activities. So
have a good day, American rights.
Like me doing it on this street. If I do it on another street, maybe I wouldn't have as many problems. But I have a problem with that in itself because, you know, you don't have a Second Amendment right on one street and not on the other. You can't not open carry on one street, but then you can on the other. So I asked them, where's a good place for me to exercise? They couldn't tell me that. So anyways, that night or early morning, I said, if I'm doing something illegal, take me to jail. And I put my hands out like this. They didn't take me to jail. They didn't arrest me. They didn't charge me that night. You know, people always say, oh, you just want to sue, you just want to get lawsuit money, this is that. The amount of emotional distress that this has caused me, the amount of work that I've lost out on, the amount of job opportunities that I've lost because of this charge. You know, the thing is, this charge has something to do with the firearm, and there's a mandatory protection order with it. So when I go apply for new jobs, any sort of background check is ran on me, that's always a problem that comes up.
He's alive and he's in stable condition, from my understanding, DJ Plast.
Qualified me for different jobs already. I'm not rich. I don't come from an extremely wealthy family or anything like that. I work hard for my money. I don't break the law. If anything, I'm against people that break the law. Certain laws. I think some laws are victimless and they're pointless, like window tint. That's a stupid law we have here. And a lot of it was there was a gun store that was broken into right over on Galapagos Street in the early mornings. I don't remember the date. The gun store's called The Shootist. I called in that there was 3 men masked up trying to break into the business, the gun store. You know, if anything, I'm the type of citizen that the city of Inglewood should want, you know? I'm the type of citizen that the police should want here. You know, this is the same type of guy who's going to train hard. He's going to call the police when he sees somebody breaking the law, especially a gun store. We don't want people breaking into gun stores and stealing guns, you know? If you steal a sandwich out of Subway, that's, you know, a candy bar out of a gas station, that's different. But, you know, you steal a firearm. I'm a Second Amendment guy, you know? I love the Second Amendment. So to see that is crazy. You know, I don't want people that shouldn't have guns to have them either. You know? I feel like a felon because I can't have a gun. Can't possess one. You know? It's really weird to carry a gun every day of your life and all of a sudden now you can. You know, that feeling that I got in court when they're like, oh, you have to sign a mandatory protection order that states you can't have firearms, or you go to jail until your trial. That's crazy. You know, that wasn't a consensual thing. That wasn't.
What was he supposed to testify in court for, DJ Plast? It's beginning to sound more and more like a setup, huh? Like they set him up.
Salute, brother.
I didn't consent to that. It was either jail or you signed this order, and you could at least walk on Broadway still. You know, without your guns. That's how I looked at it.
This is crazy hearing hearing him talk about this stuff and then to hear about what happened to him. Crazy.
Dangerous, violent criminals. But they also lock up people like me, which do absolutely nothing. You know, if anything, I'm helping the city. This got to stop, you know? And I'm 100% comfortable being the one that takes all the crap, you know? If we can get over this hump in Inglewood and somebody else can do it and not have the same problems as me, I'm fully willing to sacrifice all of this.
Oh shit, really?
To make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. You know, this is what's great about, you know, people fighting for your rights like my father. You know, they go through these things so that we don't have to. But here in our own country, we have to worry about that. A dude with a gun is not a problem. A bad dude with a gun is the problem. How do we know the difference? We don't. Only by their actions, I guess. I don't think my actions were criminal. I know they're not. So I'm going to walk down the street to demonstrate that when you do not have a firearm, you run into no problems with the police. And that is why I have problems, because I had a firearm. It's not because I did anything wrong. It's simply because I had a firearm. That's why they think I'm violating some sort of. So we're going to walk down the street, and I'm going to show you that I would not get arrested for simply walking down the street without a firearm. Walking down the street.
And this is why I say that in an open carry state, everybody should be open carrying.
There's no difference between a guy walking and a guy walking with a gun.
Resend it, the means. Resend it, bro. His channel is The Real Constitutional Upholders. He was just shot 4 times in the back by the Denver Police Department. I know this man. I've interviewed him. I've spoken to him on the phone. We text each other back and forth. As a matter of fact, I just changed phones, so I don't know if I'll have it on this phone. Let me see. Lewis. No, it's going to be on my other phone. I just changed out. I just upgraded my phone. He's a good man. He has good intentions. Let me see if I can find the video where I interviewed him. Yeah, he was shot in the back, Howard County Observer. Give me 1 second, people. 1 second, good people. The case is under appeal right now, so we're hoping to shed some light on this so the right decision can be made there. Let's go ahead and get right into it. What were you convicted for?
I was convicted of harassment, following a person to a public place with the intent to, harass, annoy. That's kind of what the statute says. This officer was right behind this red Kia in the outermost right lane. That is not the turning lane. He proceeds to act like he's going to get off on the exit, and then he kind of cuts in front of where that red Kia is, essentially, and cuts this car off.
Thank you, brother.
It was pretty dangerous, so I immediately called 911 to report it. Now there's a cop behind me. No blinker this officer is not using. Look, no blinker again. There's another cop behind me right now. He's all on the line and stuff. Are they pulling me over or what? I think he's pulling me over. So this is just another day for me here in Inglewood. I usually cop watch in the city. How I do that half the time is I'll sit outside of the police station, wait until, a police cruiser goes to a call for service, and that's how I'm able to record some of these things. They have encrypted radios here, so there's no other way for me to, run across something like that unless I just happen to see it or if I just follow them to a call for service.
In his words, you can tell that he has good intentions, that he's not out to hurt people. You can tell that he's doing this for the right reasons. That's just my opinion. Like I said, I speak to this man on the phone. We text each other back and forth. We did this interview. He's just a good man. So I don't see him out there going out of his way to go and shoot people. But how many times have we heard cops shooting people in the back? What about the 17-year-old that the cops killed in New York? 3 different agencies, 3 or 4 different agencies were involved in that shooting of Judson Album, 17-year-old First Amendment auditor. I'm one of the only people that have ever talked about that case. Nobody even knows about it. That's in New York. All the New York channels out there should have been covering that shit. Judson Album, 17-year-old auditor who was shot and killed. And this is years ago already. Judson Album. His name is Judson Album. Albham. No, these things are not really being talked about. And people want me to make videos regarding James Freeman's spousal abuse charges. Nah, man. Lewis was shot in the back 4 times by the cops. I think this shit takes precedent when it comes to time and story. You're going to New York in July? Yeah, this guy's in Colorado. My nephew is moving to Colorado, and this is the guy that I wanted my nephew to go out and record with. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, this guy is a real badass. Like I said, I know this man. He does it for the right reasons. So, that shit sucks. Lewis, I hope you recover, bro. Reach out to me. If you see this, reach out to me ASAP. And we'll do another interview. So, my email is recordpolicenow@gmail.com. The means recordpolicenow@gmail.com. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope Lewis is okay. All right, guys. Peace. We're live in 3, 2, 1.
One more for you on update.
What's up, Regan?
Yo.
Welcome back, everybody. We have an update on the real constitutional upholders. Reagan is there. She's gonna inform us and let us know what's going on. So, Regan, how are you? Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you. I am freaking fantastic, mostly. We just got the record made that needed made. And we'll let a few people get in here. Are we good? How many people we got going? I can't see nothing. I am standing outside. There we go. I am standing outside the Denver Probation Pretrial Services ankle monitoring building. Luis is not getting that GPS off. Make this make sense. The district attorney's office just put on the record that this was a case of self-defense.
Wow.
Boom. You have no idea how much that record was needed. However, just as I predicted, they're not going to stop fucking with him. So the gun charges will stay, and they set a new bond on those. That'll all somehow work itself out after they collected a $50,000 bond on nothing. No charges from the $50,000 bond, but definitely pretrial services, $50,000 bond, and ankle monitoring. Yeah, and so this judge today decided not to stream it, unless somebody saw a stream that I'm aware of from the public perspective of what they advertise on the website and what I put in the link. She chose not to live stream this. Luis and his family are currently meeting with this pretrial services person who better have their ducks in a row about why Luis doesn't get to go back to his home, because the victims, and as you all know, it is very touchy when there is court orders and protection orders around victims that all of a sudden turned into witnesses today, but then turned back into victims. Everybody was confused about all of this, and the judge said that, yeah, we're going to keep this protection order in place for the victims, when the prosecution is calling them witnesses. Well, there's all kinds of witnesses to this case. So why are there only 2 witnesses now that are victims? That's all I'm going to say about that. Okay? They want to monitor him. It is my theory, and I think I'm pretty close to spot on with this one, because Ron Thomas, the chief of police, decided that it was appropriate to reveal Luis's address in their press conference. The city knows that they got a big old problem. So who's the victim here? It's Luis. Times 10.
So he was being attacked. He was being attacked. Is my voice coming in? Can you guys hear me? Give me a 1 if you guys can hear me. Okay. So Luis was being attacked. He defended himself. Cops came and shot him. And now they want to charge him.
Well, now they want to charge him with, unconstitutional gun crimes and keep an ankle monitor on him, even though it's on the record now that this was a case of self-defense. Yeah.
Wow.
So for those of you that logged in to see it and didn't get to see it, I'm sorry. That's, a very rare occurrence in courtroom 2100 that live stream doesn't get turned on. I don't know quite how this is any kind of justice when the actual aggressors and perpetrators continue to be protected. I want to know when they're going to file charges.
I have a question. So if he was being attacked, why haven't the other folks been charged? And why aren't they the ones being forced to leave the apartment instead of Luis? They should reverse that and charge the other folks who are jumping him, charge them with crimes, and make them leave and let Luis go back home. As of right now, immediately. As of right now, folks, what we know is that because people live in the same vicinity, Luis was forced to leave his home. So they claim
they live.
That's not right. So
it absolutely is not okay what this city in totality is doing to this young man and his family. We had to walk in the rain to come over to this damn probation building. He's been in here for, I don't know, going on an hour. I'm not going to lie. I'm not happy with his attorney. If that were my attorney, that fucker would have been fired on the spot. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know what their arrangement is, but his attorney should be over here. So there's that. And he's not. I can't be in there. I'm pleased they let his family in with him, because the kid can barely stand up for more than 10 minutes. His attorney made an okay argument on the record about it was okay that he put on the record that he'd been shot by the Denver Police Department because of this case of self-defense. But that was about it. I know attorneys that would have made a much stronger record and pushed back on the judge a little bit more. So maybe that was a little bit questionable, but it seemed like the judge wasn't going to change her mind because she was too confused and she wanted this gone. I don't think she was overly confused. I think she was accommodating the district attorney's request to cater to the subjects who claimed that they're witnesses. Well, they claim they're victims, and I don't even know why we're calling them witnesses and giving police a protection order. Since when the hell do we give protection orders for somebody that says, I'm a witness now, I want a protection order? I suppose that's the best they can do for the whiny ass bitches that tried to hurt Luis that night. I don't know. So I almost fell off the bench, literally, when the district attorney, whoever that DA is here arguing today, put on the record that this was a case of self-defense. I dropped my stuff and I slid off the bench, and his mom was sitting next to me and she grabbed my arm, and I think his dad was just a nervous wreck, unprepared for what they would pull again, you know? So as soon as they come out of here, these poor people, they have been through hell. They thought their son was going to die, and they don't get to see him because he's in custody as a victim. Oh, man, you guys, this is so wrong. So wrong.
And those of us who knew him, like you and I, you know him better than I do, but even from the moments that I've talked to him, I've interviewed him, we kind of knew, we called it early on that he doesn't go out to look for trouble and stuff. And we kind of knew that it was going to be a case of self-defense, right?
Absolutely. And because I wasn't there, and we're not God, we don't see into everyone's minds, I still, with 99.9% certainty, knew what I know about Luis, that he was acting in self-defense. And this kid to be continued to be treated like this by a system that he wants to stand up and be a defender of for justice. It's sickening. It's disgusting. It would make you so sick to your stomach right now to be here, feel it, see it, look at that kid in his face. This is the first time I've seen him since it all went down. I don't know. This is very, very surreal in America. I don't know what to say.
This is the guy that we should be fundraising for. This is the guy that we should be fundraising for. I don't want to say any names about anybody, talk bad about anybody, but this is the guy that everybody should be highlighting and fundraising for. This guy, the Denver Police Department, I believe they were shooting to kill him, and he lived. And right now he's being forced out of his home, and he can use our help. Regan and I are doing our best to shed light on this, and you guys please share this everywhere, far and wide. Share his donation link on your channels. Restream this if you like, please do. And let's get Luis as much support as possible.
Absolutely. And as soon as they step out the door here, I'm gonna get my car and put them in the car because there's no parking over here, so we had to walk over here. So I'm gonna take them back to their car. Again, shot 9 times. The body cam footage clearly shows that this was an shooting. And for Ron Thomas, the Denver Police Department, even the DA, not to come out immediately and denounce this bullshit that's going on. So the next step is going to be the determination on the officer involved shooting. So it's being investigated by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, and State Patrol, who we've seen on video lately, not acting real great, and the Denver Police Department. So the DA is required to write a summary on that for his ruling, which I guarantee you, it'll be a justified shooting. If anybody can't, a justified shooting. If anybody wants to do some research or knows something that I don't about the last time it was ruled, excessive force was ruled unjustified, especially a shooting by officers, let me know. I don't know. Even the Christian Glass case, that's been the most recent horrific officer-involved shooting that resulted in the largest civil rights settlement for violation of rights in Colorado's history until last week. Until last week, a judge awarded a man $25 million for a detective out in Parker, Colorado, who literally just lied and put this guy in prison. And now it turns out the district attorney out there, George Brockler, in the 23rd Judicial District, is having to reanalyze every case that she's been involved in for the past 26 years. This is Colorado. This is going on all over the country. When's it going to stop?
So if you guys are wondering, the gentleman that was shot runs the channel, The Real Constitutional Upholders. His name is Luis. I've interviewed him before. Regan is friends with him. We both knew him. We know he's a good man. We know he doesn't go out to cause trouble. And we just knew that he was going to be vindicated at the end of the day. And I believe they need to drop any and all charges on him. I believe they need to allow him to go back to his home. And they need to charge the guys that were jumping him. If there's any charges against Luis, they need to send those charges over to the folks that were trying to jump him or whatever was happening. It was self-defense. They already said that it was self-defense, and it's just mind-blowing as to why Denver would continue this corruption and try to justify their own actions against Luis, what he did.
So are people getting it now? I've told you guys since they downfiled. I told you what was going on. And nobody wants to step up to the plate and come to Denver and help me. Why? Why will nobody come here and help us? But you guys will travel all over the country. Why won't you come here and put these fucking cops on camera?
If you guys, if we can get folks to go out there to Denver to record, link up with Regan, and shed some light on all of this, even if you can't make it out there, you guys share this on your channels, talk about it on your channels. We need to get the community together and actually help somebody who was protecting freedom, not having family disputes, not getting DUIs and shit like that. We need to help somebody that was protecting freedom and protecting himself.
These cops are out of control because they know they can be here. They know with this chief of police, Ron Thomas, do you realize that he actually admitted in a public meeting, it's called the Citizen Oversight Board meeting, that they're not even disciplining cops. And he's changed the discipline structure to recategorize certain complaints to education-based discipline, where they get re-educated on their mistake. Yeah. These fuckers know that they can do this stuff. That's why they're doing it. They know they're not going to be held accountable. They know there is not going to be public scrutiny for what they're doing. They don't give a fuck about me. It's Regan Benson. We've listened to her for fucking 15 years now. She goes out there by herself. Nobody goes out there with her. As soon as she puts that phone down, we're going to shoot her ass too. Come on.
Hey, Angry Vet, can you do me a favor, bro, and leave the petty bullshit off of this and let's focus on what's going on? Stop with the pettiness, bro. Let's not do that here right now, man. Come on, man. You and I have been respectful towards each other. Leave that shit the fuck out of this stream, Angry Vet. Do me that solid, bro.
Fucking died. This guy almost fucking died. And what's that motherfucker doing? Talking about a fucking refrigerator, I suppose.
Come on, Angry Vet. Let's be better than that, bro. Let's focus on what we need to focus on and not petty bullshit. I'm asking you. We need to unite, guys. Seriously.
This is why we're in the situations we're in.
Yeah, donate. Hey, Angry Vet, go donate to Lewis. His help the guy out, bro. Don't send me any donations. Send it to him. Let's do our best to help each other out, man. Not shit on each other. Let's not continue petty bullshit. Let's unite and help each other out, guys. I mean, come on, dude. And if you guys have a channel and you guys can share this on your community, please do. Let's get as many eyes on this as possible. Let's help out Luis. This isn't about us. This is about Luis. All right, let's unite and let's help this man. Thank you, Batman. Thank you, guys. We are united. That's right, Duper Trooper. Thank you, bro.
He's still got a long way to go. He's got these gun charges. He's going to go to trial here in Denver. He's going to lose. He's going to have to appeal. This is an anti-gun, anti-self-defense world that we live in here, right here in Denver, Colorado. We have probably the most aggressive anti-gun legislation that moved through a legislature in this country this year, right here in Colorado. Because California has already mostly done all that. But we've got some psycho fucking legislators up here at the Capitol that think nobody should have guns. Nobody but the cops. And nobody is entitled to self-defense. You're supposed to go take a karate class is what you're supposed to do. And the women, we're supposed to go join up with the Denver Police Department for the Krav Maga fucking stuff. Fuck that. Shall not be infringed.
We called it, folks. We already knew that Lewis was going to be innocent of these charges that they were going to try to bring onto him. We already knew he was a good man. We called it. And I got to say thank you so much, Regan, for your tremendous work and for covering this as well and having Lewis's back, stepping up to have his back and joining me on these streams so that we could try to spread awareness on this and get Lewis support. You guys definitely subscribe to Lewis's channel if you're not subscribed. The channel is right here. I put it. If you guys don't have a link, just type that in. Moderators, if you can, put his link in the chat. And as soon as the stream is over, we're going to put his donation link as well so you guys could donate to him. Just so you guys know, whenever I do any kind of fundraiser, I'm not going to put my own links. I'm going to put the links of the folks we're trying to raise money for. That shit is important. There's way too many scammers and grifters, and I'm not going to be accused of being one of them.
This family needs help. His dad has had to travel from out of state. His mom has been off work. You've got fucking bond money, $50,000 bond. You've got an attorney. These people need some help and support. Look, if you don't want to donate money, send a fucking gift card. Do something. Help them with some groceries. Something.
No shit. No shit. No shit.
It's mind blowing to me. It's mind blowing. And this kid survived. And had he died, we'd never have the other side of the story.
No shit.
He survived being shot 9 times. Every single bullet penetrated his body. And the kid is upright and moving. It's only by a miracle this kid is alive. And I'm sure he's looking forward to having this fight with these gun charges when he starts feeling better. He and I have had a lot of conversations about these total unconstitutional laws. I don't care how long they've been on the books in Denver. They've not been challenged. You have not been allowed to open carry in Denver since 1979 in a open carry constitutional state. And it is because Denver is its own city and charter, or city and county. So they operate off their own city charter. They're like their own planet here. So you want to be your planet, Denver? Fine. Remove yourself from the rest of the state and figure out how you're going to fund your own little planet here. And let the people be so they have their rights. And it is because of all this anti-gun legislation that the good guys with guns get prosecuted. And we've got a classic case right here, again. All right, folks, I gotta go. Hey, I've got a car. Let me get my car.
Thank you,
the car in.
Regan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, don't go walking yet. I'm gonna bring the car right here, Louise. Right here. Don't go out there.
I'll let you go, Regan.
All right.
Thank you so much for updating all of us, and thank you so much for being there, having Lewis's back. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. We knew it. We knew Lewis was going to come out being innocent of all of this. We all knew it. You guys, please share this far and wide. You guys donate if you can, even if it's only $1. Everything helps. And let's fundraise for him. If you guys have a channel, please restream this or share this or just go live and talk about it as well. Share Lewis's donation links and let's get some more eyes on this. I've interviewed Lewis and I've talked to him on the phone numerous times. I knew he was a good man. I knew he wasn't out looking for trouble. He wasn't out to hurt anybody. And he's stern. He doesn't let cops bully him and stuff like that. And in my opinion, I'm also gonna put the link to the body cam footage on this video as well, because it shows that the cops went in there and just started blasting away. His gun was on the ground really fast, and they just started shooting him. Yeah, shout out to Regan Benson for all the work that she's done, she continues to do, and that she's doing out there right now trying to help him. We got a call. Thank you. I will pin that as well. You guys, I just pinned the donation link. If you guys want to send Luis some support, that would definitely help. Thank you, my brother. We got a call. Thank you, bro. And look, I'm glad that we're finding out that even the courts are seeing that it was self-defense. Right? There were people in here talking shit, trolling, saying this and that about him. And look, I don't care what your problem is with anybody else in this community. I don't care if you got problems with me. I don't care if you got problems with Regan Benson. Are you not a good person that you could just put that shit aside to help Luis? Let's be better than that. People talk about unity, talk about, oh, there's no community, this and that. Well, it's folks like you guys who continue drama and that don't wish to help a situation like this. It's a reason why the community has been fucked off for so long. There's a reason why you got fools getting bailed out for having domestic violence and all kinds of craziness going on. And you guys are donating, not you guys, but folks are donating to get folks out like that instead of helping out a man like Luis, who's been shot by the Denver Police Department. How do we stop the decline of the community? By uniting, by showing support for each other. Even if and when we have differences, we can put that shit aside to highlight this. Angryvate, you got a channel. Why not share this on your channel? I would appreciate it if you did. It's not about me. It's not about Regan. It's not about you. It's about helping Luis, right? So with that being said, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. For those of you who donate and will donate, have another drink. Oh, my coffee is so good. I will have another drink of my delicious coffee. Yum, yum, yum. That's right, man. That's right. Times like these, when you put your adult pants on and leave the petty shit aside, support 1,000%, 100,000%, Luis. That's right, guys. It ain't about us anyways. It's about holding government accountable, right? Are we not? Did we forget the plot along the way? Did we forget why we came and were involved in this community in the first place? Yeah, Batman 766. Thank you. I really do appreciate you guys. Not playing the drama game. Got enough on our plates, teaching others while protecting and defending our rights. That's right, Rain Nation. And we can read your comments, by the way. Thank you guys, everybody who's sharing. Well, much love to everybody in here. Thanks for showing support and supporting Luis as well. We do have body cam of this event. You guys stay tuned. At the end of this, I'm going to be putting the body cam footage in the description as well. What's up, Butch, my brother? Since day one, man, you've been supportive. And I remember your videos as well from when you went out and recorded as well. So much love, bro. And thanks for looking out on the emails regarding my health as well. I do appreciate you, brother. So a quick recap before I shut this down. The channel, The Real Constitutional Upholders, was shot by Denver Police Department 9 times. He survived. They have put an ankle monitor on him, and they just confirmed that it was self-defense. He may have shot somebody in self-defense. Cops were called, they arrived on scene, and they shot him 9 times. He survived. And he just had court or a hearing, and it was said that it was self-defense. The courts recognized it. They're still trying to charge him on some shit, but they made him leave his residence. And so now he has to stay at a hotel. He definitely needs our help, folks. So if you guys can, the donation link is pinned right there. We got a call, gave us the donation link on there. And I'm gonna drop it in the description and in the pinned comment as well of this video. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And stop being drama queens and haters. Let's help Luis. Let's put all the bullshit aside and help Luis. Peace out.
And peace out, y'all. Thank y'all for staying with us for 9.5 hours. Jesus Christ. Episode 26, part 3, continuation, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. I would say join us later, but I don't think I'm going to do another live today. But if I do, you'll know. But appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Damien for coming through. Shout out to Sister Val Hawkins for coming through. Shout out to Fresh Always for coming through. Shout out to A Goddess Nobby for coming through. Shout out to Leonard A. Judah for coming through. Shout out to Cow Dog for coming through. And shout out to Twin Pyramid. Excuse me, Twin Pyramid for coming through. And anybody else peeking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kruma signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. I'll see y'all either later on or I'll see you on Friday for Grand Rising with Shabbat and Chase. And I think Lady Chase going to do an RBA today, so stay tuned for that. All right, peace.